My Refuge and Fortress, Havoc in Wyoming, Part 7 by Millie Copper.
Chapter 1. Lucy. Well, Lucy, I hear everything went just fine. Yes. I jumped to my feet, immediately regretting my quick reaction. Yes, sir. Please, stay sitting. I start to nod, then quickly say, yes, sir. I've learned he expects formality, even though at times we're way past being formal. He steps behind me, placing his hands on my shoulders. I feel myself stiffen. Relax, you're much too tense. He kneads my shoulders, then leans close to my ear and whispers, see? Better already. I focus on keeping my face calm as I give a slight nod and mutter, much better, sir. He continues kneading for several minutes before saying, Lieutenant Cruz said she thought this trip may have been too much for you. No, not exactly. His hands move from my shoulders to my biceps. He stops the massaging and gently squeezes my arm. You performed as expected. I think so, yes. Really? Even where the children were concerned? I close my eyes and try to block out the screams. I kept expecting one of the children to be Lily, a former student of mine. She lived in Bakerville, and I thought for sure I'd see her there, or see her body. Taking a deep breath, I allow the screaming in my head to be replaced with the boy's face in the second-floor window. He was only 8 or 9, but was trying to look fierce as he held a toy gun. I pretended I didn't see him, quickly spinning and walking away from the large barn. I couldn't deal with his death on my hands. I take a breath before softly saying, the children are hard for me. I was a teacher. And now you're a soldier. We all must do things we don't like, things we detest even. But it's the only way. Otherwise, our plans will not be successful, and many more will die. But couldn't we? I was thinking we could bring the children with us. They're still young. We could, train them the way we want them to be. He releases a long breath. I know you have a good heart, and that's one of the things I like about you, Lucy. But they're tainted. Their parents have already filled their heads with opposition. They had a chance to join us. We went to them in good faith, met with their so-called leader. He laughed in Scott's face, said they were doing fine on their own, and they had no interest in sharing their abundance with the good people of Prospect. Maybe they could have been convinced, I ask hesitantly. He puts pressure on my arms, squeezing them until it hurts. I bite my lip to keep from crying out. In a rough voice, he says, you know my mandates. We all work for the good of the county, for the region even. If they aren't willing to join us, to prove their allegiance, then there's no place for them in Prospector County. They're selfish, thinking only of themselves. How long would people like that be content with what they have? If they're not willing to work with us, eventually they'd be against us. They'd attack us and try to take what we have. You understand this, right? I know this is. Yes, it's true. I understand. Of course you do, Lucy. You're smart and know what's best for our town. No, not just our town. The law-abiding people of our entire county are relying on me to bring us back to a real civilization, where we're not just scraping to survive, but where we thrive. Prospect will soon be known as a place of commerce and trade. People will flock to us. If these outliers choose not to be with us, then frankly, they're against us. When they refuse to contribute for the good of everyone, they're nothing more than traitors. Traitors not only to our county, but to our country as well. But the children, I cry. He squeezes my arms until I yelp. Now, Lucy, you know better than to sass or second-guess me. Just because you've been given many special privileges doesn't mean you can get away with insubordination. Yes, sir, I whisper. I know you have a soft spot for the children. You'll need to sort it out on your own. No more wimping out. You've been put on the acquisition team because you're special to me. Yes, sir. Thank you for the privilege. Now then, let's put this business behind us and move on to more personal matters. Chapter 2. Friday, day 242. Mollie. I jump at the pounding on the front door. "What's happening?" my oldest daughter Sarah asks, jerking her head around. Katie rushes to the door, cautiously opening it. Callie falls in and wraps her in a hug. It's over, Callie says, jumping up and down, dragging Katie with her. Katie pulls away, looking bewildered. Still in her snow-laden boots and heavy coat, Callie bounces toward me. "Mom, it's over." "What's over?" I ask, smiling at my daughter's excitement. "We're going to be okay. I heard it on the radio. The president, he's alive and is sending help to people who need it. He's going to have the lights on soon. Maybe even before my baby is born. Maybe there will even be a real hospital for both of us. You can get well." "Praise God," Sarah says, grabbing onto her stepmother Alina. My daughters Angela and Katie are hugging each other, crying. "Thank you, Jesus," I whisper, pulling Callie into an embrace. "We will be okay?" Alina asks, her voice questioning yet full of hope. "We're going to be fine," Callie answers. "Colonel Shane said to tell everyone. We're going to have a meeting in an hour to talk about it as a group. I'm so glad we no longer have to keep everything we hear on the radio a secret, because this isn't something I'd be able to keep quiet. It's over. It's really over." Callie grabs onto me again, hugging me just a little too tightly in her excitement. "You think we'll be able to go home?" Katie asks. "Maybe that's what the meeting is about." "Maybe," I agree with a nod. "But my guess is we'll stay here until we know it's safe to return home. I can't imagine the announcement about things going back to normal will instantly return people to law-abiding status." "What do you mean by this?" Ukrainian-born Alina asks. "I mean, we still need to think of our safety. We left Bakerville for a reason, and I'm not sure that reason has changed." Alina gives a solemn nod. "You think, even with Brad and the others dead, we still have danger." She poses it as a statement, but her eyes hold a question. Sarah answers in my place. "External threats were our main reason for moving up here. It makes sense we would stay for now." "Well, if this is so, I should keep with moving my things," Alina says, then turns to me. "Is that good, Mollie? You wish me still to move in with you?" "Yes, for sure." I reach for her hand. "Then I go back to packing. We can talk about other bad deeds Brad did another time." She steps toward the coat rack by the door. "Alina, I shake my head. "Thank you for bringing us the things you found. I don't know what it all means, but it means Brad is what you say he is," she says, without turning to look at me. "He is hired killer." Her frankness is both refreshing and intimidating. While I want to disagree, to say perhaps the evidence she brought means something else, I can't. "What are you talking about?" Callie asks. Alina turns to point at the photos and files arranged on the coffee table. "I find things showing Brad hunted down your Dr. Sam. He is the one who shot him." "Huh?" Callie asks. "You show her newspaper clippings and things?" Alina asks as she slips on her coat. "I want to get more done before meeting. Thank you again for letting me live in Big House with you. It will be good to be part of your family." She gives a rare smile before turning to the door. As Alina gives a final wave, Angela tells Callie to have a seat so she can look at things. A short time before Callie came busting in with her good news, Alina dropped a bombshell on us. While she was packing things to move out of the tiny house she shared with Brad and their son Victor, Sarah's 9-year-old half-brother, she found some interesting items. Newspaper clippings from the school shooting Sam and June Mitchell were involved in. "Look at this," Angela says. "The people in these articles, he has pictures of them. We think he's the one who killed them, and the sheriff deputy from Grover, who was killed a few days before the attacks. Remember him?" Callie looks over the newspaper clippings and shrugs. "The deputy was killed in the line of duty, the gym teacher in a car accident, and the school secretary took her own life." Well, maybe that's the official story. But look, Brad had photographs of all of them, not just newspaper clippings, along with pictures of Sam and June. Who even prints photos? Everything was always digital. Why would he have these? Callie's eyes go wide as she shakes her head. Seems rather unbelievable. No kidding, Sarah scoffs. But it does make sense. He told me he traveled a lot for work, computers. But he never really struck me as a computer expert. We think he was really a hired killer, and someone sent him to Wyoming to kill those people. Why? Callie asks. Who would want them dead? Good question. But they were all involved in the school shooting in Grover. It doesn't make any sense. And Sarah stops talking for a minute, seeming to gather her thoughts. It sounds like a huge conspiracy theory, doesn't it? It sounds like a bunch of bull, Callie says. Really? Angela sneers. You weren't here when Alina showed us everything. It made sense as she was putting everything out. Why else would he have these pictures? Katie asks. Who knows? Brad was a weird dude. Callie meets Sarah's eyes as she says this. Sarah gives a slight nod and then looks to the ground. Besides, what does it matter? Brad's dead. Dr. Sam is dead, and so are the other people in the pictures. Callie's proclamation puts a bleakness over the room. She's right. Brad is dead, and whatever we think may have happened is nothing more than a theory, and none of it really matters. Those things happened before, when our life was normal. I hear what you're saying, Angela says as she gathers up the photos and starts putting them back inside the soft-sided briefcase in which Alina found them. Besides, the end to all this, the end of the apocalypse, is much more exciting than working on a mystery we'll never be able to solve. I thought Brad was here to get help for Victor. Callie points at Sarah. Weren't they on their way to Bakerville so you could donate bone marrow or something? Yes, Sarah says, but they were already here in eastern Wyoming when Victor's doctor called and told them the cancer was back and the donation was needed. He'd already contacted Mom by then. She turns to me. Right? I think so. He'd called me a few times on my work line. The last time I talked to him, I was in Oregon. He said he had business in Wyoming, but according to Alina, they'd been in Wyoming for several weeks before the attacks. I think I talked to him on the day the planes went down, so... I lift my hands. I don't know. So you think, Callie says, he was in Wyoming working as a hired killer and just thought, hey, I'm in the neighborhood. I'll go talk the daughter I've never met into giving bone marrow to my son. I don't buy it. I would have donated, Sarah bristles, in a heartbeat. That's not what I mean, Callie says softly. I know you'd help Victor. You'd even donate bone marrow to a stranger if needed. The rest of it, that's what doesn't make sense. Why would anyone want to hire someone to kill Sam and the others? What would be the purpose? That's what I've been wondering, Katie says, as she again looks at one of the photos. This one of the school's secretary who supposedly committed suicide several days after the shooting at the school. With a loud sigh, Katie hands the picture to Angela. Callie's right. We'll probably never know what happened, and there's little reason to speculate. But we should keep these things to give to, well, I don't know who. Maybe the authorities once this is over, and our lives return to normal. While we might not be able to solve the mystery of why Brad had these things, someone else may be able to. And it doesn't really matter as far as our lives today, Callie says again, driving her point home. Let's celebrate the president's announcement and not worry about this. The meeting in the dining hall of the ski lodge is just that, a celebration. I'm sad Jake isn't here to join in on the festivities. Jake, along with Evan Snyder and a few others, have gone back to Bakerville proper on a goose hunt. We don't even have a way to contact them with this exciting news. The only ham radio from our community that survived the EMP is on the mountain with us. Our walkie-talkies don't have the range needed to reach from the mountain to the river. This is their second trip down the mountain to goose hunt. They went a couple of months ago before Christmas, bringing us home a feast. I suspect, like then, the river people are having their own celebration with our people. Last time, they did a culled cow in a pit. Jake talked about the feast for weeks. Even though I'm missing Jake, I'm swept up in the excitement. With everyone hugging and laughing, it's hard to remember this was a site of murder not long ago. My young children, Malcolm, Tony, and Lily, along with my grandchildren, are all part of the noisy celebration. School was released early today, and the children helped rearrange the furnishings to turn the combination school/dining hall into a meeting room. Although the chairs have been set up to face a pseudo-stage, few people are sitting. "Can you believe it, Mom?" Malcolm asks, with his adopted brother Tony adding, "Isn't it great?" "I can't believe it. And yes, it most certainly is great," I say. "Everyone's so happy," my grandson Mark says, "even happier than they were on Christmas." "It's better than Christmas," Malcolm answers. "Will we get gifts?" 4-year-old Lily asks. "It's not Christmas, Aunt Lily," Sissy, also 4, says. The two girls love the fact they're aunt and niece at the same age. Sissy even gets a bigger kick out of calling Lily aunt since she's taller and slightly older. We'll be celebrating her birthday next week, and Lily doesn't turn 5 until March 31st. I love how they carry on and rib each other over it, though sometimes it does get a little too serious, and I have to put a stop to it. They bicker like sisters. "No gifts today," I say, enveloping her in a hug. "Too bad Dad's not here," Malcolm says. As I turn to respond, Phil Hudson calls for the attention of the crowd. "I know we're all pumped about the news," he says in a loud voice, "but let's get settled and we can give the exact details of what's happening, then we'll go back to celebrating." A cheer goes through the crowd as everyone finds a seat. After many minutes, Phil says, "Bill, do you want to start?" Bill Shane, one of the leaders of our security team and militia, steps to the front. I'll read the actual announcement. It's on a loop and has replayed several times, allowing us to ensure we captured every word. Bill glances around the room. "My fellow Americans, it is with a full and happy heart I bring you this news. For the last several months, we have been working to restore communication. If you are now hearing my voice, then you can tell we've been successful in our endeavors. While we have been able to communicate with several local groups, this is the first time we've had success using a variety of relays to share the news on an extended scale. You may have heard rumors your government has fallen. These rumors are lies." "Woohoo!" someone yells out, resulting in a spirited round of applause. Then someone starts singing, "God Bless America." Bill smiles and shakes his head, joining in with the song and encouraging us all to get to our feet. As we belt out the words, many voices falter, including mine. I'm completely overcome with emotion. A rowdier applause happens after the song ends, causing Bill to lift his hands. Okay, I'm as excited as you are, but let's get through the rest of it." Phil Hudson lets out a wolf whistle, bringing people to attention. Bill rubs his ear in jest. "Thanks for that, Phil." He waits several beats as the room quiets, then clears his throat and continues to read. "We're working daily to recover our way of life. In the past few days, under my leadership, we have restored power at my location. This location is our new base of operations after Washington, D.C. was destroyed by a nuclear weapon back in June. We will continue working to provide electricity across the United States. The 3 electromagnetic pulses that took out our power grid..." "3?" someone yells out. "There were 3 EMPs?" "Seems so," Bill says. "We didn't know until today. There's more chatter on the radio speculating on the fact there was 3. We don't know for sure, but the belief is there was one over the middle of the U.S., one over the eastern states, and another over the west. But we also know parts of the West Coast weren't affected, so..." He lifts his hands. "We don't really know much. There's still more from the president. Let me go back to it." He changes his tone slightly and continues to read the statement. "The 3 electromagnetic pulses that took out our power grid also affected our neighboring countries to the north and the south. While Canada and Mexico were affected, it was not to the extent of America. They are providing aid as they're able to. We anticipate relief efforts from overseas in the near future. This took some time because of the mass amount of destruction so many of our ports received during the day of the bombs. Rest assured, we are doing all we can to reinstate a fully functioning government, and you will soon have your life return to normal. In the interim, I ask that you remain steadfast. Continue to do what you must to meet your day-to-day needs. We will be providing aid to all areas as soon as humanly possible. The lights will come back on, and these dark days will be but a memory. The United States of America will emerge stronger than before. May God bless you all. There are several beats of silence as Bill looks around the room, a slight smile covering his face. That's it. That's all there was. There's much muttering around the room and many smiles. A small spattering of applause begins again, which soon erupts into whoops and hollers. People are hugging, and many are crying. There's also questions as to what will happen in the days to come. While the announcement is wonderful, better than wonderful, the full transcript isn't as encouraging as what Callie shared. The president did say they're working to restore power, but it sounds rather vague. I glance over at Callie. She's a few chairs down the row from me, sitting next to her husband Mike, while holding her nephew Andy on her lap, her small baby bump barely protruding. Her baby will be my second grandchild born since the attacks began. While Sarah and Tate found out they were pregnant in the early days of the Havoc, Mike and Callie's child was conceived well into our disaster. There's one other couple in the community also expecting, due the month after Callie. Our small medical team, now led by nurse practitioners Belinda Bosco and Kelly Hudson, did a wonderful job with the birth of Sarah's baby, Tate. But as Callie said, having the lights back on and a fully functioning hospital before her baby's birth would be a huge relief. And if I can get treated for whatever it is that seems to be plaguing me, that would also be wonderful. The question is, when will this happen? Chapter 3. Lucy. Hey, good looking. I roll my eyes and keep walking. You're looking fine today, Glenn says. Raising his voice loud enough, one of the other snow shovelers snorts out a laugh. Dude, he says, she's out of your league. Ha, Lucy Fleming? She's in everyone's league. I stop and slowly spin to face him head on. Is that supposed to mean something? I deliver a pleasant smile. He opens his mouth slightly, then moves his tongue along his cracked bottom lip. Baby, you really are looking fine today. This old thing, I say, motioning to my heavy down jacket and insulated pants as I take a step toward him. He continues his leer and takes several steps toward me. That's more like it, Lucy. He drags out my name like I'm a red-headed comedian. I sidle a little closer, give him a smile, and grab him by the collar. In a quick and fluid move, I quickly raise my knee into his groin. As he leans into me with an oomph, I push him back hard enough he lands solid on his bottom. He crumples to the side, cradling himself as his buddy hoots and laughs. Gasping for breath, he says, You. Now, Glenn, Toad is right. I am out of your league. I don't date losers on the work crew, especially not losers I can easily put to the ground. Turning to Toad, I say, you might want to get him up and back to work before one of the officers happens by. Wouldn't do for him to be lying on the ground instead of working. And while you're at it, encourage him to take a shower. This town has cleanliness standards, and he's not meeting them. He's as disgusting as those on the hunting crew. Gross. Come on, Lucy, Glenn whines. I thought we were friends. Not even. Just because we've lived in the same town forever and happened to cross paths doesn't mean we're friends. He narrows his eyes at me. We might have been before you got all hoity-toity. Get yourself up, Toad says. She's right about not wanting an officer to find you on the ground. Remember what happened to Carl? Glenn makes several guttural noises as Toad turns to me. You doing okay, Lucy? I heard the raid was... He shifts his shoulder to one side. I suggest you get to shoveling snow and not worry about what happens when our team leaves town, I say in the haughtiest voice I can manage. He gives me a slight nod before turning back to his work. Todd Berenger, aka Toad, used to live in the same apartment building as me. I guess he still lives there, but I've moved. All of us who are soldiers on the acquisition team live separately. Even the ones with families moved from their previous homes to the neighborhood designated for us. Not that I hear anyone complaining. It's a gated community known as Creek View Estates and is a collection of the nicest houses in Prospect. I share a 3-bedroom home with 5 other women. It's one of 2 female-only homes referred to as the women's barracks or dorms. While families have their own separate dwellings and are often multi-generational, singles are set up in dormitories, 2 houses for the women, and an entire street of men living 4 to 6 to a home. Yeah, the men on the team far outnumber the women. The luxurious clubhouse is our meeting area. We even have a large gym with free weights and non-electric machines. As part of the infantry, I have some serious perks over people like Toad and Glenn. Anyone not in our makeshift army is doing grunt work, shoveling snow, a never-ending job this winter, cooking, community laundry, and more. Right now, I'm on my way to the laundry to find out why my dorm was shorted 3 sheets. This is the 2nd time in a row, and I'm not at all happy about needing to make the walk over here. Glenn causing me trouble just adds to my irritation. My fists are clenched as I stride purposely away from Glenn and Toad. Even though I bested him physically, his implications about the type of woman I've become still stings. Before the attacks, I was a preschool teacher. Well, not an actual teacher with a degree, but more of a daycare worker. I was in charge of the 3-year-old class at Shining Star School for Tots. I would have loved to be a real teacher. And with rumors of the government possibly giving free college and removing all student loan debt if we could get the right person in office, I'd certainly return to school. As it was, I was still paying for the 1 year of out-of-state school. Warm and sunny Florida had sounded like such a good idea. My parents were against it and refused to help me pay. It was easy to get loans, so I didn't need their help anyway. I could have got a loan for the next year, but I spent too much time enjoying college life. I failed more classes than I passed and crawled home with my tail between my legs. My mom was quick to say I told you so. My dad was just glad I didn't come home pregnant. A year or so later, Dad was offered a new job in Arizona. Warm and sunny Arizona sounded as nice as Florida. I was shocked when my parents told me it was time I stood on my own 2 feet. They planned to get a small place without room for me, saying I was welcome to follow, but would need my own apartment. I moved out of our Prospect home that night, couch surfing for a few weeks, until I saved up enough for my own place. They tracked me down to tell me goodbye before they left, which resulted in an intense argument. That was 6 or 7 years ago, and the last time I spoke to them. Now, with phones and cars no longer working, I suppose I won't ever talk to them. As I get near the laundry facility, several sentries run by. I'm off duty today, having just returned yesterday from a raid, but if something is happening, I'll be expected to respond. Out of habit, I touch my hip where my gun sits and then break into a jog. My fitness level has drastically improved. I used to be pudgy, bordering on more than pudgy. When we received the warning about the missile attack, I'd sought shelter in the basement of City Hall, along with many others from my apartment building and the nearby area. While I was sheltering, my building was looted and all my food taken. Some people had chosen to stay behind, sheltering in our laundry room. When we came out, we found the men had been murdered and the women and children were missing. My fellow soldier and roommate Maddie says she knows where the women were taken. Maddie says a lot of things, most of it not true. She's the type of person who talks just to hear herself talk. Part of it's probably because she's still young, only 19, almost 10 years younger than me, and possibly a defense mechanism also since she's so homely. Being not much to look at, she makes up for it with a slightly outrageous personality. I like her just fine, and she's a good roommate, but sometimes she exhausts me, and other times, after a hard training day or raid, her bubbliness is just what I need. She might have a point, though. Occasionally, when we go on our acquisition trips, we do take captives, always women. There was a rumor we'd have a captive on our recent raid, but that didn't happen. I'm not sure if someone made a mistake or what. Lucy, Candace Murphy, the older lady who now works in the laundry, calls as I jog toward her. I've known Mrs. Murphy for years. She was the secretary of the high school and only retired a couple of years ago. She's also the mom of one of my favorite teachers from high school. Hey, have you heard what's happening? I ask in a ragged breath. There was another attack. The rebels again. Anyone hurt? She tilts her head to the side. Not sure. They hit the sentry post at Taylor's Draw. We have several sentry stations surrounding Prospect. They have a dual purpose, controlling who enters and preventing townspeople from leaving. Ours is a sealed community. While after proper vetting people are allowed in, there must be a good reason for someone to leave, such as pertaining to their job. Otherwise, if you live in Prospect, you're here for good. I better go see if they need me, I say, not relishing the additional half-mile to the observation post. We were shorted in bedding again. I'll need 2 tops and a bottom. Again? Candace shakes her head. I don't know how that keeps happening. I'll be back for them, I call over my shoulder as I jog away. When I reach the outpost, I stay on the edge, waiting to see if I'm needed. Susie, one of the girls from my dorm, is part of the response team. I quickly scoot in next to her, where a briefing is already in progress. Once again, Lieutenant Knight says, the cowards have attacked from afar. We found their sniper's nest and some decent tracks. Some of our best trackers have gone after them. You two, he says, motioning to a couple of the men in the group, will take over watch. The rest of you can haul the dead to the morgue. I try not to roll my eyes. This isn't the first time I've been tasked with moving a body. Who is it? I whisper to Susie. Those 2 new sentry guys, she says. No great loss, at least. I give a nod. Not because I agree it's no great loss. Both are new to Prospect and I don't even know them, but I nod my understanding of who they are. They're regular sentry people, not on the acquisition team like Susie and me. I used to be a sentry, but that was before Mayor Majors took an interest in me. He put in a good word with General Majors, his son. I still had to test for the team, and truthfully, I barely made it. And some days, I wish I would have outright failed. Chapter 4. Saturday, day 243, Mollie. The excitement of yesterday's news continues to be the topic of conversation when the kitchen crew arrives for breakfast preparations. Because of my illness, possibly cancer, according to Belinda and Kelly, I'm on restricted work duties. I'm no longer part of the firewood crew, the militia, or anything else requiring physical exertion. Can't have the cancer girl passing out when she's supposed to be chopping wood. Oh, we don't know for certain it's cancer. There isn't a lot of testing we can do at the end of the world. With our limited medical devices, they base the diagnosis only on my clinical symptoms. And it seems cancer is what everything points to. Modified duty allows me to be on the kitchen crew, but only at the kitchen in my house, the former lodge of a dude ranch, and doing only prep work I can sit for. For the most part, I'm on the sewing and mending crew. Sarah leads the seamstresses, which consists mainly of the elderly women in our community, and one man Sarah refers to as her seamster, who are physically unable to perform any of the other duties. The crew has 9 full-time members and another 6, including me, considered part-time since we aren't fully housebound and are able to take other work assignments. We each work from our own abodes and have a runner, a teenager in the community, who delivers and picks up the work so Sarah can distribute it. While Sarah also does the needlework, much of her day is taken up receiving and assigning the work. Sarah and 3 others are skilled enough to remake garments or, using the limited amount of raw material, construct fully. The rest of us have varying levels of experience with a needle and thread. I usually get the extremely simple things like sewing on buttons or patching. My current project is making mama cloth and family cloth. With our disposable items either rapidly dwindling or completely gone, alternatives are needed. Even though a small amount were saved to use after childbirths, the bulk of women's personal supplies have been gone for months. Callie is the next person expecting a baby. She'll have the luxury of throwaway items, but then it will all be washable goods. For monthly needs, mama cloth is already the norm. A few women had reusable menstrual cups before the attacks. Many times, Sarah has said she wishes she would have made that change. She'd thought of it knowing it was an eco-friendly solution, but kept putting it off because of the ickiness factor. There's certainly an ickiness with washable women's hygiene products and cloth toilet paper. Like the women's items, toilet paper is also in short supply. With living so far from a grocery store, most of the homes in Bakerville kept a decent supply of toilet paper, paper towels, napkins, and tissues on hand. Even so, things meant to be thrown away and repurchased can't last forever. The tissues and napkins were the first to be replaced. Because we were several months into the apocalypse before we moved up the mountain, most families had already switched from paper products to reusable in some way or another. Almost everyone stopped using tissue, choosing to save it for a toilet paper alternative. As a requirement of moving up the mountain, any usable goods became part of the community coffers, causing those stashed items to become public property. As a result, Doris made sure everyone had bandanas or handkerchiefs for blowing their nose. In addition to the reusable hankies, cloth napkins are now the norm. We were able to scrounge up a decent amount among the empty houses and from residents who moved to the mountain. Lily and Sissy are particularly partial to the hot pink and bright purple napkins. I'm not sure where they came from, but we seem to have a surplus of those particular colors. I chew on my bottom lip as I remember those first days of living on the mountain. Doris was still in charge of the seamstresses then. Sarah and a few others had helped her with sewing over the summer, but it wasn't the organized team it is now. And Sarah wasn't in any condition to lead anything in our early days of living at the Dude Ranch. Her husband Tate, along with his dad Keith, went missing during a fall elk hunt. With both presumed dead, she was in deep mourning. As the fog of grief lifted and her pregnancy advanced, she took over some of Doris's responsibilities with the needleworkers. In January, Sarah gave birth to Tate Keith, named after his father and grandfather. Since his birth and her recovery, she's taken over the entire group. Doris was grateful to give it up, considering how busy she is with the supply house and assorted other duties. Sally Ann Hinkle was part of the sewing crew until the attempted coup resulted in her being shot and now fighting for her life. While she did do actual sewing, her artistry was really with her knitting needles. She's made many pairs of wool socks, mittens, and gloves. It's unlikely she'll recover from her injuries, but she's still trying to do her part by teaching others from her bed, in hopes her knowledge will be carried on. There's already talk of doing the things necessary to shear the few woolly sheep and process the raw product into usable yarn, a lost skill we need to learn. Today was supposed to be a full sewing day, but instead I'm taking a breakfast and lunch shift followed by an afternoon of mending. I was the backup for the kitchen, called into action when one of the other ladies sent word she was ill and wouldn't be in. Even at this pre-dawn hour, the kitchen is lively with many smiles and teasing. As I sit at the table, peeling the seemingly never-ending pile of sugar beets to be made into porridge, I can't help but participate in the fun, to think this will soon be ending, that we'll be able to flick a switch and have lights again, that we won't have to work from before dawn until after dark and won't have to rely on sugar beets to survive. I can't help but smile. When the breakfast cooking is done, Sarah and her sister-in-law, Karen, are waiting in the great room with the children to make our way to the ski lodge dining hall to eat. "Ready to go, Mom?" Sarah asks. A few months ago, like the rest of the community, we walked the half-mile from our place in the Dude Ranch to the ski lodge. Now we pile in our quad cab diesel. Because of my illness, we've been given extra fuel rations. Though I do still walk on days I feel strong, today the ride is welcome. I suspect it won't be long until I take my meals at the house instead of making the thrice daily trek back and forth. Did you check with Dodie and Alvin? They're staying here. Neither has a shift this morning. My mother and father-in-law, Dodie and Alvin, take most of their meals at home, as do many of the other elderly or infirm. While I don't think of Dodie or Alvin as elderly, based on their activity levels, at 75, they're a bit more cautious about moving about in the snow and ice. Even though we have the truck to use for transport, unless one of them has a shift working in the vicinity of the lodge, They're just as happy to remain warm and cozy while enjoying a little quiet time. Quiet is a rarity in our house of 7 adults and 8 children, one of them a newborn. "But we're picking up Doris, right?" Malcolm asks. "Yep, since Evan's hunting with your dad, she needs a ride." My friend Doris Snyder, whose leg was shattered by a bullet in the early days of the attacks, is unable to put any weight on her leg, making the walk out of the question. We'll have a snowmobile waiting in the parking lot of the old ski lodge to take us up the steep incline to the dining hall. We're not the only ones who receive this special treatment. That steep hill is difficult for many. This morning, there's also a gentleman with a bad hip. He's able to walk on the mostly flat ground between the Dude Ranch and the parking lot, but the uphill trek is too hard on him. After telling my family I'll see them in the lodge, we wait for the snowmobile. The driver's unloading passengers at the ski lodge, so it will be only a few minutes. Turning to Doris, I ask, "Did you get much sleep last night?" "You mean because of the excitement?" "Yeah." She shrugs. "I just hope we're not setting ourselves up for disappointment." "What do you mean?" She shakes her head. "Nothing. I'm sure it'll be fine." Doris pats me on the shoulder. "How's Callie feeling? Is the morning sickness gone?" "She didn't have much, just a few days of slight queasiness. With Deanne, well, I'm glad she's doing well." "And Sheila, any better?" "No, not well at all. You heard she's living at the clinic? She sleeps on a cot set up in the examination area, or she's moved to a new location when they need the space." "I've heard. It's probably the best way to keep her safe from—" Doris gives a tilt of her head and purses her lips. "From herself?" I offer. "Yes, it's basically a suicide watch. I'm glad Madison and Lori are part of the medical team. The 3 of them became good friends in the early days of the attacks when they were all struggling with depression. Since her mom Deanne's murder during the attempted coup, Sheila has again struggled with her mental health. Last summer was also hard for Sheila. Adjusting to the new powerless world we found ourselves in was hard for many, but she really plummeted. When Lori Ogden arrived at our homestead on the day of the EMP, along with her now husband Aaron and her friend Bill Shane, close friends of ours who lived in nearby Wesley, she was almost as bad off as Sheila. Madison came to us in a different way. When I was trying to get home from Oregon, where I was working when the attack started, I happened upon her and her baby daughter at an opportune time. They, along with Madison's husband, had just been accosted by 2 derelicts. Before I completely grasped what was happening, her husband was shot and killed. With the way Madison was standing, the bullet passed through her husband and hit her. The murderers, and me, thought she too was dead. When I heard them say they planned to kill the baby, I couldn't have that. By the time it was done, they were dead. Madison was severely injured but alive, and baby Emma was fine. The 3 women, all facing new and difficult circumstances, formed a bond while living on our homestead. Kelly Hudson, a retired psychiatric nurse, helped the women come to terms with their new life. Madison, a veterinarian, and Lori, a dental student, have each found real purpose in being a part of the medical team. While Sheila didn't have the same drive, she had been much better until the death of her mom. Sheila isn't alone in her struggles. There are others in the community who've faced difficulties since the attacks. Kelly's daughter Sylvia has been a huge help to many people, forming several support groups. Mental health is something we take very seriously after losing community members to suicide in the early days of the Havoc. "Has she heard about the radio announcement?" Doris asks as we watch the snowmobile zip over the bridge. "Maybe that'll help." Callie told her. Sheila says she thinks it's a lie, some sort of propaganda to give us hope but will never come true. An interesting concept, Doris says as the sled comes to a stop. "Meaning, Mrs. Snyder," Toby James says, offering Doris his hand, "your chariot has arrived." "Well, thank you, kind sir," Doris says. Even though each day is the same, with Toby saying the bit about the chariot and Doris always calling him kind sir, I can't help but laugh at their antics. Once we're settled in the trailer, Doris leans in. I heard one of the kitchen people called in sick today. Seems to be a wave of that happening. Is there another virus going around? I ask, remembering the sickness that fell on our community around Thanksgiving. While it was nothing more than a cold, we took special precautions to cut down on the spread, including having those affected take time off work and eat in their homes. I don't think so. I suspect it's more related to the idea of a rescue. She raises her eyebrows at me while I answer with a shrug. You know, we have rules about everyone pulling their weight. Why bother working if the government is going to swoop in and save us? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. You used to work for the government. Do you think they'll swoop in and save us? Huh? She answers, as we pull to a stop by the ski lodge. The breakfast is a cheerful affair, with the radio announcement still being the main topic of conversation. As I watch my happy neighbors, I think about Doris's comments. Are we setting ourselves up for disappointment? Could Sheila be right? Is this some sort of lie, propaganda to give us hope? What would be the purpose? Why would our government tell us help was on the way if there wasn't a plan in place? It's been almost 8 months since we've heard anything from those in charge. Why start propaganda now? Don't you think so, Mom? Malcolm asks, jarring me from my thoughts. What's that? Tony and I should keep practicing with our compound bows, right? Don't you think, even if we're going to be rescued, it might be a while before the grocery stores are working again? I would think so. We don't know the situation with the meat industry. I can't imagine they'll be able to start sending cattle for processing right away. And even if the lights come back on, we still have the issue of the refineries being destroyed. True, Angela says with a bend of her neck. Gavin, eat your porridge. Don't want beet cereal, my 3-year-old grandson says with a pout. Want eggs? There aren't eggs today, Angela says patiently, then turns to Malcolm. Mom's right. I think it'll be a long time before things return to normal. With the refineries being blown up, we won't have the amount of fuel we did before. Even if they're able to process the cattle, how will they get them here? And think about the grocery stores. Many were vandalized. How long will it take to get those operating again? Getting the power back is just one piece of the equation, one I'm certainly looking forward to, but there's still going to be a lot to do. How do you think they'll manage it? Callie asks. Manage what? Sarah asks. All of it. I mean, who will do the work? Do you think they have people just standing by, waiting to be told they can get the lights back on? Don't you think most people are doing the same things we are? Just trying to survive from day to day? Where will they find the workers? I let out a slow breath as Tony says, I'd help. If they needed people to do the work, I'd do what I could. Me too, Malcolm says. I know you both would, I say. And maybe something like that will happen. Maybe the next announcement or one in the near future will be a call for people to go and help. But my guess is there will be age requirements. You two won't be old enough yet. Do you think, Tony starts to speak and then bites his lip, do you think if the lights come back, my dad, our real dad, will find his way home? I have no doubt your dad has been working on getting back to you this entire time. I nod. That's what dads do, Malcolm says. But until he gets here, my mom and dad get to be your mom and dad, too. Tony nods as he drops his eyes. Tony and his sister Lily joined our family after their mom, a friend and neighbor, was killed. Their dad was gone for work when the attack started. He hasn't returned, and with each passing day, the likelihood he'll ever return decreases. Since they had no nearby relatives, we took them into our family. At first, it was out of a sense of obligation. But now I can't imagine my life without them. It's the same with our adopted grandchildren. Sarah's 3 children, Mark, Sissy, and Andy. Their mom died from, what we thought at the time, a self-inflicted manner. New information leads us to believe she was murdered. Sarah and Tate happily took her children in and loved them as their own. After breakfast, the children stay at the ski lodge for school. Angela, her husband Tim, and Callie go to their work shifts. Everyone else is on their own duty shifts. I have lunch duty back at the lodge starting at 10, then sewing this afternoon. Ready, Mom? Sarah asks as she gets her baby bundled up. I want to get the jacket for Shari finished today. Yep, let's go. Though I welcome the ride up, downhill isn't difficult for me as long as we take it slow. With carrying Tate in a sling, Sarah is happy with the leisurely pace. You know what I'm most looking forward to? Sarah asks. For today? No, when this is over. No more sugar beets. Amen, I laugh. They do get a little old with having them at every single breakfast. While breakfast is focused on the abundance of sugar beets we harvested in the fall, meat is often the focus of lunch and dinner. We cull livestock, beef, goats, pigs, or sheep, and our hunting teams bring in 2 elk most weeks. We make the animals stretch by using nose-to-tail cooking methods. Deanne, who oversaw the kitchen and created the menus before she was murdered, was amazing at coming up with dishes using every single scrap. Some are rather adventurous. Translation: I hope I never have to eat that stuff again. But for the most part, we eat quite well. Of course, when feeding a large group, not everyone will be happy with the choices. My daughter, Angela, considered herself a vegetarian prior to the attacks. She still struggles to eat the meat dishes, but she came to realize food is strictly fuel and the time to be picky has passed. When our world returns to normal, will we go back to our cavalier lifestyles of abundance? Or will we realize how spoiled we were in so many ways? Chapter 5. Lucy. All right, people, let's get started, Captain Murphy says. General Majors will be here shortly, and we have a few details to iron out before he presents our next procurement. As the room settles, he calls on the squad leaders to report their team members' strengths and weaknesses. I hate this part. This is when we're picked apart in front of everyone. I'm Squad Yellow, which, interestingly enough, consists only of females. Yeah, there's nothing misogynist about that. Janet, or as I'm supposed to call her, Lieutenant Cruz, leads our squad. All the squad leaders are lieutenants, and I do make a point of using lieutenant to her face, only occasionally forgetting and reverting to her first name. She's quick to correct me, reminding me no matter what I may think, she is most certainly my superior, and any previous relations we had play no part in the current hierarchy. Though it sounds like the Army with our ranks, none of us regular people are given rank. I'm surprised when Lieutenant Knight brings up haircuts as a problem. It seems a few of the younger men are letting their hair grow longer than it should be and not keeping up with their facial hair. The town has cleanliness standards. I used to find it amusing that Richard Majors passed a mandate on cleanliness, which includes men keeping their hair off their collar and beards kept trimmed. Women can wear their hair any length as long as it looks tidy, and all residents must have a bath at least 1 time per week, though the word bath is rather generous. Water is hauled or pumped from the creek, resulting in mainly sponge baths. The acquisition team's rules are more stringent. No beards and hair is to be high and tight for the men. Women can have long hair, but it must be kept off our collars. Maddie and I both keep our hair French braided, though I've been really admiring Lorita, one of the others on our team, and her short pixie cut. With perfect high cheekbones and dark eyes, it looks great on her. I lift a hand to smooth the braid of my light brown hair. No way I'd ever be able to carry such a cute cut-off. Even though I'm no longer overweight, I still don't have the bone structure Lorita does. I originally thought the cleanliness standards were stupid. I mean, really, who cares? We're living in unprecedented times. Our world has fallen apart. Why should we be worried about haircuts and baths? But as we've traveled to other places that don't care about their hygiene, I've come to appreciate it. Some of the homes we enter are outright rank, from the smell of unwashed bodies. Even with our cleanliness mandate, Prospect does have an unpleasant smell when the wind is just right. In the days after the power went out, the sewer on the east side of town backed up and filled most of the houses with, well, nothing good. When Richard Majors took over, he made it a priority to fix the stench. I don't know the details, but rumor is he used generators and most of the town's limited fuel supply to get the sewer pumps working long enough to remove the worst of the standing sludge. There's another rumor one of the reasons he killed Mayor Stringer and assumed responsibility of the town was because he couldn't handle the smell. Whatever he did helped, and the stench is better, but it's not completely gone. Unfortunately, where the acquisition team lives is the area affected by the sewer issue. And today is one of the bad wind days. The clubhouse smells awful. When it's Janet's turn to talk, as expected, she starts with me and only relays my weaknesses. In her smoker's voice, she says, "Once again, Lucy hesitated when it was time to do the job. She finds it distasteful. Well, in fairness, Captain Murphy says, she's not the only one." He searches me out. Meeting my eyes, he gives me a small smile. He was a first-year science teacher my freshman year of high school. That's been many years now, and while he's no longer as youthful as he was then, he still has his boyish good looks that caused most of the freshman girls to have crushes on him. I'm no exception. Even now, with his dark hair graying at the temples and lines at the corners of his eyes, he's terribly attractive. And he's single, having never married. Though we weren't friends, even after I graduated and moved back from Florida, I'd see him around and he'd always make a point of speaking to me. I was surprised to discover he was part of the plot to overthrow Mayor Stringer and the legitimate Prospect government. He pulled me aside shortly after the coup, telling me if I wanted to do more than just get by, I needed to get with the program and join Richard Majors and his group. Captain Murphy turns back to Janet and asks, "But did it actually affect her ability to get the job done?" She hesitated when pulling the trigger, Janet persists. "I understand. Did it affect your mission?" "Not this time," Janet answers sternly, staring at me while she talks. "But it will. If she isn't comfortable with the duties, she ought not be part of the acquisition squad." I feel the redness of my face, and while I'd like to defend myself, commenting is not allowed, and really, there's not much to defend. She's not wrong. I do hesitate, especially on raids like this one where we sneak into people's homes while they're sleeping and shoot them in their beds. Entire families slaughtered as they sleep. I try and blank my mind. Try not to remember the details of what we did. Try not to replay it over and over in my mind, which I've been doing since the raid. This was the third time I'd been out, but the first time I'd had to be directly in the thick of things. I was put on watch during the previous raids, making sure there were no unexpected people who magically appeared. Thankfully, there never was. But this time, I was part of the attack team. I hated it. And if Janet knew the full truth, that I never directly shot at anyone and only once may have hit someone, she'd really flip her lid. "Thank you, Lieutenant. Is this a skills issue or a mindset issue?" "Both. She needs more range time, and she needs to not be such a wuss." "Make the range time happen then, and get her in to see Doc Bohm." I inwardly cringe. Doc Bohm isn't a real doctor. He doesn't know medicine at all. I think calling him Doc started as a joke. His job is to toughen us up so we're killing machines. I have no idea what he did in his previous life when our world was normal, but he's a scary guy with dead eyes and a monotone voice. He often goes on our raids too, though he's not assigned to a team. Every time I've had an appointment with him, it's left me feeling almost as dead as he seems. I guess if I'm to be the killer they want me to be, a part of me must die. Many days I think I'd like to go back to being on sentry duty, not that they'd let me. But now, with the attacks from the rebels, sentries are sitting ducks, and even a peon on the acquisition team gets extra benefits compared to the sentries. Our tier system puts my position near the top, only behind the officers and Mayor Majors. In the case of Mayor Richard Majors, my team is far below. He can get anything he wants. Okay, who's next, Lieutenant? Janet goes through the other members of our team, giving positive reports for everyone except Maddie, who gets an even more scathing account than I did. Like me, Maddie is an unlikely member of the acquisition team. She was already on the team when I joined, but her skills aren't any more advanced than mine are. I suspect she was allowed on the team in the same way I was, because of who we know and not what we can do. Even though her and I are roommates and friendly, we've never discussed the thing, or rather the person, I suspect we have in common, Richard Majors. Maddie, too, has ordered more range time and an appointment with Doc Bohm. She's sitting next to me as she listens to Janet degrade her, but makes a point of holding her head high and keeping an even look on her face. As Janet drones on, I think about the last raid. While we did bring home all the livestock, cattle, horses, chickens, and even a few goats, we left some of their fall harvest behind. They had a huge supply of sugar beets they were either using for animal or human food, maybe both, and a good amount of hay, and a few other things. We didn't have enough room to bring it all, so we left all the sugar beets and a fair amount of hay. I expected to hear today about a second trip to go and retrieve it, although maybe they'll send workers for them since it's not something one needs skills for. Skills. The acquisition team's main skill is murder. I hate it, but it's a choice I've made. And Janet is right. I do need to be less of a wuss. When the grilling is finally over, Captain Murphy says, "You all know what you need to work on. We need to start getting ready for the next run." He looks down at a piece of paper in his hand. Correction. The next full team run will be within 3 weeks. Unlike this easy Bakerville acquisition, this will be a multi-day event, so make sure your gear is in top shape. I blink rapidly. Bakerville was not easy. With the fuel shortage, we were forced to walk. 3 full days of slogging through the snow each way. We don't have enough snowshoes for everyone, so those of us without follow behind, making sure to stay in the tracks already made. A misstep can result in being buried up to the knee or beyond, post-holing, which always results in a hearty laugh among the group. Believe me, when it happens to you, it isn't at all funny. A moment of inattention, and I found myself in a drift burying my entire leg. Getting out was no picnic either. I thought I could easily pull my leg out, but I managed to fall over and land half on packed snow, thanks to the previous foot traffic over the area, and half on soft snow. When I finally found my footing, my boot was filled, and I had snow up under my coat and down my insulated pants. I'm surprised Janet didn't bring it up. She made sure to berate me at the time, calling me a clumsy ox. That's better than some of the other names she's called me. Not just now, since I joined her squad, but before. "You okay?" Maddie whispers, leaning in toward me. I dip my head and give a tight smile. She responds in kind, then darts her eyes forward as Captain says, "A few of you will be chosen for a special short run before then. We've found a small enclave holding livestock. The team is being finalized. If you're chosen, you'll be notified tomorrow. This will be a multi-team event led by Major Lassiter." I stiffen my back at his name. I feel Maddie do the same. He's almost as creepy as Doc Bohm. Looking at him, he's not much. Short and squat with thinning hair, he's an average guy who you'd easily pass over in a crowd. Talking to him at first, he seems almost normal, but there's something sinister about him, especially the way he acts toward women. The acquisition team was in its early days when he showed up in town out of the blue, and it was his idea to have a team of women only. He tried to make it sound politically correct by saying we'd function better as a unit if we didn't have to worry about the guys always one-upping us, or something like that. I wasn't on the team then, just heard about it through the grapevine. The fact he was given the position of major, only answering to Scott and our mayor, was not lost on me. He must have had some sort of relationship with the father and son from before the attacks and the EMP. The beginning of Mayor Majors' takeover was hard, full of days where I wasn't sure what I should do, and I'm truly thankful Captain Murphy gave me guidance. I was there the night Mayor Stringer, our properly elected mayor, was killed along with at least 100 others. I was standing way too close when one of the small bombs detonated. I couldn't scrub enough to get the blood and other stuff off. Captain Murphy drones on a few more minutes until General Majors arrives. As required, we all stand as he enters the room. It's like he's the president. Same thing happens when Mayor Majors enters a room. "What's up with his hair?" Maddie whispers. I stifle a smile. He definitely has a haircut gone wrong. His high and tight is cut to the scalp, in a 2-inch swath above his right ear. There's even a scab where he was nicked. I knew Scott Majors before he became General Majors by way of his dad, taking over our town. He was a couple of years ahead of me in school. I was in the same class as his sister, Shelley. We weren't exactly friends, but were friendly, the sister and me, not Scott and me. Scott was conceited and condescending. He'd go out of his way to bully people. Most likely, if you asked him, he'd say he was a popular jock, which is somewhat true. He certainly seemed to peak in high school. After graduation, he went to the University of Wyoming and was home before the first term ended. There was gossip he was arrested on drug charges or possibly for date rape. I don't know exactly what happened, but he quit school, came home, and then left again. Rumor was he went to serve a jail sentence. It was all surprisingly hush-hush, even without anything in the news. Maybe that's a perk of having a dad who owns and runs a newspaper business. Afterward, he went from one menial job to another, never holding anything for any length of time. I'd see him working at the mini-mart, then washing dishes in a restaurant or something similar. He started several businesses, all of which failed. I think the last was a handyman business, but he got in trouble again when the person he was working for said some of her checks went missing. I guess the EMP was the best thing that could have happened to Scott Majors. His eyes glance over the audience. He smirks when he sees me. I keep an even look on my face as I meet his glare. "He sure doesn't like you," Maddie mutters. I tap my hand on her leg in response. Scott knows about me and his dad. Like his son, Richard Majors finally found his time to shine. While not quite the flunky Scott is, having run a somewhat successful newspaper for years, he has several other failed ventures, many of which he put Scott in charge of. Coincidence? Richard had political aspirations in the past, and even ran to be our legitimate mayor, but he was blown out of the water when Mayor Stringer won by a landslide. He also had a reputation for being handsy. Many of his female employees complained, but to my knowledge, it never went any further than complaints. There was a good story about one of his employees, Milena Maynard, who smacked him and then quit. A few weeks later, she ran into Mrs. Majors in the grocery store, resulting in a full-on fight in the produce section. Prospect could certainly be entertaining at times. Now Richard Majors gets any woman he wants. Not because he is suddenly irresistible, but because we all want to survive. Scott's speech tells us little. He briefly glosses over the next mission. Not the mini-mission, but the one for everyone. As usual, he doesn't tell us exactly when the mission will start or where we're going. That's saved until we leave, for fear of the rebels finding out. I half expect we'll be leaving for a mission and encounter a bomb, or whatever they call the things the rebels have been using, some kind of homemade incendiary device that's already killed several from the sentry team when on patrol. They've caused so much trouble, the sentries are now stationary. I asked Maddie how in the world people even know how to make those things. She just shrugged and said, "Some people know things. People make bombs from lots of common items." Didn't you learn that in school? I guess I didn't because I wouldn't be able to make an explosive if I wanted to. I did hear there was a construction site that kept dynamite on hand. Janet Cruz said those were what Majors used when he took over the town. Maybe the rebels found their own construction site. Chapter 6. Saturday, day 243. Mollie. Late afternoon, I'm sitting in the great room as Tate sleeps and I work on my sewing. He's in his baby box, a specialty box with a mattress, which works as a portable bassinet on the floor next to my chair. At about 5 weeks old, the box is still perfect for him. But Jake has plans for a crib. He hasn't started building it yet, but has been working on the drawings and gathering materials. It's to be a surprise, and finding the time to do the work may be a challenge. Sarah put Tate down for his nap before she stepped out to deliver today's sewing jobs. Often she'll have a runner do the deliveries, but she felt the walk would do her good, especially with the recent cold snap seeming to have broken. Today's cooking shifts seemed to really take it out of me, and I'd like nothing more than to stretch out on the couch and nap along with the baby. I wiggle in my seat, trying to get comfortable. My lower back started hurting when doing the lunch preparations, and it doesn't seem to be easing up. I move the small ottoman and try to find a different position. A loud knock at the door causes me to jump. My sewing, sitting loosely in my lap, indicates I did fall asleep while working on my project. I wipe the back of my hand across my mouth, removing a telltale sign of drool. As I stand, the strong knock comes again. Setting my work aside, I give Tate a quick look. the sudden noise causing him to stir. I quickly move to the door. "Who is it?" I ask as I reach the entry area. "It's Evan," the voice on the other side of the door responds. "Evan, what are you doing back already?" I pull the door open. "I thought you guys were going to stay a few days." We had some surprises," he answers with a concerned look on his face. "Where's Jake?" Fear spreads through my body. "He's fine. He's on his way." "Okay, good." I motion him to come inside. "He's on his way from the stables." "From Bakerville. He's on foot." "Is he okay? Did he fall off his horse?" Evan gives me a small smile. "Nah, he did fine on the horse." I let out a sigh of relief. Jake is not a fan of horses, having always insisted they don't like him. When he and Evan went back to Bakerville to hunt before Christmas, they took a snowmobile under the guise of being able to haul back their load of geese in the trailer. Doris and I knew the truth. Neither of our husbands are horsemen. When they first started talking about this hunt, it was made clear the fuel couldn't be spared again for the sleds, and they'd need to have alternate transportation. Both Jake and Evan had a few riding lessons from the Camerons, former hunting outfitters who know their stuff, and somewhat nervously rode off yesterday morning. Jake was given an old gelding named Domino, who was said to be the gentlest of all the horses we have on the mountain. Even so, I wouldn't have been surprised to hear Jake had a horse issue. I wait, expecting Evan to say more. When he doesn't, I prod, "And where's Jake?" Even I hear the tension in my voice. "Don't worry." Evan gives me a small smile. "Jake's fine, and it's good news. Your boss and his family were at your house." "My boss, Ben Ferguson?" "Yeah." Evan makes a slight face, encompassing a question and a shrug at the same time. "What?" I squeal. "Are they okay?" Tate lets out a cry at my excessive noise. I motion for Evan to step fully inside as I go to the baby. "Sorry, big guy. Grandma's just happy." I don't even bother wiping away the tears running down my face as I pick him up. "Tell me more," I say to Evan as I sway back and forth. "They're okay?" "Mostly." He sits on the bench and removes his snow boots. "And Jake's still with them? At my house?" I'm struggling to understand exactly what is happening. "They're walking back. We didn't have enough horses. Dusty and Dax are going to take one of the wagons and go after them." "Okay, good." I let out a sigh. When Dusty, Dax, and the rest of the Camerons fled nearby Prospect, along with friends and families from 3 neighboring ranches, they brought an old-fashioned chuck wagon and 2 open wagons plus teams. Those, along with 2 wagons and teams already in Bakerville, have been a blessing. The wagons already in our community were rarely used other than for parades and to take the children from house to house each October for trick-or-treating. Now we're rapidly thrust back in time to when horses were a necessity and when a wagon or buggy was a mode of daily transportation. After we moved to the mountain, someone fashioned skis to add to the wagon wheels, turning them into sleighs. They're used daily for wood gathering and other activities that need to haul larger amounts than the snowmobile trailers can, and they don't run on fuel, a huge help. When will they be going after them? I briefly wonder if there's any way I can join the wagon. I'd love to greet my friends sooner rather than later, as soon as they get the children situated. I tilt my head at him. "Children?" With his snow-clad boots now removed, Evan walks over to the wood stove, warming his hands in front of the heat. "We're keeping this quiet," he says slowly. "We didn't even bring them here, choosing instead to take them to Rudy's place." "You took who to Rudy's place?" Rudy Wallace and his wife were already living on the mountain when our community of Bakerville decided to move up here. Their house is about a quarter-mile east of the ski lodge and Dude Ranch. The Youngs, another couple who also opened their home to our group, live even slightly farther east and are our outermost house. Both outlying homes are housing additional couples, all senior citizens who, by all accounts, are faring well during this time and are working as part of Sarah's sewing crew, with some even on the militia or woodcutting crews. "They're dead," he says quietly. "The river people are dead." The river people are dead? I repeat, sinking into the sofa. Tate squirms at the sudden lack of motion. As his face wrinkles in preparation of crying, I begin to gently rock side to side. What happened? It's Prospect. Majors sent his murderers. Everyone? I ask in a squeak as my eyes sting. There were complete families left behind, banding together to get through the winter. We found children, Gabe Griffin's son and daughters, plus a little boy and girl who were living in Gabe's shop. Everyone else, they were the only survivors. Evan, I don't understand. He turns from the wood stove to face me, his eyes glistening. In an even voice, he says, "Our friends were murdered. Because of the children and other witnesses, we know it was an attack from Prospect. There's going to be a meeting about it tonight." Evan saying there will be a meeting tonight reminds me of last night's joyous meeting. This will be nothing of the sort. What will we do? He starts to speak, then shakes his head. They don't leave us with much of a choice. They'll come for us next. Evan stays for a cup of tea while he shares what he knows, his news squelching the excitement of my friend's arrival and the radio announcement, the fact this might all be over soon. Doris let him know about what happened during the short time he, Jake, and the others were gone. We briefly discuss what this might mean. Like Doris, he seems less than optimistic about things changing anytime soon. While devastated over the loss of our Bakerville friends, I have questions about my boss and his family arriving from Oregon. That also includes sadness when Evan tells me Bart, the founder of the business and an energetic 75-year-old, didn't make it. He became ill along the way and passed. Ben, his wife Clarice, and their son Liam, along with an adult female and several children they found along the way, are in varying degrees of health. The worst of the bunch, the other woman and her 2 children, rode back on the horses. They're also at Rudy's being cared for. Ben and the rest were well enough to begin their journey walking, with Jake as their guide. With the wagon picking them up, they should be here before dinner tomorrow night. Not even 15 minutes after Evan leaves, there's another knock at the door. "Mrs. Caldwell, it's Toby James," he calls out as I make my way to answer. "Hey, Toby," I say, opening the door. "More sewing?" In addition to often jetting Doris and me up the hill to the ski lodge, he is part of the delivery crew, or as we refer to them, runners, for sewing, food, and whatever else. "Nope, Mr. Snyder asked me to bring you a note." "Oh?" He thrusts it toward me. "I'll be waiting by the bridge to take you up to dinner tonight." He gives a wave and a smile, then turns to leave. "You were on at breakfast, too. Long day for you?" He spins back in my direction with a shrug. "We had someone call in sick." "Really?" "Yeah, sounds like there's a lot of people sick today." He gives me a shrug and another wave. "See you later." The note from Evan simply says, "Other than the news of your friends, keep the rest of the discussion under your hat. We're postponing the meeting until everyone arrives." I'd barely finished reading when another knock sounds. "Yes?" "It's me, Mom," Sarah answers. As I open the door, she says, "Sorry it took me so long. That Dolores Lancaster was in a mood today." Sarah sits on the bench to remove her boots. She was going on and on about, I don't even know what. You know how she is. Then Mrs. Gallagher and I got to talking. What's wrong? Are you feeling bad? I put on a smile. "Not at all. I'm good." "You've been crying." "Yes, we have the most wonderful news. Ben's here. Well, not here, but he was at our house." "Ben? Who's Ben?" "Oh, your boss?" Can you believe it? Evan came back early and told me the news. Jake is walking with Ben and his family, but they're sending the wagon back for them. They'll be here tomorrow night. "That's amazing, Mom. You must... Wow, I can't even believe it. They made it all the way from Oregon? Did they walk?" "I don't really know. We didn't get into details. All I know is there's a few more people with them. A woman and her children rode up on the horses. Belinda's checking her out, and Bart's dead. He didn't make it." "Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry." With one boot on and one boot off, she stands and moves quickly, wrapping me in a hug. As Sarah comforts me, my tears return, not only for Bart, but for those in Bakerville who were murdered. As requested by Evan, I keep quiet about their deaths. I'm slightly surprised when nothing's said about the Bakerville proper massacre at dinner. Even though Evan said to keep it quiet, secrets on the mountain are rare. I catch Doris's eye and know she knows. As Evan's wife, it's to be expected. She gives me a nod and lifts her chin slightly before looking away. I swallow the lump forming in my throat. There's some talk about the hunters returning early, but it's credited to the appearance of my friends, which was not kept secret. My guess is Evan used the news to his advantage, and since they did still bring us a mess of geese, it was glossed over. I'll admit there's a few grumbles about how the refugees from Oregon create additional mouths to feed, but overall, the fact they made it here alive gives many people hope. Almost everyone has family and friends in various parts of the country. With our lack of communication, no one knows how their loved ones are doing. For Ben and his family to show up from halfway across the country is a miracle, and we all know it. And I believe the president's announcement about how this will be ending soon adds to the belief that others may have survived and people will be reunited with their loved ones. Once this is over, a few more mouths won't make a difference. Really, how long will Ben and Clarice even need to be here? Maybe by springtime we'll be telling them goodbye as they make their way back home. After the meal, Evan pulls me aside. "Thanks for your discretion." "The wagon got away okay?" "Yes. Dax and Dusty, along with a new guy, Donnie, were already gone when I got back to the stables." "Who's Donnie?" "That's another thing we're being discreet about." "Okay. Things will make more sense tomorrow. I talked with Jude Pop, and he felt it best we have all the facts first. Because Donnie is one of the witnesses, along with his brother Jerry, he wants to have more details, and he wanted Donnie and Jerry here for questions. He knows them both and feels they'll add value to the discussion." I shake my head, confused about who these brothers even are. They'll add value? And you think that's more important than... I glance around to make sure no one is within earshot. Out of extra caution, I lower my voice to a whisper. "And you think adding value is more important than people knowing about their friends' deaths?" "Does it make a difference? Can they do anything about it tonight they can't do tomorrow night?" I barely avoid rolling my eyes. "Are they... secure?" "We made sure everyone was inside, if that's what you mean. We'll go back down to Bakerville, maybe move all the bodies to one location, and then..." He shrugs. "I'm not sure what we'll do. It's too many graves." I shake my head as my eyes fill again. There's still some supplies the raiders didn't take. We'll either bring those here or hide them. We'll need to come up with a plan. Anyway, I wanted to tell you the ones who arrived today are all going to stay at Rudy's until everyone else returns. We thought it'd be easier this way." "Easier to keep things quiet?" "Exactly. We've also started increasing security. I think we're safe for now, but what happened there..." He breaks off and gives an exaggerated shrug. "Could happen here," I finish for him. Chapter 7. Sunday, day 244. Mollie. The secret was still in place this morning at breakfast and again at lunch. There were many congratulations directed toward me, which Malcolm gladly answered and told everyone just how excited he was about the new arrivals. Excited is an understatement. He's practically giddy over Liam arriving. At 2 years older, Liam is everything Malcolm hopes to be, or at least everything he hoped to be before all of this. I can't tell you how many times in the past I heard about the virtual reality set Liam had and how Malcolm really needed one just like it. He also loves Liam's dirt bike, the new laptop he got, and so on and so on. Will any of those things matter now? Will they be able to have a friendship without the hero worship from before? Tate makes a cooing noise from his blanket on the floor. He's so perfect, innocent and adorable. There were 78 people living in Bakerville proper when Jake visited before Christmas. They'd lost a few of their elderly in the couple of months since we'd left. Out of those 78, around 24 were children, a couple under the age of 2. Out of all of them, Evan only brought back 5. I've kept the secret about the massacre from everyone, holding the feelings of loss inside. Once Jake and the others return, we'll mourn together. There have been so many deaths since this all began, plus the thousands upon thousands of people who died in the direct attacks from the planes, bridges, and more. In each address after a new attack, the president assured us they would track down the perpetrators and bring them to justice. Did that happen? Do they even know who's responsible? And what about the nuke producing the EMP or the ones that hit the coastal cities? Was the same group behind those attacks, or was it someone else? How many people died in the bombings? Since the news we receive is so sketchy, we don't even know the exact number of cities bombed. We only have a general idea. And with the high-altitude nuclear detonation resulting in an EMP stretching across the country, the death toll soared as people starved, were murdered, or took their own lives. We've lost so many of our loved ones and community members. Since we've moved to the mountain, many more people have died. 2 teenage girls were targeted by what we believe to be a serial killer. Dr. Sam succumbed to the injuries he received when shot. Several, like Lois, died of natural causes, and then others, like Deanne, were murdered in the attempted takeover. But to lose so many at one time, good, kind people who were just doing what they thought was best for their family. I know Evan's right. I've heard about Richard Majors and the things he did in Prospect, the people he killed so he could take control of the town, plus the people he killed after taking control. The county sheriff was among his victims, and we don't even really know what he's done in the last 5 months since the Camerons and their friends fled Prospect, and we've kept to ourselves. Remembering the Camerons' arrival reminds me of the 2 families who arrived with them and stayed in Bakerville proper, living with the river people. I wonder if Pamela Cameron knows. She must, since her husband Dusty and son Dax were among the goose hunters who went to Bakerville. Maybe I should go visit her. We can quietly grieve together. Sarah's in the kitchen working on the sewing team schedule for next week. While we don't really need an actual schedule since most of us are essentially homebound, I think it makes her feel better to know who's available each day, especially for the few of us who are part-timers and also belong to other work crews. The younger children are playing in the upstairs loft, and Mark, Malcolm, and Tony are with Tim practicing their archery skills. They'll bring back several loads of firewood when they return. The littles are supposed to be drawing or playing with Lego bricks, but there were plenty of squabbles this afternoon. Both Sarah and I have had to redirect them several times. Their bickering is about to get on my last nerve. I'm about ready to send them all to their bedroom where they can stay until dinner. Sarah, I think I'll step out for a bit. Are you going to go hang out by the corrals to wait for Jake? I give her a smile. While that does sound tempting, I thought I'd go for a walk. Maybe stop and visit a few friends. You can handle the children, okay? She shakes her head. There's something today, aren't they? I think there's some excitement over new people arriving. There's something all right, I answer as a squeal pierces the house. I'll go check on them, maybe put the younger ones down for a nap. Are you up to walking? She asks in a motherly voice. Feeling good today. Strong, I say with a nod, meaning it. Plus, I think the walk will help with the kink in my back. You said the same about stretching earlier. Did it help? Some. I nod. Do you want me to bring the truck and pick you up somewhere? No, I'll be fine. Evan thought Jake would be home around sunset, so I'll probably make my way to the corrals to wait for him. You're sure? Yes, Mother, I say with a laugh. Maybe she's right. Honestly, right now, I do feel strong enough to walk home. I haven't had any episodes of lightheadedness or extreme exhaustion in weeks. I'm exercising almost daily with stretches and self-defense, but I'm sure to pace myself so I don't get too winded. The shortness of breath comes on quick, and the feeling of gasping for air is not only uncomfortable, but scary. When I'm stretching, it rarely happens. But if I attempt anything resembling cardio, forget it. I'm immediately done. While I start dressing in my outerwear, Sarah pops upstairs. I listen as she calmly tells Andy, Sissy, and Lily they need to go take a nap. She wisely instructs Lily to go to my room and lie down. If both she and Sissy are sent to the room, they share with Sarah and Andy. There will be little sleeping going on, just more playing and arguing. I'm almost ready to leave when Sarah starts back down the staircase. Have you thought of where everyone will sleep? For now, we'll use the den and put mattress pads out. I'm not sure what the long-term plan will be. I don't think there are any empty places for them to stay, so we'll most likely move them in with us. Things aren't quite the same now, are they? Do you still need to sponsor them? I shrug. Our old bylaws required anyone staying in the community in the days after the EMP to be sponsored by an already established family, or they'd go in front of the Bakerville Council to plead their case. Following the attempted coup, our bylaws were essentially dissolved, and we're in the process of developing a new form of government. I don't know what will be needed. I guess I should check in with Jude Pop and see if that's been addressed. I do know, one way or another, Ben and everyone else traveling with him will be staying. I'll make sure of it. With snowshoes attached to my boots and my body bundled against the cold, I start the half-mile walk to the ski lodge where Pamela Cameron and her husband Dusty live. I didn't even think of asking Evan where the others are. He mentioned Dusty and Dax took the wagon along with the other guy, Donnie. But he didn't say anything about Noah Hammer or Pete Fairbanks, who also left with Jake and Evan for the goose hunt. Taking the main driveway out of the Dude Ranch toward the ski lodge is a slight downhill grade. Even though it's an easy walk and I'm taking a leisurely pace, I still feel winded by the time I reach the large parking lot of the former ski lodge. I stop for a few minutes to catch my breath. Along the creek, the water crew is using a gravity pump to collect the day's allotment of washing and bathing water. Our place, the ski lodge, and 3 residential homes all have running water of some sort. But the Dude Ranch cabins, RVs, and camp trailers are all dry. The water crew removes 2 barrels 3 times a day, not an easy task when the creek tends to refreeze between use, taking 1 barrel to a parking lot at the Dude Ranch and leaving the other here. Residents fill their containers, giving them water for washing or cleaning up in their homes. Jugs of drinking water are gathered from the ski lodge or our place. Heath Jefferson sees me and lifts a hand. I raise my chin in response. Heath and I were on a search party together when one of our community members went missing back in November. Sadly, she was dead when we found her. I found him to be odd, but then later discovered he wasn't only odd, but had some serious issues. He severely beat his wife, Dot, leaving her for dead before disappearing into the wilderness. Search parties were formed to find him, in hopes of bringing him to justice. To no avail. Turns out he joined up with Dawson's group that attempted to overthrow our legitimate government. When the coup was stopped, Heath was one of only 3 agitators left alive. Now he, along with the other 2, Shannon and Roscoe, are prisoners. Instead of being locked up, they work on what is essentially a chain gang. Their legs are connected to each other with heavy chains and cable ties during their work hours, and they're kept locked in our makeshift jail when not at work. We're currently using plastic zip ties, a commodity we still have in abundance, thanks to their usefulness in our rural lives. But our novice blacksmith has plans to make forged shackles. Though he had an interest in blacksmithing prior to our world changing, his skills aren't quite what we need yet. Rumor is he's finally producing a decent horseshoe, but anything beyond that is still out of reach. Doris has rationed out the zip ties needed for securing the prisoners and given him a May 5th deadline to have actual shackles made. In addition to leg shackles, we need handcuffs. A few of the retired Leos have their own, but most of us keep the zip ties in our day packs in case we should need to secure someone. Had I realized how useful these plastic fasteners would be, I'd have added even more to our supplies. I chew my lip thinking about the stash of them we still have in the garage at home. They weren't on the list of required items to contribute when moving to the mountain. At the time, I'm sure no one realized their value, especially since we never considered we'd have a chain gang. We were all supposed to get along, living peacefully in our little mountain utopia. That's not what's happened. While there doesn't appear to be any additional threat of insurrection, there's plenty of bickering and arguing. Just like my children picking on each other and carrying on, the adults often act in a similar manner. It's like kindergarten recess some days. Keeping the three as prisoners was one of our big arguments and was met with much opposition. With the murders from the attempted takeover, many thought it was appropriate to execute them. Heath argued he was never a part of it. All he did was stand guard over Macy Michelson, who was kidnapped by the group to keep her dad Mick in line. Mick, part of our previous community council, voted in favor of unarming the community. John Dawson and his cronies knew, in order to successfully assume control of the community, they'd need the advantage of having us without weapons. I guess he didn't think about how many would ignore the orders and conceal carry against the mandate issued by the council. My lips turn up slightly as I remember how we all went to great lengths to keep our weapons hidden. My son-in-law, Mike, who had carried a pocket pistol on his right front side for many years, had it easiest. At least our baggy winter clothes helped with the concealment. Heath made a good argument, and former attorney Jude Popp went to his aid. They'll be kept under lock and key until an official county or state government is re-established. Deputy Clark Thomas, who's in charge of law enforcement on the mountain, added 2 more deputies to his group so they'd have enough people to monitor the prisoners. Shannon Decker and her brother-in-law, Roscoe, were also part of John Dawson's group, though neither were responsible for any deaths. Roscoe was still operating on the militia and tasked with keeping our militia and security squad away from the dining hall at the ski lodge, where a wedding reception was taking place. The fact Dawson chose to use Harry and Annette English's wedding for the attempted seizure is terrible. Such a joyous day, a day the entire community had been looking forward to, was marred with death. Shannon was complicit in the attempted takeover, and according to Roscoe, was even one of the ringleaders. Thanks to quick action by one of our youth, TJ Bosco, she was unable to perform any murderous acts of her own. As soon as TJ realized we were fighting back, he tackled Shannon, hitting her so hard her head bounced off the floor and knocked her unconscious. My eyes glanced to Shannon. Instead of working, she's staring back at me. She narrows her eyes and makes a rude gesture with her hand. My interaction with her has been minimal. I didn't know her before the attacks changed our lives. I've never even had an actual conversation with her. She shot a few dirty looks in my direction during the time she was campaigning for our disarmament, mainly because my daughter Sarah was very outspoken about keeping our weapons. There were also a few verbal altercations with Shannon and Doris, some of which I witnessed. Her animosity toward me makes little sense. With a shake of my head, I turn my attention to the trail ahead of me. It's a slight incline to reach the bridge. After crossing, I'll have a steep grade. A year ago, I had zero trouble walking up the hill. Jake, Malcolm, and I would ski here most weekends from December to March. Malcolm was part of a downhill ski club, while Jake and I would alternate between alpine skiing, Nordic skiing, and snowshoeing. The Nordic and snowshoe trails were well groomed, taking off in various directions from the ski lodge, giving loops or out and backs ranging from 1 to 7 kilometers. Some were flat and easy, while others were much more challenging. The resort even had snowshoe and cross-country ski rentals, all of which have come in handy as we've repurposed the ski resort. Now none of the trails are groomed, while we do use the grooming machine to keep the road between the ski lodge and the Dude Ranch cleared, plus the Dude Ranch loops and the main road down to the Young's house at the end. We don't have the fuel to spare for grooming trails. Even without the trails being maintained, they're still used by our sentry team as part of their physical training. And a few community members ski or snowshoe for fun. Although, with as hard as everyone works, off time tends to be spent in front of the fireplace recovering from the physical labor. I shake my head, thinking about what I used to be able to do compared to what I can do now. Today, just walking up the slope to the ski lodge is too much for me. I take a few steps, very slowly, then stop to breathe. I'm not even halfway when I wonder what in the world I was thinking. My heart is pounding in my chest like I've just sprinted the 7K Nordic Trail. Tears are forming in my eyes as I realize I'm woefully out of shape and short of breath. Feeling my head start to spin, I bend my knees and sit in the snow. Mollie! I jump at the sound of my name. Spinning my head, I give a nod. Hey, Clark, you scared me. Sorry about that. You okay? Deputy Clark Thomas asks. I'm a little winded. This hill is steeper than I remember. Yeah, it's a bear some days. Where are you headed? To visit Pamela Cameron. I didn't think about how long it's been since I actually walked up this slope. Last time, well, I guess I was in better condition. Why don't I grab the utility sled we have in the office? I'll give you a ride the rest of the way. I let out a soft laugh. Maybe just walk with me? That way, if I get lightheaded again, I'll have you to keep me from falling over and cracking my skull open. Yep, happy to help. He gives me a hand to pull me to my feet, then waits a moment to make sure I'm stable. Ready? With a nod, I take a tentative step. I should probably give up this folly and head back down the hill, but being halfway toward the top convinces me to keep going. After only a few steps, I stop to rest. Evan said he told you about the situation back home? I give a tight nod. It's terrible. Yes, it is. I suppose we were naive to think it couldn't happen, that Major's people wouldn't come after our community. I was surprised when Gabe Griffin and the rest of them still decided to stay after the Camerons told us just how bad things had become. It was one thing when it was just the idea of defending ourselves from a group who just happened upon us. It was completely different when we knew there was a serious threat just 30 miles away. True, he says. But keep in mind, most who stayed were either related or had been friends for years. Many of them had relatives who homesteaded the area. Oh, I get wanting to protect your property. I'm starting to breathe hard from the exertion and trying to carry on a conversation. Not just that, he says, motioning me to stop. We, too, lost people we shouldn't have. We were stupid not to realize the threat Dawson and his people posed. We knew from Deputy Fred something was going on, we just didn't put much stock in its validity. It still doesn't make sense to me. What did Dawson hope to gain? No telling. People get a taste of power, then they get groupies, like Shannon and her sister, and they like it. They want more. I still feel bad for Dawson's wife and sons. I genuinely believe they had no idea what was happening, but so many people look at them like pariahs now, insisting they were involved. They're essentially outcasts. Jackson Nicholson's wife, too, I say, remembering how Tamra has been treated since her husband was discovered to be responsible for the murders of at least 3 women. The first when we still lived on the homestead, my adopted grandchildren's mother, Lydia, which was staged to look like a suicide. The other 2 happened after we moved to the mountain. He didn't even bother to disguise those, making it clear it was foul play. Yep, and it doesn't help she wasn't a part of the community before the attacks. Rochelle, too, being married to Deputy Fred and then him escaping after we found what type of person he really was and killing the men taking him to justice. I don't notice it as much with Rochelle, I say. She's got such a pleasantness about her and is always working so hard. I think people respect her. Plus, most people know she was being held against her will and didn't marry Fred by choice, but because her and her daughters were his prisoners. And Rochelle goes out of her way to try and include Tamra and her daughters in things. She's definitely a welcoming person. Yes, but you heard about them not rooming together, right? Rochelle offered Tamra and her girls to move into their cabin with them so Harry and Annette could have Tamra's studio. Tamra declined. I thought the reason behind it was Annette's injuries. With the steps getting into the cabin, they decided it'd be easier for her to have one of the dorms in the ski lodge. I think there was more to it. Annette's gunshot wound was a convenient excuse. I give a shrug, not sure I want to try and decipher the dynamics of people and their personal issues, but I do make a mental note to make a point of talking with Tamra more and including her in things. I'm ready to walk again. Will we ever reach the top of this blasted hill? You've heard she plans to go after her son. PJ Cameron is going to take her as soon as they think spring is on the horizon. Rochelle? Her son's summer camp was outside of Billings, right? East of there, yes. Her son was away at a camp in Montana when the attack started. Her and her husband, along with their 2 daughters, were on their way to get him when the EMP hit, stalling their vehicle between Matitsi and Cody. Determined to find their son, they started on foot, only to be accosted by evil men. Her husband was murdered before their eyes, and Rochelle and her daughters were taken captive. Not long after, Deputy Fred purchased them and brought them to Bakerville. It was several months before we found out she wasn't a willing participant in her marriage to Fred. After the illegal marriage was brought to light, Fred disappeared. There was talk, but I didn't know it was decided. I think it's a good idea. I'd want to go after my child if he was missing, I say before changing the subject. Do you have plans to increase protection on the mountain? Yeah, Evan and Bill have some good ideas, and Cole, he's definitely knowledgeable. Like Clark, Evan and Bill are retired law enforcement. Bill was a Prospect County deputy sheriff until he retired a few years ago. Evan is a retired SWAT member of a large metropolitan force on the West Coast, while Clark was a motorcycle cop in Georgia. Cole Gunderson is a Marine. Enlisting straight out of high school and putting in his 20, he returned to his family home in Bakerville after retirement and started a bail bondsman business. Evan, Bill, and Cole oversee our militia and security team while Clark is in charge of the police force. After we finally near the hilltop, Clark says, "How about I walk you inside? Pamela and Dusty live on the main floor, right?" Right on the backside of the new kitchen. She says it's convenient for her kitchen duty days. Of course, not so convenient on the days she's cooking at my place. Yeah, it's a good setup, though. Deanne did a fine job planning and organizing. Pamela and Annette have big shoes to fill. A pang of grief runs through me at the mention of Deanne, but I shove it aside. Annette's a natural organizer. She'll do great. Need an arm to walk back down the hill? I give him an embarrassed smile. Downhill isn't as big of an issue as uphill is. Thanks for walking with me. I'm praying for you, Mollie. Praying you'll make a full recovery. Chapter 8. Mollie. After all that, my knock at Pamela's apartment door went unanswered. When the lodge was operating in its original capacity, the main floor had a large open gathering space with tables and a huge fireplace. We've kept the tables to use for our meals, and the fireplace got a wood stove insert, which does a decent job of heating the building. The huge commercial kitchen and large storage space behind it were gutted. We now have a small kitchen used for meal prep, combined with the kitchen at my lodge and an outdoor fire pit where most of the meat and flatbread cook. The remaining area became several small dorm-style apartments, large enough for a double or queen bed and small closet. The first-floor daylight basement has similar dorms. When this was a ski lodge, the first floor had ski rentals, a first aid station, ski patrol, and administrative offices. Before we moved up here, Katie assisted Doris with redesigning the building to suit our needs, adding not only the apartments on the first level, but also a 24-hour nursery for the younger children in the community. Providing the nursery daycare space lets the adults work the many needed jobs to keep our society going. There's even a loft in the building. It used to be my favorite place in the lodge when we'd come up to ski. The windows stretch across the entire space and overlook the slopes. It was fun to have lunch and watch the skiers. The reworked space now houses our men's and women's bunk rooms. With a staircase on either end giving double entry points, a wall was added down the middle, giving separate access to each space. The main thing this ski lodge was lacking to make it truly livable was full baths. The daylight basement had multi-stall and multi-sink his and her restrooms, and the main level had 2 family-style half baths, but no showers. Without a decent way to add them and only 1 small hot water tank surviving the EMP, it didn't make sense to build showers or put in bathtubs. Hot showers are available at the lodge where I live or at ski resort owners Ellen and Zeb's house, which is a short walk from the ski lodge. The bother of a shower is usually skipped, with many people preferring to heat water in the kitchen for a sponge bath in their apartment. Deciding it's smart to visit the women's room before starting my trek back down the hill, I make my way toward the facilities. As I reach for the door to push it open, it widens. "Oh," Sabrina Erickson, my friend Kelly Hudson's daughter, says with a start. "Hey, Mollie. Sorry I startled you. It's fine. I was just lost in my own world." "You on nursery duty today?" I ask. "Not today. I had watch last night and again tonight. I'll be in the nursery tomorrow afternoon." "You have watch 2 nights in a row?" "Yeah, we had someone call in sick, so I volunteered." "Seems to be going around." Sabrina gives a shrug. "I'm going back up to my bunk to see if I can get a little more sleep. At least this isn't a school day. I don't know how those of you living in the bunkhouse and these apartments sleep when the children are all here. It's not easy. Oftentimes, we'll bunk with someone else or sack out on one of the cots at the militia headquarters. I'll see you later." She gives me a wave and a smile before leaving. After finishing in the restroom, I pass by Pamela's place again, just in case she came in during the last few minutes. Nope. With a sigh, I stop at the coat rack by the door where I've stowed my winter gear. Clunking around inside with the spikes on the snowshoes would not be okay. Stepping outside, I give an exaggerated shiver. The wind came up and it's considerably colder, almost biting. I slip on the hood of my jacket and button the neck area. As I clomp back down the hill, I realize Pamela may be at Rudy Wallace's place, helping with the new additions to our community. Had I not had the insane struggle of the incline earlier, I might foolishly decide to walk to Rudy's. No way am I up for that. Thankfully, going down isn't the challenge of earlier. As I cross over the bridge, I decide to visit with Doris at the supply shed. She and her supply team have taken over the garage and a couple of outbuildings at Zeb and Ellen's house to store our necessary supplies. It also acts as a pseudo-grocery store, allowing us to get our weekly rations and other necessities. And the driveway reaching the supply shed, though long, is completely flat. "Hey, how you doing? Good to see you out and about," Doris calls out from her place behind the counter as I'm leaning against the wall to take off my snowshoes. "Hi, Mollie," Doris's daughter Lindsay says with a wave. "Hey, Doris, Lindsay, is your mom putting you to work today?" "Nope, just visiting. She's on her own." "Not exactly," Doris says. "Shelby and Milena are organizing Bee Shed. Have you seen Shelby's little Hannah lately? She's getting so big." "She brought her by to visit Sarah and Tate a few days ago. Does Shelby still wear the baby while she's working?" "Yep, it works well. I think some people stop by just so they can play with the baby. Getting their weekly rations is almost an afterthought." "I need to take off," Lindsay says. "We're having a meeting before dinner. Bye, Mom." "See you at dinner?" "Yeah, don't you always?" Lindsay asks, waggling her eyebrows. "You know better than to think I'll skip a meal." "See you later," I say. Once we're alone, I ask, how are you holding up?" "Terrible. It's so sad. I can't believe..." Doris lets out a long, slow breath. "I hate keeping this a secret." "Lindsay knows." "No, only the officers and Clark. Evan didn't want to tell Lindsay and have it seem like special treatment." "I'm ready for Jake to get home." "And your friends too, I bet. What a miracle. I'm so sorry for the loss of the father. I know you were close to him." "Thank you. Yes, he was always good to me. Made a point of making me feel like an important part of the team, even though they didn't see me often. The others getting here. Miracle is certainly the right word." Doris lets me talk about Bart and how much I'll miss him for several minutes before she asks, "How's the new job? Your fingers holding up?" "Barely. It's hilarious I'm part of the sewing team. You know me. I didn't do any kind of crafts or handiwork before." Doris lets out a small laugh. "I'm glad Sarah's in charge of the sewing. When we worked together over the summer, it was obvious she knew what was needed, and I'm sure she's quite the supervisor, getting you well trained. She's doing her best, but I'm a challenge. I've yet to move past the basics, like replacing buttons and patchwork. I can barely even sew a straight hem. Wait until you see the toilet paper squares I made." Well, we all have to start somewhere. Can I help you with anything? You looking for something to fill your time with until Jake and your friends get here? Exactly. Doris puts me to work dusting and organizing. After a while, she says, "It's probably getting about time." "Yep, thanks for letting me hang out with you." With a laugh, she says, "Come work here anytime. Once your friends get settled, I'd love to see them again." "We'll have you over for dinner," I say with a wink. We both know it's a lie since all our meals are community affairs at the ski lodge, but it feels nice to say something semi-normal in this abnormal world. I take my time walking to the small corral, leaning against one of the small tack sheds once I arrive. The wind kicks up as the sun drops, making my layers feel lacking. Cold and wind are common in Wyoming, though this year's snow is something else. Definitely more than I've ever seen in the years we've been coming up here to ski. When Jake and Evan went goose hunting before Christmas, they'd taken the snowmobiles. Jake and I joked he might end up on foot once down at the lower elevations. While each winter we'd see snow in Bakerville, it'd often only last a few days at a time, and only enough for snowmobiles immediately after a good snow. On that trip, there was more than enough snow for the snowmobile, and there's a considerable amount of snow now. According to Evan, though less snow than what we have on the mountain, it's deeper than any time since he's lived there and is bitingly cold, just when I think I'll need to return to the lodge for a heavier coat. Art Carpenter, my daughter Angela's father-in-law, comes over. "Mollie, you're looking chilled," he says as he hands me a wool blanket. "Better pull the gaiter up to your nose. You'll get frostbite." "You're a mind reader, Art." "Not a mind reader. Figured it was time for them to get here and thought I'd help with the horses. Heard your teeth chattering from a quarter mile away, so I went back for the blanket." "A quarter mile, huh?" "Must have been," he says with a wink. "I think I hear 'em. Shouldn't be long." "You hear them? The horses?" "Yep, listen." I close my eyes to focus on my surroundings. One amazing thing about living on a mountain encompassed by snow are the sounds. Everything seems clear and yet far away at the same time. I still don't hear them. You will. Less than a minute later, the clomp of hooves reaches my ears. About 30 seconds after, as the sun dips behind the mountain, the team comes into view. Jake's sitting up front with Dusty Cameron driving. His son Dax and another man are on horses riding alongside. With my heart pounding, I wave vigorously. Jake shows as much enthusiasm in his return greeting. The 5 minutes it takes for them to reach the corral stretches on forever. The wagon has barely stopped when Jake jumps down, wraps me in a hug, and says, "Brought you a gift." "Hey, Mollie," my former employer Ben says, poking his head above the side of the wagon. He's bundled against the cold with his face covered by a heavy balaclava and a thick hat on his head. Sparse whiskers poke out around the edges of the fabric, and long, thin hair hangs almost to his shoulders. "Hey, Ben." I move toward them as Jake moves to the back of the wagon and lets down the gate. Jake offers his hand to Ben and helps him out. Even with his multiple layers, he's noticeably skinnier than when I last saw him. Once he's on the ground, he limps toward me, enveloping me in a hug. "You heard about Dad?" he asks in a whisper. "I'm so sorry." So sorry, I say through my tears. A combination of grief over the loss of Bart and elation Ben, and the others are here. Ben releases me and says, "Clarice and Liam. They were with him. It was important to him they got to you, where he knew they'd be safe." "He made me promise," Clarice says, now standing next to Ben. "You look good, Mollie." I let out a laugh as we give each other a hello hug. Like Ben, she's thin. She's always been lean, but not sickly. Now, as I hug her, I'm certain I can feel her bones. Even in the low light, it's obvious her face is chapped and windblown. Her upper lips completely raw from the cold combined with a runny nose. Liam, looking much like his mom from the extreme cold, is next, also gaunt and much taller than he was just those few short months ago. "Hi, Mollie," he says in a deep man's voice. "Malcolm isn't with you." "He's at the house. We'll see him soon. Who are your friends?" I ask, smiling at the young girl around Malcolm's age and an older teenage girl holding a baby. Clarice reaches for the baby. "This is Wyatt." She plants a kiss on his upturned forehead. "And this is Leslie." She motions to the younger girl. "And Destiny. We're family." "Good to meet you," I say. "And I've heard there's a few others who are traveling with you?" "Traveling with me," Ben says. I must give him a dumb look because he continues with, "Clarice and I were separated along the way. She met up with the children. It's a long story." "How about we get inside where it's warm and then get caught up?" Jake asks. Getting warm doesn't take too long. Sarah made sure the fire was well stoked, and the lodge is toasty. As Ben removes his facial covering, I get a good look at his sunken cheeks and the scar running from under his left eye to his chin. My children, minus Katie, who's on duty at the medical clinic, grandchildren, Jake's parents, Karen, Alina, and Victor, are all spread out in the great room, excited to greet the new arrivals. The hellos had to be exhausting for the newcomers. Young Wyatt did take particular interest in baby Tate. "Are you his mom?" I asked Destiny. "His parents were killed," Clarice says. "Clarice is his mom now," Leslie, the younger girl, says. I raise my eyebrows at Clarice, who gives a smile and a shrug. "Seems I am." "I had no idea you were going to be a grandma." "Nor did I say. Sarah found out right before the EMP hit, and Callie is also expecting." "Leanne and her children?" Ben asks as he looks around. "I think she's still at Rudy Wallace's house," I say quietly. I have yet to tell any of my family about the others traveling with Ben and Clarice, or the children brought back from the massacre in Bakerville proper. "It's just about time for dinner," Sarah says. "I thought I'd take everyone over in the truck. Your friends might just want to eat here and rest tonight." "Good idea," Jake says. "Mollie and I will eat here also. Need my help?" "No," Sarah says with a wave. "We've got it." Jake nods and turns to Alvin. "Dad, do you and Mom want to eat with us? Or will you go to the ski lodge?" "We'll take our meal in the kitchen and leave you time with your friends," Alvin answers after looking to Dodie for confirmation. After the family leaves, Jake asks Ben, "Would you all like to shower while we're waiting for the food?" "You have real showers?" Liam asks. "We do. And we have 4 bathrooms, so it should go quickly. Well, 5 bathrooms, but the 5th is in my mom and dad's room, so..." He lifts his hands in a what-can-I-do motion. "That's fine," Clarice says enthusiastically. Where should I put my chickens?" "Your chickens?" I ask. Leslie lifts the box she's been carrying as Jake says, "Clarice found a couple of hens along the way." "Oh, should we take them to Art in the livestock shed?" "They're kind of pets," Jake says. "I thought we could put them in the laundry room tonight and sort out long-term plans tomorrow." "Put the chickens in the laundry room?" I ask densely. Jake wanting to keep chickens in the house is odd. "For tonight," he repeats, flaring his eyes slightly. "We sort out who's using which bathroom, and Jake says he'll get the chickens set up while they're showering. I offer to watch the baby while they take their showers." He could use a bath too," Clarice says. "I can give him one in the kitchen sink. Is that okay?" "Yes, perfect. In fact, let me do it while the others shower, then I'll take my turn." "Want some help?" I ask. While the others disperse, Clarice and I take Wyatt into the kitchen. "It might be too chilly in here," I say. "I have a plastic tub we use for laundry. Let's move it in front of the fireplace." "Good idea," Clarice says with a smile. Mollie, first," she lets out a sigh. "I just want to... I owe you an apology," she says in a rush. "An apology?" "For, being how I've always been with you." I shake my head and shrug my shoulders. "I don't understand." "I've always found you a little odd." I let out a hoot of laughter. "Well, you're not wrong. With her face flushed, she says, "And I've made fun of you for believing in God." "Oh, I understand you're not. Don't worry, Clarice. I won't browbeat you into becoming a believer." "But I am. A believer, that is. When we were on our way here, I realized I need God. I need Jesus to guide me. I'm a Christian now. And..." "Clarice," I interrupt, wrapping her in a hug that encompasses Wyatt. "I'm so happy for you. And Liam?" "Liam, too. He was first, in fact. Him reading the Bible and talking about God was what got me interested. At first, I hated it. Bart had just died, and with the history with my mom and dad..." I give a nod. She'd gone into extensive detail a few years ago about how Christianity was a waste of time. That was right around the time Jake and I had rededicated our lives and our marriage to the Lord. I'd tried to bring up what I thought were valid points, but she had rather venomously shut me down. "Anyway, I just wanted you to know I'm sorry for the way I've treated you, and I'm changing. With God's help, I'm trying to live more like Jesus would want me to. Jake said you have church here?" "We do. Twice a day service, usually led by David Hammer. You met him at our barbecue when you last visited. Or Chaplain Rick, if David isn't available." "Do you think they'll talk to me and Liam? Make sure we did things right?" Did things right? To make sure we're really Christians. Oh, yes. The Bible tells us we need to believe in our heart and confess with our mouth. You've done the confessing with your mouth, and it sounds like you believe in your heart. I do, definitely. Okay, then. Welcome to the family, Clarice. I hug her again. You should still talk with David or Chaplain Rick. They'll be able to give you guidance on how to move forward. They even have baptisms scheduled, but not until the creek unfreezes. And they do in-depth Bible studies. Oh, you should read the Gospel of John. John 3:16 is one I know. Bart had me read it to him, and Liam and I have talked about it. We've been sharing a Bible, but Liam usually does the reading. Sometimes we were so exhausted the reading didn't last long, but I did enjoy it. We'll find you your own Bible. That way you can study on your own, too. After a couple more minutes of our hugging and chatting, Wyatt begins to fuss. Let me get the tub and we can get him taken care of. As I step into the laundry room, the two chickens rush toward me. Both hens appear well cared for, though the brown one looks like she's just coming out of her molt. The black one is a smaller hen, probably from last summer's hatch. I managed to get into the room without letting them out, but just barely. They're certainly friendly little things. I take a quick look around the room to see if there's anything I need to move to avoid chicken dew deposits. My eyes land on the metal trash can in the corner. Is the lid askew? Watch out, little chicken, I say as I move across the room, then push down the lid of our homemade Faraday cage. This cage, along with two others, kept a few of our electronics working when the EMP hit. We left the other two at our homestead, locked in our secret basement safe room, storing an e-reader, my laptop, and Jake's tablet, along with a few other items. This one holds an older e-reader, loaded with all sorts of novels and reference materials, an old laptop for playing flash drives or movies, and Malcolm's tablet. We take them out sometimes, but when they're not in use, they're in this special trash can. While it's unlikely we'd have another EMP, we've decided to reduce the risk of losing these resources. Even though the tablet is mainly for reading and games, recently I realized just what a treasure it is. Malcolm and I were in the great room. I was reading while he was on the tablet. "Mom," he said. When I looked up, the tablet made a noise. "What did you just do?" I asked. "Took your picture," he said with a shrug. "You took my picture?" "Of course. You can take pictures with the tablet. Malcolm, that's amazing." "Okay, yeah, I've always been able to." "I know, I just forgot it did." "Will you take a picture of Tate?" "No, wait, let's have Sarah dress him up really cute and you can do a photo shoot of him." "I can, sure, but we can't really do anything with them. And I only have a small amount of storage on the tablet. I cleared out a bunch of pictures before I took this one." "Don't clear anymore. We'll go through them and keep the ones we love. I wish I would have remembered this when Katie and Leo got married." Sorry, Mom, I didn't think about it. That night, we all spent time looking through the photos and wondering why we didn't think of this before. Katie also took the computer out and tested its camera. It works too, but it's less convenient than the tablet since everything on the computer is done as a selfie. She used a data cable and moved the ones we wanted to keep from the tablet to the computer, and from there, she put them on one of our thumb drives. This freed up space on the tablet so it can be used to take more. With the way things are, the pictures are forever stuck in the devices or on flash drives, waiting until a time when digital photography makes a comeback. All right, little chickens, I say as I move back to the door. Stay in here and don't cause any trouble. By the time Sarah returns with the meals, everyone's washed and in fresh clothes. Jake grabbed some evergreen boughs to make a nest for the chickens. He fretted over them not being able to roost, but Leslie said they never do. They've been living with them in a box, tents, or the occasional house for months. We sit around the large dining room table. After Jake blesses the food, there's silence for many minutes as everyone digs in. "What is this?" Liam asks, a spear of cubed vegetable on his fork. "Sugar beet," I answer. He makes a face and then goes back to eating. "Sugar beet?" Ben asks. "Like for making sugar?" "Exactly," Jake says. "One of our farmers in Bakerville was part of a cooperative and had some acreage of sugar beets. It's been our mainstay for the winter." "When will we be assigned to work groups?" Liam asks. "Not sure. Dusty was going to stop by our medical clinic, see if one of them can come here and check each of you out. They did a house call for your friends and the children yesterday." Jake gives a nod before turning to Ben. "You remember our daughter Katie?" "The youngest one?" "Right. She's part of the medical team, and she's not that young anymore. She got married last summer." Mollie said she thought Katie had a boyfriend, but marriage so quickly? "Well, with the way things are, there's no reason for long engagements and spending months planning fancy weddings," I say. "It was still lovely." "When's your grandbaby due?" "Callie's due in June. Well, we think June. We thought Sarah would have baby Tate in February, right about now, in fact, but he arrived early January, so..." I give a shrug. "Who knows?" "Babies do come when they want," Clarice says, "and I suspect it's much more difficult now without the technology we had before. No ultrasounds." "Right." I choose not to say the lack of medical equipment weighs heavy on me. "Oh, I bet you all haven't heard the excitement. Jake, did anyone tell you about the radio broadcast?" "No. What broadcast?" With a wide smile, I say, "It was the president. He said he's sending out help, and they're even getting the power restored." The room erupts with questions and shouts of excitement. Baby Wyatt jumps and starts to cry. Clarice soothes him, saying, "Mama's just happy." We're all happy. Listening to her cooing and comforting the baby is amazing. In all the years I've known Clarice, she's never been the warm and fuzzy type. Even when Liam was young, her interactions with him were different than what I'm seeing with Wyatt. There was no doubt she loved Liam, but it was... I can't think of a way to describe the difference. Just different. Clarice must feel me looking at her. She lifts her eyes to meet mine. She gives me a broad smile and lifts her shoulders. "So, things will go back to normal?" Destiny asks, running a hand through her freshly washed hair. Like many of us, she's sporting roots a different color than her ends. Her roots show her natural dark blonde color, while the old dye job is a dull, faded black. She's a pretty girl and very athletic looking. "I don't know," I answer honestly. We haven't heard any additional announcements, though the original ones replayed a few times. There's speculation the rebuilding will start in the cities, the ones not destroyed by the bombs. "You know about the bombs? The nukes?" "We saw one," Liam says quietly. "We think it was Portland." I let out a sigh. "Yeah, we heard about that one. And Seattle was hit with more than one. Evan's stepdaughter saw 2 in California. The radio says they hit Sacramento, San Francisco, and several hit L.A. On the East Coast, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, New York City, several in Florida, pretty much anywhere they could inflict maximum damage. We think there's more, but we don't know for sure." "Have you heard who did this to us?" Leslie asks. "Oh, we've heard plenty," Jake says scornfully. "But we don't know what is true. We've had a ham radio set up since we moved up on the mountain. But we don't talk, only listen. And until recently, we were only told what our community council thought we needed to know. Callie's on the radio team, so, well, we may have heard a little more than others, but everything is just rumor and hearsay." Jake turns to me. "Did the president give any info on who did it?" I shake my head. That wasn't something he mentioned. He did say he has established a new place of government and they're sending a boat to get help from overseas. Oh, and parts of Canada and Mexico were also affected by the EMP, but they're helping us as they can. The exact announcement is written down and available to read in the dining hall. As we're finishing dinner, our family returns. Katie is with them this time, as is Kelly Hudson. "Your hair looks great," I say after hugging Kelly hello. "Doris's work?" "Did this myself," she says, proudly running a hand through her closely cropped black hair with streaks of silver shining like tinsel. "I figured since you cut yours, I'd give it a try myself. I did need to have Phil help me with the neck and around my ears. I love it. Maybe I should take mine that short. Then I could go longer between cuts. Yours is perfect. You want to introduce me to everyone? I thought Katie and I would do a quick house call." She turns to Ben and Clarice. "Leo went to get the others who were traveling with you. They're anxious to see you." After introductions, Ben asks, "Are they doing okay? The children have had a hard time." Kelly nods. "Rest and regular meals will do them good. Should we get started? We'll use the den." "There's already a fire going in there," Sarah says. "They'll be sleeping in the den, so we wanted to warm it up. Oh, Mom, there's a meeting after breakfast tomorrow. Everyone's asked to attend unless they're on a shift they can't miss." I give a slight nod as Ben asks, "Will we attend also?" "Yes," Kelly responds. "We'll be discussing—" She pauses a moment while she appears to gather her thoughts before continuing. Recent events. Ben and Liam follow Kelly and Katie into the den. After they're finished, Destiny takes her turn. About a minute later, there's a knock on the front door. Leo escorts a worn-looking woman and two scrawny children inside. The boy gives Ben a smile and says, "Hey, Ben, they have milk here." "Hey, Sebastian," Ben answers, wrapping him in a hug. "I had a glass of milk with dinner. Mine was cow milk, delicious. I hear they have goat milk also." "They're going to have sheep milk too," Sebastian says. "But Mr. Wallace says they aren't sheep designed for milking, so they don't know how much milk they'll get." Our dairy animals are a definite plus. Jake and I brought our small Nigerian dwarf goat herd up, and several are currently in milk while a few others have been bred and will kid within weeks or months. Nigerian dwarfs cycle monthly, allowing year-round breeding, a definite plus. Another family had 3 Nubian does, which were bred to our larger buck back in the fall, and should be kidding within a week or two. There's also a couple of Jersey cows plus a brown Swiss. The amount of milk we get isn't enough to give us an unlimited supply for the community. The children and infirm are given first priority. As Sebastian mentioned, we hope to add sheep milk. We have a new flock of American black-belly sheep, what is classed as hair sheep, which will be lambing soon, along with another family's flock of wool-producing sheep. The plan is to train the first-time moms on the milking stand to add to our production. There's also talk of milking some of the beef cattle after they calve. I'm not sure it will be worth the effort, but we've all agreed to give it a try in order to increase the milk supply. The doctor said she wants the children on a special diet, the lady says. Yeah. Ben nods. Same with me. Liam, though, he's doing pretty well. I'm sure, she scoffs. I raise my eyebrows at the venom in her response. What about your foot? He shrugs. Job well done. The amount removed was perfect. Ben must feel my eyes on him because he says, got a little frostbite and had to have part of my foot removed. Oh, does it hurt much? I ask. Not now, but I've got a limp. Doc Kelly said it will become less pronounced. I've forgotten my manners, he says. This is Leanne Monroe. He gestures to the lady. And these are her children, Sadie and Sebastian. We met them in the mountains of Oregon. Pleased to meet you, I say, while everyone else offers them greetings. Leanne responds with a stern nod before turning back to Ben. What will we do now? We'll be able to rest, Clarice says with a smile. Leanne shoots her a dirty look. I was asking Ben. Clarice is right. We'll rest a few days and get our strength back. Then we'll work to become part of the community. With a roll of her eyes, she says, Great. We'll be slaves. I open my mouth to protest when I feel Jake's warm hand on my shoulder. Ben slowly says, When we were walking up, Jake told us a little about how things are arranged here. Everyone does work hard, but we'll also have many conveniences. Did you and the children get showers? With a softer look and tone, Leanne says, We did, and I'm sure it'll be fine here. I'm just tired. It's been a long, several months, Ben offers. For sure, Leanne says. After Kelly's finished with the exams, we visit for only a few minutes before getting the new arrivals settled in the den and great room. My family members not living in the lodge head off to their own homes, and the rest of us make our way to our rooms. Jake and I talk late into the night about the massacre of the river people and the arrival of Ben and everyone else. We both agree there are big changes in Clarice. We also agree Leanne is struggling. We hold hands as we pray for her and thank God for bringing the others here. Chapter 9. Lucy. So now, Miss Fleming, why are you here? We're both in straight-back chairs sitting less than 2 feet apart, his eyes boring into me. By order of Lieutenant Cruz, I say, attempting to keep my voice calm as his dead stare creeps me out. We're in Doc Boehm's office. The wood stove is belching out a tremendous amount of heat, and there's not 1 but 2 propane heaters warming the room. At first, I welcomed the warmth. Now I'm uncomfortable. I've removed my heavy coat, but really need to take off my insulated pants. I haven't been this warm since summer. Doc Boehm looks plenty comfortable in dress slacks, a long-sleeved button-up shirt, loafers, and even a tie. A tie. Other than Mayor Majors, no one dresses like that now. Even before the lights went out, people in Prospect, in all of Wyoming actually, rarely wore ties. She thinks you can help me. And what do you think? Do you need help? Maybe. It would be good for me to be, tougher? Good, he says with something resembling a smile, before slapping me hard across the face. My head swings to the side as my eyes fill with tears and I cry out. Why are you here? He demands. With my hand on my throbbing cheek and my voice high and pitchy, I say, Janet, Lieutenant Cruz, ordered me to see you. He smacks me again, this time with a backhand on the opposite cheek, the one not being protected by my hand. I've met with Doc Boehm twice before during my training. While he was creepy, he didn't abuse me. Why are you doing this? I cry. Do I have your attention now? He stares me down with those dead eyes. I nod dumbly. He gives me a creepy smile. Good. Sometimes it takes more than a little tap to get my subject to focus on me. Yes, you had my attention from the beginning. You don't need to. As his hand twitches, I stop speaking, only giving another nod. My cheeks burn from the abuse and the embarrassment. Let's start again. Why are you here? I take a breath to steady my voice. I didn't perform as expected during the raid. He gives several slow nods. And why is that? I feel the tears welling up again as I quietly say, it was the children. You refuse to follow orders for children you don't know. No. Not only children I don't know. I thought one of my former students might be there. Go on. She was one of my students, Lily Hatch. She lived in Bakerville. Her mom worked at Greater Prospects Marketing Agency. You probably don't know about that place since you didn't live here when things were normal. He flares his nose and raises both eyebrows at me. I hurry on. Anyway, Olivia started bringing Lily to us when she was only a few months old. I was working the newborn nursery then, and it was, well, I kept getting moved up as she did, so I've known her for a long time. I'm sure you can understand how I wouldn't. I hear my voice begin to squeak as tears fill my eyes. I take a deep breath. Olivia's job changed a few months before the attacks. She started telecommuting and only coming into Prospect for client meetings. She found a neighbor to watch Lily. It was really a better situation for her since she had an older school-aged son, too. Better for Lily, too. I give him a nod. Don't you think? I wouldn't know, he says without emotion. You believe your inability to perform as expected was directly related to a child you used to know. Yes, I didn't want to. I drop my voice to a whisper. I wouldn't want to be the one. And I didn't want to find her. I start blinking rapidly. But I don't think she was there. Her dad worked out of town on oil rigs, and sometimes the family would go and stay with him during the summer. Or perhaps she is with the other group from Bakerville, the cowards who left their homes and their neighbors behind in an effort to save themselves. I narrow my eyes and shake my head. I'm not sure what you mean. Really? I was under the impression you had certain, shall we say, inside information? No, I say as my face colors. I don't have anything like that. After many more minutes of talking, verbally abusing me over my failure to perform as expected, Doc Bohm lets out a sigh. What trauma in your life left you unable to follow orders? Trauma? Yes, there must be some reason you choose to be insubordinate. Dropping my eyes to my lap, I quietly say, I just didn't want to kill the children. My response earns me not one but several slaps, all in a row. When I cry out for him to stop, he pushes me hard, sending my chair flying backwards. The back of my head thumps on the floor as pain rages through my body. I curl into a ball, expecting him to elicit more abuse. After many minutes, when nothing additional happens, I crack an eye open to see him calmly in his chair, examining his fingernails. Please pull yourself together and get back into your chair. He's so focused on his hands, he's not even looking at me. How'd he know I was looking at him? When I put my chair back in place, I make sure to move it farther away, out of his range of being able to smack me. All set, Miss Fleming? He asks, not commenting on the distance between us. I give a cautious nod. I'm not really all set. What I want is to leave this room immediately before he attacks me again, or I'll be ready. If he comes at me, I'll react. I can't inflict a blow on him. No, I can't imagine what they'd do to me if I touch him. I'd probably be shot, but I can protect myself and avoid the worst of it. Good, he says pleasantly. Now we're going to work on retraining your brain. There's a reason you don't follow the orders you're given. Orders that are for the best of the good people of Prospect. You do know that. The things you must do, what all the soldiers must do, is for the good of all. Yes, I mutter. What was that? I know we're doing what is needed to keep people alive. But you seem to have difficulty with this. Why? Why do you want people to die? I don't. I don't want anyone to die, especially... You were going to say children, weren't you? I tilt my head to one side. I want to do the best I can. I know what my job is. I can do it. Much better, Miss Fleming. Now I want you to think about the issues you have. What does not performing your duties make you believe about yourself? I don't... What is the question? He gives me a patient smile. When you choose to disobey direct orders, does this give you a sense of superiority? No, I want to follow orders. But you choose not to. We need to get to the source of why you are insubordinate and then reprogram your brain. I flinch as he pulls out a pen-like item from his shirt pocket. Nothing to worry about. He opens his hand to show it to me. It's a pen light. We'll use this as part of your retraining. I'll turn the red light feature on. What I want you to do is stare at the light while I move it back and forth. You'll follow the red light with your eyes only. Don't move your head while you think about how you want to follow orders. You did say you wish to follow orders, right, Miss Fleming? You wish to obey your superiors? I give a cautious nod. Now think about that. Think about your desire to no longer be disobedient. He flicks the red light on and moves it back and forth in front of his chest in an arc motion, the red making a small globe against his white shirt. The whole thing seems rather dumb, but I continue to watch the bouncing light as I think about how I'm supposed to obey any commands I'm given by Janet or those above her. After a short while, he turns off the light and says, "What do you notice now?" "Notice about what?" "About your disobedience. How does not obeying orders make you feel?" "I feel bad. I want you to think on that. Think about how when you disobey, it makes you a bad person. You want to be good, right? You want to be an important member of the acquisition team? An important person in Prospect? You want," he gives me a lecherous smile, "you want Mayor Majors to be pleased with you?" "Yes. Good. Think on those things as you watch the light." He turns it on again, allowing it to bounce across his chest as I watch it with my eyes. We continue like this for at least an hour. He bounces the light around, I watch it move, and then he stops and asks me how I feel or what I notice. We talk a minute, and then the bouncing light resumes. Finally, he says, "Let's end there today, Miss Fleming. I think we've made great progress with your issues. How do you feel?" "Okay, a little tired. Very common. I'll write you a note excusing you from training for the rest of the day. I want you to go home and rest. Think about the things we've discussed today. We'll meet again on Friday." On the walk from Doc Boehm's office to my dorm, I feel calm, almost relieved. The appointment started off a little rough. Rough. What an understatement. But then when he started with the bouncing light, things got better. The questions he brought up and how he helped me with my feelings were good. I can see how, in many ways, my thinking was wrong. By not doing what's expected of me, I'm letting the entire community down. And as Richard mentioned when I met with him, after returning from the mission, even the children are poisoned against us. It's up to us, the good people of Prospector County, to do what is needed to usher in our new life. We all want things to be better, to not only survive, but to thrive. Richard Majors is the person to lead us to this success. Back at my house, I shed my parka, insulated pants, and snow boots in the entryway, giving a shiver as I do so. Even though we have a fireplace, it barely keeps the large house above freezing. To keep the fire going while we're training, family members of those on the acquisition team are assigned as fire tenders, going from house to house. There are others who make sure we have enough wood, and also others who do the cooking and even cleaning. Even though the family members' duties are similar to those in the working class, they're considered part of the acquisition team simply by association, and their help is what allows us to do the things we do and not have to worry about our day-to-day needs. Although families can live in the Creekview estates with the same perks as the acquisition team, some still choose not to. Captain Dirk Murphy's mom has her job working the regular laundry and still lives in the home she shared with her husband. He was one of the people who died early in the attacks, when a medicine he needed ran out. Since Captain Murphy's mom doesn't live in here, and he's not married, he shares a house with another single officer, Lieutenant Alvarez. I'm not sure why they share. As officers, they're allowed their own homes, and it's not even required they live in the estates. Janet Cruz, Lieutenant Knight, Major Lassiter, and a couple of others chose homes outside of the gated community. With the deaths of so many early in the attacks, plus people out of town when they happened, there were plenty of lovely homes to choose from. All live in the older part of Prospect near the hotel, close by Mayor Majors, so they can do his bidding at a moment's notice. Interestingly, his son Scott lives in the estates, a less than convenient location should his dad need him immediately. While I'm glad there's always a warm fire, it's not enough today, and I'm wishing for one of Doc Boehm's heaters. Instead, I grab the quilted jacket I left in the mudroom and slip into lined slippers. Winter clothing is something we have a decent amount of. Just like with the food rations, the acquisition team is given priority on clothing and other goods. We each have several coats, at least 2 pair of insulated pants or bib overalls, and multiple pairs of boots. My dormmates and I also have several of the little blanket things with arms, along with sweaters and hoodies. We shed our outdoor clothes and then put on warm indoor items. We're all looking forward to spring. Taking Doc's advice, I head directly for my bedroom to rest and warm up under a mound of blankets. Maddie, already cozy in her bed, turns toward the door when I open it. "Hey, how was the session?" "It was..." I shake my head. "I'm not sure. You had yours this morning before mine, right?" "Yeah." She lets out a sigh as her voice trails off. "He told me to take the day off, and he hit me." "Me too," I say with a nod as I slip into my bed. I let out an involuntary shiver as I settle into the cold sheets. At first it was bad. I wondered if that was the plan for the entire appointment. But then, I shrug. It got better. "Did he do the light thing?" "Yep, and I think it helped." I glance at the book Maddie is holding open on her bed. "What are you reading?" "Oh, it's a Bible." My eyebrows shoot up. "Really? Why?" "I was complaining to someone about running out of reading material. They gave me this." "You're not supposed to read that. It's not forbidden." "I know, but..." I sit up on my bed. "You remember how Janet made a big deal about the lady and her Bible? What ended up happening to her? That was an accident." I give her a hard look as I try to remember the lady's name. She was someone trying out for the acquisition team. This was before I joined. According to the Prospect Grapevine, Janet found a Bible in her room. Like Maddie said, Bibles aren't strictly forbidden, but Janet took it away from her. A few days later, there was a training accident. While the team was out on a run, she slipped and fell off the hillside. On the way down, she managed to hit her head on a rock, falling into a coma and never waking up. Rumor was she not only hit her head one time, but numerous times. Sure it was. I raise my eyebrows. "I'd just hate to see the same accident happen to you." Maddie gives me a hard look before returning to her book. I scrunch back down in my bed, enjoying the warmth of the covers. After several minutes, Maddie says, "What do you think the bouncing light is about? Is it a form of hypnotizing?" "Could be. At first I thought it was weird, but now I think it helped." "Really? I still think it's weird." Chapter 10. Sunday, day 272. Mollie. "Are you sure this is what you want?" Doris asks, leaning heavily on her crutches. "We made a commitment," Kimba says. "In the past, that might not have meant much, but now..." She shrugs. "Things have changed. Both Ray and I think this is the right thing to do. We want to be people of our word." Doris gives her a tight smile and a brief nod. "You've changed. You're not the same person I used to know." "Good thing, huh?" Kimba says with a laugh. "Considering you were ready to shoot me when you saw me last summer." I look awkwardly at my snowshoes, suddenly feeling I shouldn't be here. Doris and Kimba have had similar conversations in recent weeks as Doris tries to convince her and Ray to stay in Bakerville. Rochelle is leaving to find her son Christopher. PJ Cameron offered to help. Because of the potential danger of the journey, Rochelle's daughters are staying behind. They've become quite close to Sylvia Erickson, so she'll be moving into their cabin. Jennifer Dosen asked if she could join PJ and Rochelle for the first part of the trip. Then she and her 3 sons, twins Atticus and Asher and their younger brother Axel, will continue on to their home outside of Great Falls, Montana. Like Rochelle, she and her family were stranded when the EMP hit. Jennifer's husband was injured and then later died, leaving them stuck in Meeteetse, Wyoming, where they met Sylvia, Sabrina, and the Hoffmans, who were all making their way to Bakerville. Kimba and Ray Hoffman, along with their 3 children, planned to continue to their friend's house near Bozeman and agreed to travel with the Dosens. They were originally supposed to continue to Montana last summer, but everyone just sort of stayed and rested from the ordeal they'd already been through. Truthfully, I thought they'd change their minds. The Hoffmans and Dosens have been wonderful additions to our community, and I naively believed they felt they'd found a home here. Not that there's really been much rest with as hard as everyone works at their duty stations and on the militia. "It's not really the same now, though," Doris says. "With the others going, maybe you're not needed." Kimba gives a slight shake of her head. Atticus and his brothers are very capable, as is Jennifer, and I'm sure the Dawson boys and their mom will do what's needed, but they don't have the experience Ray and I have. It's good Victoria Dawson is going, Doris says, with what her husband did. She's an outcast, Kimba says. It's only thanks to Atticus they're going. You know, she and Jennifer Dawson were friends before the attack on our community, but with the attack leaving Jennifer's sister dead. Right. I know they have issues to work through, but the boys are still friends. It makes sense for the two families to work together as one, but I still question whether you and Ray are needed. This goes back to the commitment we made. That hasn't changed, even with the Dawsons being part of the group. Mollie? Doris turns to me. What do you think? Delivering Doris a look for putting me on the spot, I shake my head. What do I think? I think Victoria leaving Bakerville is the best thing for her and her boys. Living in the shadow of what her husband did, and the fact several in the community continually bring it up to them, will never give them the opportunity to forget and move on. I'm glad Jennifer and Victoria were able to get past their issues, I say, and I'm sad that we as a community can't seem to realize Victoria was innocent in her husband's murders, Doris offers. Murders, I nod. No different than Tamra was innocent in Jackson killing Phoebe and Amy. And Lydia, Kimba says, nodding vigorously. He killed her too. Yes, it seems he did, I answer. Jackson killed them, not Tamra. Dawson was the leader of the insurrection, not Victoria. But look how we treat them. We've treated both women so badly they've chosen to leave. Kimba's eyes travel to Tamra Nicholson. She's helping her oldest daughter put something in the wagon. Even though there was a considerable amount of bickering about the group leaving and being allowed to take provisions with them, an agreement was finally reached. P.J. Cameron and his family own 2 of our open wagons and a chuck wagon, along with double teams for each and several saddle and pack horses, thanks to their previous business as hunting outfitters. They brought these goods with them when they escaped Richard Majors's murderous reign over nearby Prospect last fall. Several in the community believe any private possessions became community property when they joined us, and according to our old bylaws, that is correct. However, those bylaws were voided after John Dawson's attempted coup. While our new rules are still a work in progress, we've moved away from a representative system and now allow every community member of age a voice on matters of importance. Everyone 16 and older, the age one can be a full militia member, is given a vote. A hearty debate ensued over the wagon and horses leaving. Although PJ and Rochelle intend to return once they find her son, there's no guarantee. We may lose not only people, but assets. In the end, about 2/3 voted to let them take the wagon, 2 horses, and other supplies. When the group reaches Joliet, Montana, where Tamra's parents live, she and her daughters will stay there. Hopefully, the small town is safe, and her parents are fine and able to take them in. I don't believe Tamra has an alternative plan if that's not the case. Originally, Kimba and Ray planned to break off there and head northwest to the Great Falls area, where the Dawsons have a small ranch. Rochelle and PJ, along with Robin Sorensen, one of the widows from the Bakerville proper massacre, would continue toward Billings. Robin moved to the mountain with us at her husband's insistence while he stayed behind. They lost their only child last summer. She essentially had a breakdown, and he didn't want to risk another without medical staff. Her parents live in a little town east of Billings, near the summer camp Rochelle's son was attending when the attacks happened. You're not wrong, Doris says. I'd leave too if I were Victoria or Tamra. I do feel very bad for the children. Even they can't escape some of our people's wrath. I heard you got after Mrs. Lancaster the other day. I feel the crimson creeping up my neck at the memory. It was the day after the cold snap, and I was irritated anyway, when I overheard Dolores Lancaster telling the older Dawson boy he was just like his father and should be locked up in our jail along with the others responsible for the coup. It made me so mad. I butted right into the conversation and asked Brett if he could find my son-in-law, Leo, for me. As soon as he stepped away, I gave Dolores a piece of my mind. Many pieces. When I was finished with my rant, she said, "Well, I never," before stomping away. In too loud of a voice, I called after her, "Well, if someone had told you to keep your mouth shut before now, you might not be the old biddy you are today." As the people near us turned and stared, I wanted the floor to swallow me up. I was even more embarrassed when the light applause started. Reggie Roberts, who was at a nearby table, said, "'Bout time someone gave that old broad the what for, and you did it without even raising your voice or using profanity. I don't think she even knew you were telling her off until right at the end." He wasn't exactly right that I didn't raise my voice. I definitely did as she was leaving and wanted to get in one more jab. I felt terrible about it all afternoon. At dinner, I attempted to apologize to Dolores, but she just called me several choice names before storming off. Jake reminded me I was sincere in my apology, and if she chose not to accept it, that was her choice. She's made a point of avoiding me since then. The sad thing is, while Brett was completely undeserving of her wrath, I can see how she may have some contempt for Jameson, the younger brother. Even before his dad turned into a murderer, Jameson had begun to show some anger issues. Maybe that's not the right thing to say. It wasn't exactly that he was angry. He just seemed to have an air of entitlement about him. He was argumentative and unwilling to contribute to work groups as he should. After John Dawson's death, things became worse. Wearing a permanent scowl, he stomps around, ignoring everyone. Kelly Hudson has reached out to him to offer counseling. In response, he went on a verbal tirade. It's really very sad, and I do hope their new life in Montana allows Jameson to work through his anger. I lift a shoulder at Doris before turning to Kimba. Knowing how hard it was for Ben and Clarice to get here, I'm glad we were able to work out the travel plans like we did. The skis were a good idea, Kimba says. I'm glad Zeb offered them after the community said no to the snowshoes and the cross-country skis. Wouldn't have hurt us any to let you all take snowshoes, Doris says. As hard as some people fought against those leaving to take anything, Doris was a proponent for not sending them off unprepared. I understand not wanting to give up the horses, but the snowshoes, she shakes her head. I don't know, Kimba says. I think they had a good point about snowshoes breaking. We've had several of those cheaper ones fall apart already, and those are mainly what the Frosts had for rentals. The better snowshoes, like Mollie wears, were owned by individuals. I understand needing to keep what you can. It's not like you can run off to REI and buy more. And while the cross-country skis sounded like a good idea, I say, they would not be great for going uphill. Minor inclines are no big deal, but mountains. Ugh. The backcountry skis and split boards are perfect, even if they are older models. Not all are old, Kimba says. The splitboard Atticus is using is from last year, a demo model left by a salesman. All the boards are demos, and most of the skis, too. The Telemark skis Ray has, though. Those are old. He's skied on Telemarks before, so it's fine. Kimba lets out a small laugh. In fact, the last time he telemarked was probably about the same year the setup he has was manufactured. It's like it was meant to be. As we each laugh at her comment, Doris motions for her to come in for a hug. With her arm around her, Doris says, "You'll always be welcome in my home, whether I'm here or back down in Bakerville. If you don't find what you're looking for out there, come back." I know, Doris, and I know you understand we truly believe the right thing to do is take them home. Not just as far as Bozeman, like we originally planned, but the entire way. We'll get them there safely. And then what? We'll make the best choice we can. You know we'd like to help with the reconstruction efforts. It seems like something Ray and I could do to give back to our country. A new radio announcement came out a couple of weeks ago, talking specifically about the rebuilding and how workers will be needed. The restoration has already started in large cities. In our area, the biggest city is Billings, Montana. Population just over 100,000 before the attacks. We don't believe they're focusing on Billings yet, choosing larger cities not destroyed by the nukes, but perhaps soon. Maybe the children should stay? Doris suggests, her voice tinged with hope. And have them miss out on the amazing ski adventure? Kimba lets out a small laugh. She pats Doris on the arm, knowing she has come to think of Nicole, Nate, and Naomi as grandchildren and loves them like blood. We've talked about this. I just hope, pray, you don't get another Arctic blast like we had last week. Yeah, the cold in January and February was bad. Who would have thought March could be so crazy? This winter feels like it'll never end. It does, Doris says, and we always get snow into May. Now seems the smart time to leave before we get another below-zero day with crazy wind. Doris gives a weary nod. And you'll come back if you can? Lord willing, we'll see you again, Ray says, walking over from the wagon. It seems we're just about loaded and ready to go. Time to get your skis and skins on. I'm glad we practiced with these, Kimba says, even though I backcountry skied years ago. She gives Doris a strange look I can't quite decipher, to which Doris responds with a nod and her own look. It's been too many years. Nicole and Nate picked it up easily, at least. And the modified skis Zeb put together for Naomi and the other young kids seem to work well, Ray adds. I'm glad that guy never throws anything away. Even if some of the bindings and skins are older than dirt, we can make them work. Part of me is slightly jealous. Backcountry skiing was something Jake and I discussed trying several times. Last winter, we'd even talked about taking a guided snow tour in the Tetons. I wish we would have. While this journey Kimba, Ray, and the others are embarking on won't be all fun and games, getting off the mountain on skis should be a blast. With the skins on the skis, they'll function similar to snowshoes, gripping the snow to make walking or gliding easier. Atticus, his brothers, Nicole, and Nate are using split boards instead of skis, essentially snowboards that break into two pieces for the skinning part and are put together for the snowboarding part. I look over to the wagon at the gathered group. The day after the meeting and vote, Leanne Monroe, who arrived with Ben and Clarice, announced she and her children would be leaving for Montana. She has an aunt and cousins in Lewistown, Montana, not far from Great Falls, where the Dosen and Dawson families are going. Of course, she can only assume they're healthy and willing to take her in. Doctors Belinda and Kelly, along with Ben and Clarice, tried to convince Leanne to stay. She and the children are still not recovered from their difficult journey to Bakerville. Ben went as far as offering to help them get there when their physical condition improves. Leanne not only refused, but became combative, yelling at Ben about how it was his fault she was stranded here with strangers in the first place. As her voice roared through the house, Sarah started to hurry the children upstairs. When Sarah motioned for Sadie and Sebastian to join them, Leanne turned on her. "Don't you even look at my children," she screeched. "You and your busybody family disgust me. This entire place disgusts me. All of you living like you're in some hippie commune. No, more like some crazy religious sect. You're a bunch of brainwashed lunatics who think some imaginary god is going to swoop in and save you, or that the president will really come through. Huh, what a bunch of hogwash." My eyes darted to Leanne. I sucked in a huge breath, ready to let her have it. In the month she'd been living here, her snide comments and eye rolls had become progressively more pronounced. The first few days, I figured it was a combination of exhaustion and being amongst strangers. But the nicer we were to her, the worse she'd act. Before I could say anything, Clarice very calmly said, "You're sure it's what you want?" "Positive," she said, a little spittle flying from her mouth. "Okay," Ben said with a sigh, "and you've made the arrangements with PJ and the others?" "That's right," she said, crossing her arms. "He said they'd be happy to have us." Adding Leanne, Sadie, and Sebastian to the group resulted in a change of plans. Where the two groups had intended to split at Joliet, they've decided to stick together until reaching Rochelle's son. His camp is north of Billings, off Highway 87, which just happens to be one of the ways to get to Lewistown. The new route will add a couple of days' travel to the original plan of going from Joliet to Great Falls, but Ray and Kimba think being in a larger group and having the wagon for longer makes sense, especially with the frail condition of the children and Leanne. The Dawsons and Dawsons were willing to make the change, agreeing it made sense. Until today, I didn't realize Donnie McCullough was also going. Donnie and his brother Jerry met Leanne at my house when Ben and Clarice were essentially keeping the brothers hostage after the massacre on the river. Once Jake and everyone arrived, their identity and lack of involvement with the gang from Prospect was confirmed. As I watch my friends and neighbors make their final preparations to leave, I wonder who, if any, I'll see again. Surely PJ and Rochelle will be able to return. Will their experiences be similar to what Ben found on his trek to Bakerville? He doesn't talk much about the things he saw or did. Clarice said she doesn't really know the details either, but it was bad. She told me how, when they first met Leanne, she was completely different. She was a Christian then, and didn't have the bitterness she does now. "Goodbye, Mrs. Caldwell. I have to go to Montana now," Sebastian says, giving me a small smile. "Goodbye, Sebastian. I'm praying for you all. Did you see my new skis? I have to ride while we have the wagon since I'm still not very strong. But once we leave Mr. PJ, I'll ski and... What's the other thing when we put the special fabric on them? Skin. They call it skinning. Right. I'll ski and skin with the big kids, and I'll get to ride with Mr. McCullough sometimes. He's taking his horse and said he'd be happy to have me ride double, but only for short distances. He says I'm getting so big I might tire Gordy out. You are getting big. Just in the short time I've known you, you've grown." He gives a nod, then in a low voice says, "Mom says he's sticking his nose in where it doesn't belong, that he should just stay here." "Oh? Sadie says he has a crush on our mom. That means he likes her. But Mom doesn't like him. She doesn't really like anyone except Mr. Ben. She likes him because he kept us alive. I like other people, though. Mr. McCullough is nice, and so are you. I'm glad you let us stay with you. I really liked living in your den. It was nice to have a fireplace in there so we could keep warm. Do you think, if the lights come back on, maybe you'll come visit us?" I'm not sure, Sebastian. I know I'll be praying for you, your sister, and your mom, and maybe things will someday be the way they used to be, and we could see each other again. Okay, that'd be good. "Sebastian," Leanne says in a rough voice, "we're leaving." I pull him into a quick hug and remind him I'm praying. As he scampers off, I raise my hand to wave at Leanne. She gives me a stern look before turning away. Okay, then. Jake, who is helping load a few things in the wagon, walks over to me as the group says their final goodbyes. He puts an arm around my shoulder. "It's good Donnie is going." How'd that come about? Not exactly sure. I overheard his brother telling him it was a dumb idea, but it seems Donnie thinks Leanne might feel all alone. She's not friends with anyone going. Sebastian just told me Donnie likes his mom. I guess it should have been obvious, considering he stopped by the house a few times. I never noticed Leanne reciprocating those feelings, though. Did you? You're asking me? Jake lets out a low chuckle. I'm oblivious to those things. Remember. True, I say with a smile. Seems a little strange, though. Donnie's willing to leave his brother and everything to go with a woman who isn't even lukewarm to his affections. And once he gets her there, then what? And he's taking his horse. Someone did mention the horse, but Donnie was quick to point out that whatever happened before, he wasn't a part of, and his horse is his property. I tilt my head. True. And as far as everything else, his brother asked the same things just 2 minutes ago. Seems they're not in agreement on Donnie leaving, partly because Jerry thinks we'll need him. Need him? Oh, because of the killers from Prospect? Exactly. They saw the carnage firsthand, and I know Jerry still feels guilty they didn't find the kids hiding out. And he does have a point. We're losing the Hoffmans and Atticus, 3 people from our security team. It's a huge blow. Won't be long until we need to send a team back to the valley to start planting the sugar beets. We'll need not only people working the fields, but also people standing guard. And we still need to take care of the mountain. We'll be stretched thin. Every person will count. I let out a sigh. In the past month, our security has been substantially increased. With what the prospect raiders did to our friends on the river, we need to always be on guard. Jake was part of a team that went back down to Bakerville to retrieve any usable items. There was some discussion of leaving things there to await our return in the spring, but there were concerns about the items disappearing. While they were down there, part of the group worked while the rest stood guard, a process that takes nearly double the manpower. Every person does count. Jerry also told Donnie he was being foolish, Jake says, that he shouldn't be chasing after a woman in this day and age of difficult travel and who knows what. Told him it isn't safe. I chew on my lip. It isn't safe. Ben and Clarice saw terrible things on their way to Wyoming. Even on my own trip home last summer, I encountered troubles. But considering what happened to our friends on the river, are we any safer here? Chapter 11. Lucy. I'm so tired of being cold, I say as I shiver inside my sleeping bag. With it being after the middle of March, you'd think it'd finally be warming up. I don't say how weird it is we've had snow on the ground since the middle of November. Maddie and I, all of us, really, have talked about it so many times. Normally it will snow and then warm up enough to melt off, then snow again. This year it snows, stays cold, then more snow piles on top, and the incessant wind doesn't help anything. It blows and drifts, so we'll have bare patches in some spots and drifts taller than my height of 5'5" in others. The wind also makes the already insanely cold temperatures even worse. We've had too many days of bitter cold. Last week, it was so cold we had to delay our raid. Weirdest winter ever. Today was bad. Maddie whispers so quietly I can barely hear her. Talking quietly is smart. We're staying in a small tent set up in some kind of an old workout gym. About half the acquisition team is set up here, each in 1- or 2-man tents to help us stay warm in this heatless building. The rest are at a community center down the road. Except the officers, they have better housing somewhere else. At first, I just let the statement hang there. While she's not wrong, the raid was bad. I know my performance was much better than during the Bakerville raid, and when someone took a shot at me, I did what I had to do and shot back. I wasn't the only one shooting, so I don't know if my bullet was true, but the shots ended as abruptly as they started. That was the closest I'd ever come to being in anything resembling a gun battle. It was unbelievably scary, but I don't think even Janet Cruz could find fault in the way I reacted. We left Prospect over 3 weeks ago, with the bulk of us walking to the small town of Wesley, where we met up with Club Dauntless, Wesley's version of an acquisition crew. Somehow they have a mass amount of old work trucks, cars, and passenger trucks still running. Definitely a perk. We trained with the club for a few days, making sure we all knew the plan for the raid. Then the cold hit and all we could do was stay in our tents and shiver. With the building being unheated, it was bad, to the point I wondered if we might freeze to death. When the weather finally improved, we loaded up in vehicles to travel the final few miles. The group was closer to the town of Pryor, but they'd been causing trouble for Club Dauntless and those in the town of Wesley. Wesley is mainly comprised of club members and those who have been kept in the town as workers. It seems the outliers have been doing similar things as the rebels hitting Prospect. The club had scouts watching them for weeks, learning their movements and confirming numbers. They'd planned to take care of the problem on their own, but soon discovered the group was considerably larger than originally believed. And based on the guerrilla attacks they'd been doing against the operations in Wesley, they're very well trained. The leader in Wesley, an overly tattooed guy named Meeks with a permanent scowl on his face, sent one of his minions to visit with Richard and Scott Majors, asking for help to eliminate the threat. As such, our original mission was pushed back to allow for this. Our yellow squad is light 2 people, thanks to a scouting assignment already in progress when we left for Wesley. Thankfully, one of those 2 is Lieutenant Janet Cruz. We're operating under Captain Murphy for this endeavor. This is much better for me since the assignments he's given me are more sentry-related than anything. There are definite advantages to having a prior friendship with him. Maddie was also on sentry duty, but Lieutenant Knight had her help with cleanup instead. I don't even want to think about the things she saw. Did the sessions with Dr. Boehm help? I ask quietly. Her response is a small sob. I snake my arm out of the sleeping bag and pat her shoulder. She cries for many minutes before saying, "The sessions haven't helped. I know. What I'm doing is sinful. It's not sinful. We're keeping our town alive. Besides, it's our job. We're following orders." "We shouldn't follow orders that go against God." "Oh, please," I say, filling my voice with disdain. "We do what we're supposed to do. I don't know much about the Bible, but doesn't it say something about following the law of the land?" "I'm not sure about that, but I do know the Bible says not to kill people." "Ha! There's so much violence in the Bible. They're always killing people they don't like. I watched this video about all the genocide in the Bible and how God commanded people to wipe out complete cities because they believed differently. How's it any different than what we're doing? Anyone who spouts stuff about not killing is obviously picking and choosing which parts of the Bible they want to follow." "You think we're doing the right thing? Killing people and taking their things is something God approves of?" "How would I know? And why would I care about what God approves of? I'd like to go to heaven, wouldn't you?" I tilt my head while I consider my response. There was a time when I may have thought I wanted to go to heaven, but now I think, if there really was a heaven, if there really was a God, he wouldn't have let all these things happen. Even before the attacks, our country, our entire world even, was a mess. "I didn't think things were too bad," she says. "Really? You don't think the school shootings and other violence were bad?" She's quiet for a minute before saying, "So, school shootings upset you, but the fact we're expected to kill children is okay?" I let out a sigh. The school children were innocent. The ones we're dispatching are tainted. They've been brainwashed by their parents to be against us. We must stop them now, or we'll never gain control of the county and region, like Mayor Majors has planned. And without Mayor Majors taking care of things, too many people will die. Innocent people. What's this about, Maddie? Why the sudden interest and concern in the Bible? In God? I wouldn't say it's sudden. I used to go to church with my grandma. Is that what this is about? Your grandma dying? No. Although I'm not going to say I'm over it. It still hurts, especially thinking she died from something so easily controlled before everything fell apart. And she's not the only one. How many people have died since the attacks from natural causes, suicide, murder, or whatever? Half our town. See? Exactly what I mean. Why'd God allow this to happen? He as good as murdered your grandma. She was a type 2 diabetic. God didn't give her diabetes. Humph. Anyway, her voice drops even lower. I've been seeing someone. And? I ask, wondering why she's being so secretive about it. I already suspect she's been seeing Mayor Majors. There's no way she got on the acquisition team with her limited skills. The only way she could be here is the same way I'm here, though I haven't heard any rumors about her the way people whisper about me, and we've definitely never discussed it. Cavorting with another woman's husband is not something I'm proud of, and the fact I'm not his only one makes it even weirder. And he's a Christian. Oh? I let out a slow breath. That's not good. So he's the one putting these ideas in your head? Is he? He's not on the acquisition team. No. Maddie, if it's going to cause a problem for you, and with doing your job, you might want to break it off. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe I should quit the team. You're not allowed to quit, I hiss. Maybe they'd make an exception. Ha, you mean like they did for Rob Reynolds? No. Neither of us says what actually happened to Rob Reynolds. Scott Majors ordered him detained. The next day, we all met at the high school where Rob was tied to a post with the brick building behind him. General Majors gave a big speech about how being on the acquisition team was a privilege and considered a lifetime posting unless he released us from our duty. Those unwilling to fulfill their obligation would be swiftly dealt with. When he was finished talking, he shot Rob. Up until that moment, I had been considering talking with Janet and returning to my position on the sentry team. The rebels hadn't revved up their attacks yet, and it seemed a better fit for me, even if I wouldn't have the privileges and extra rations allowed for the acquisition group. But the main reason I talked Mayor Majors into helping me get on the top-tier team was to create a better life for myself in this chaos, not to end up dead. You can't talk about stuff like this, I say in a hoarse whisper. No one else needs to know about your Bible reading God nonsense or thoughts of quitting the team. You need to keep your mouth shut. And I hope you aren't talking to your new boyfriend about our team. You know the rules. I'm not stupid enough to tell him what we actually do on our expeditions. She leans in even closer. But don't you think the rest of the town suspects stuff? I mean, you don't think they believe people just give us the stuff we bring back, do you? Doesn't matter, we're like Fight Club. You do not talk about Fight Club, and you don't talk about what happens on the acquisition team. I thought we were like Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Same diff. Either way, you can't be pillow talking with him about what we do. We don't. She shakes her head. Did I mention he's a Christian? We're not like that. I roll my eyes. Even so, don't talk to him about our jobs, and don't let anyone else on our team know about your new interests. You're right, she says quickly. I know you're right. Is it serious? I think so. Do I know him? Probably not. He and his brother were visiting when the attack started. They were up hiking and didn't even know about anything until they came out weeks later. The lights were already off and their car wouldn't start, so they hiked into Prospect. Okay, what's he doing for Prospect now? Just a worker. He doesn't have a permanent assignment, just goes where they tell him. I roll my eyes again. He's a loser. I would think he'd at least have a permanent assignment or be on the sentry team. He's likely had some disciplinary issues, like Glenn, the snow shoveler who's always harassing me, and that's why he's a drifter. And one thing I know about drifters, they aren't worth our time. They're often found dead or mysteriously go missing, or they're publicly executed as examples of what not to do. Be careful, Maddie. You don't want to soil your reputation by hanging out with a drifter. He's not one of those shiftless guys. He just likes to be able to help where needed. He was offered a permanent position working in food distribution, but, what's his name who runs the team? I can't remember it. I don't know. Even though I can see his face, his name has never been of any importance to me. Anyway, whatever his name is wanted him to stay on permanently, but, my friend convinced him not to pursue it. He loves the variety of working in different places. Sure he does. I'll stick with my original evaluation. Loser. Just be careful, Maddie. Janet has it in for you, for both of us. You don't need to give her another reason to go after you, and by extension, she'll go after me since we're roomies. Don't worry, Lucy, this isn't an issue. Chapter 12. Wednesday, day 282. Mollie. How's it going? Doris asks, sliding across the floor on her knee scooter. When her leg was shattered by a bullet over the summer, it was doubtful she'd ever walk again. While she still isn't fully mobile, a combination of her knee scooter, wheelchair, and what we lovingly refer to as her peg leg allows her to get around. The peg leg is something like the knee scooter, which allows her to brace her knee on it and not put any weight on the lower leg where the damage was done. It has a rubber stopper on the bottom for indoor use and a crampon that attaches for being outside in the snow. Still, the stability is lacking, so she uses crutches or 2 canes when on the peg. Fine. Just finished organizing this section. After my visit with her on the day Jake returned with Ben and his family, I've taken a shift or 2 a week in the supply shed. Even though I haven't had any severe issues after climbing the hill up to the ski lodge, I can't risk it by participating in any of the physically demanding work crews. Not only that, But sometimes the exhaustion and shortness of breath will appear without warning. I don't want to be in a situation where I can't easily find a resting spot to recover, or where people are relying on me to be at my full capacity. The tiredness I can handle, but feeling like I can't breathe, like an elephant is sitting on my chest, freaks me out. I'm still off active militia and split my time amongst kitchen, sewing, and supply shifts. Even though I'm not actively taking militia shifts, I'm still doing limited training to keep up my shooting and self-defense skills. Just this morning, I trained with Katie on some new moves she's learning in the classes taught by Bill Shane, Erin Ogden, or her husband Leo. While the classes are too intense for me, Katie gives me a much less strenuous version. Until recently, Callie would join us for the class, and sometimes Dodie will watch and try a few moves. This morning's lesson was breaker strikes, up-close and personal strikes utilizing the elbow to wrist as a weapon. Leo let her borrow a fake knife, a handgun, and an AR rifle they use for training so I could learn how to use the strike to combat against someone trying to take my weapon away. I can see how the breaker strike could do some damage when utilized correctly. I hope our Montana-bound people were able to find good shelter for yesterday's snowstorm, Doris says. They've been gone, 10 days? They might have made it to Joliet, I say. You think? Maybe. It's about 45 miles, right? PJ thought they could do 6 or 7 miles a day with the wagon in the snow, if everything went okay. If. That's a big word sometimes. They may have gotten there before the storm hit. Besides, you know as well as I do, a storm here doesn't necessarily mean they got the same weather at the lower elevations, or on the same day. She lets out a long, noisy breath. I heard Sheila's doing better. Mostly. She doesn't seem to be a danger to herself, but she's becoming a complete recluse. Doesn't want to leave the clinic for anything. She's had a rough time for sure. Did you hear about Sally Ann Hinkle? I ask with a smile. You mean about her and Paul Cameron? Doris says with a laugh. I heard Pamela walked in on them when they were making out like teenagers. I laugh. I'm just glad she's feeling so good. Belinda was sure we were going to lose her, but now she's well enough to play sucky face. When you're in your 70s, do they still call it that? I don't know, but it's funny. Doris hoots again, then says, I'm happy for them. In this world, they deserve every bit of happiness they can find. We all do. Think there will be another wedding? Pamela says there will be. She thinks Paul will wait until PJ and Rochelle return, but Dusty says no way. They'll be married by summer. Something to look forward to. How are things at home? Doris asks. Good, much calmer. It's amazing Leanne was causing so much turmoil. It really is. I guess we knew it was happening, but when you're caught up in it, I lift my hands. The children were getting almost impossible, especially Lily and Sissy. They're all doing better now, though they do miss Sebastian and Sadie. At least you got a new bedroom out of the deal, Doris says with a wink. That I did. I have to admit, not taking those stairs multiple times a day is fine by me. And your room is adorable. It was smart to take some of the space from the dining room to make a bedroom. It really was. Mike and Leo suggesting we build it out of lodge pole pine was brilliant. It's like having a little cabin inside a big house. Good use of our available materials, too. Do you miss the space in the dining room? Not even. It was useless space. We'd have snacks with the children in there sometimes, and maybe a family meeting once in a while, but we mostly only used the big table. It was still set up for use as a dude ranch dining room with all the extra tables for, cozy dinners for two. Doris lets out a laugh. A week at a dude ranch would not be my idea of romance, but maybe it is for some. Maybe. I do really love the new bedroom. After Ben and Clarice arrived, I suggested we give them our room and we move into the den. Moving from our upstairs bedroom to the first floor made sense. There were times I could barely make it up the blasted stairs. Belinda was the one who suggested turning part of the dining room into a bedroom. They don't say it, but I know they believe unless I can get proper medical treatment, my days are numbered. Of course, all our days are numbered. God only knows exactly how long I have on this earth. And Sarah? Are her and her two youngest happy in the den? Very. It made sense to have Leanne and her children in there. Gosh, I can't even imagine if Leanne would have been sleeping in with Karen and Alina. That would have been even more stressful. But at least giving her and the kids their own space meant sometimes we had peace. But now, with them gone, Sarah was more than happy to move her, Tate and Andy, down there. Does she love the new crib? So much. You should have seen her face when Jake brought it in. Thanks for finding the mattress for it. Well, not a real mattress, but it's enough pieces of foam put together to make something resembling one. The cover was the best find. That ugly old drapery has a new life. Of course, burnt orange and gold is rarely used for crib mattresses. Doesn't matter once the sheet is over it. I think Clarice wishes she had something similar for Wyatt. Ben and Clarice keep baby Wyatt with them, right? And he's sleeping in the playpen? Yes, and it's fine. He's growing so fast he'll be ready for a twin-size bed before much longer. You wouldn't even know they aren't his actual parents. They're so good with him. The girls, too. They truly are a family. But I know it was hard on Ben when Sadie and Sebastian left. He'd grown to love them while they were traveling together. Understandable. Spending time together can make strong bonds. For sure. Just like Clarice and her chickens. She still stops by the livestock shed most days to visit them. Rumor is she's not the only one fond of them. I heard Art built them their own house, and they don't even live in the chicken coop. They follow him around like little dogs. It's crazy. That's funny. They sound more like pets than my Danny does, than your dogs, too. Right. My dogs prefer to spend their days snoozing in their beds. At their age, winter's hard on them. I'll agree with that, Doris says, rubbing her leg. So now that Leanne's gone, are Lily and Sissy better behaved? Much. At first, I was concerned moving Destiny and Leslie into their room was the problem. I'm glad that wasn't it. And Liam does fine with the boys? Seems to. I definitely notice a different dynamic between Liam and Malcolm than in the past. No more hero worship? Very little. Malcolm likes Liam, for sure, and is impressed with how he and Clarice walked all the way here. But it's different now. Nothing I can really put my finger on, but different. He's growing up. Too fast. I'm glad things are calming down, Doris says. And while I do pray Leanne is doing better, I can't say I was sad to see her go. I just hope she's not driving Kimba and Ray too crazy. I can't imagine Kimba would put up with much. Truth. Doris laughs. Did you hear the firewood crew is scheduled to drop down to only 3 days a week soon? And it won't be long until we discuss when to move back to the valley for spring planting. Mick and Barney said they think we'll be late this year, since spring's taking its time. But we can't go too late, or we won't have enough growing season before a first frost. Barney said his sugar beets need to be planted before the end of April. Yeah, but not only do we have the concern of the weather, we also have the threat of the murderers from Prospect. I give a slow nod. If it's not one thing, it's the other. Moving the full community back to the valley is unlikely to happen until sometime in May, but we need to plan for the planting. There's considerable disagreement over all the proposed plans. Having lost the river people, there's a possibility of losing more if we leave the safety of the mountain. Knowing the danger of going and the risk of not planting in time makes me wonder if there's a right choice. When are they going down to check out the ground? Evans said probably in the middle of April, earlier if we see signs of warming here. I can't imagine Barney is happy. If we don't check the ground before mid-April, how long will it take to get everything organized for planting? I ask. Don't know. If the tractor is running, it'll make things easier. Barney started it up when they were down clearing out the river homes. Good thing the raiders didn't realize we had a running machine. They probably would have taken it. Good thing indeed, I say, thinking of the old tractor my son-in-law Tate and friend Aaron Ogden were able to get running last year. It will make turning the ground much easier than doing it manually. Last year, long before the attacks, Barney planted 200 acres of sugar beets, a small crop by most standards, but more than enough to sustain us over the winter. This year, he plans to plant 125 acres where he had corn planted last year. Between Barney, Mick, and a few other farmers, we'll grow sugar beets, corn, barley, potatoes, pumpkins, pinto beans, and a variety of animal crops, plus we'll have home gardens. At least the greenhouses are giving us a head start on some of the plants, I say, and hopefully lots to can for next winter. Doris nods. But I sure don't know what we'll do about flats. There's no way we'll have enough to can the amount of food we need. We'll need to dehydrate too. Definitely. Sally Ann says she has a trick for reusing canning flats for water bath only. I don't like it. But I make a face. That's a huge canning no-no. Jake and I bought several boxes of reusable canning lids, but not nearly enough to meet our needs. I hate the idea of reusing the flats, but it's something we've all known might be needed. So we've tried to be gentle when opening a jar. Milena and Shelby should be back from the shed shortly, Doris says. The additional supplies brought up from Bakerville really made a mess of things. Getting it all organized is a big job, and with everyone taking extra militia duty, it seems to make the process go on forever. True. There's been plenty of days lately when I'm the only one here. In fact, I can't remember the last time I had 3 helpers. I've been spending so much time alone, I've taken to talking to myself. I let out a laugh. Is that something new? I've been having complete conversations with myself for months. Yeah, I guess you're right. It just seems worse lately, especially since Kimba and the children left. I keep thinking I should have tried harder to convince them to stay. Maybe. But at the same time, I think her wanting to keep her commitment says a lot about the changes in her. From the little you've spoken about her from when you knew her before, it doesn't sound like she was much for promises. Doris gives a combination laugh and snort. No, she definitely wasn't. But like you said, she's changed. I just pray they're having an easy journey. I spend the remainder of my shift either organizing or helping people who arrive for rations or extra goods. We have a system where, if you need something in addition to the basics, you can take extra work shifts. There's a general list of work exchange, which makes it easy. Although we're given the basics, 3 meals a day and most of the things each of us needs for daily life, the rations are food or beverage items, which are in addition to our regular meals in the dining hall. Those of us with children get snacks to serve at home. We also get a portion of meat each week to add extra protein to our meals. We've been fortunate our hunting team manages to procure an average of 2 elk a week. The geese Jake and his group brought back were added to when a second party went down to take care of the river people. It's been a good season for wildlife and is likely the main reason we've done so well. The supply house has other goods too. Things our people salvaged from empty houses. When we moved to the mountain, we had to contribute certain things. High-demand items like batteries, generators, and other alternative power sources, popular ammunition, and even some weapons. We could keep any personal goods not on the list of required contribution. Many people now barter those items for goods in the supply house. I guess that's it for the day, I say to Doris as my shift ends. She gives me a nod. Do you mind checking on Shelby and Milena? They should have been back inside by now. Their shift is over too, but they always check in before leaving. Since Pamela is watching Hannah today, they might be taking advantage of the quiet and putting in extra time. That's true. I forgot Shelby didn't have the baby with her. Still, can you ask them to make sure they stop by so we can plan for next time they're on shift? I skip the snowshoes for the short walk, but still bundle into my multiple winter layers. Although the calendar indicates otherwise, it doesn't feel like spring. I'm with Barney. It better hurry up or we won't get the sugar beets planted in time. The double door on the right is cracked slightly open, maybe to let in a little extra light so Milena and Shelby can see to work. Knock, knock, I say as I approach the shed. When there's no response, I call out to them, Milena, Shelby. Still nothing. Pulling open the door, I'm greeted with a mess. Items aren't only knocked off the shelves, but one shelving unit is tipped over and leaning into a second one, and there's a small puddle of blood on the floor. Chapter 13. Mollie. My hand immediately goes to the sidearm on my hip as I move to the edge of the door, putting the thin wall between me and the inside of the building. Entering the building on my own could be foolhardy. I carefully back away, keeping my eyes on the fully open door. Something's terribly wrong. Since I didn't go inside the shed, I don't know if whoever's responsible is still there, and I don't know the condition of Milena and Shelby. Continuing to move backwards as quickly as I can, I stop only when I bump into the supply house. Moving around to the door on the back, I yank it open and yell to Doris, "Something happened, I think. Cover the shed. I'm going for help." Even though my explanation is vague, I have no doubt Doris will do as I've requested without question. Ellen and Zeb, owners of the ski lodge and the garage and outbuildings we use for supplies, live next door. I hustle there, pounding hard on the door to attract someone's attention. One of the senior citizens living with Zeb and Ellen answers. "Whatever is the matter, dear?" she asks with a quizzical look on her face. "Something's happened at one of the supply sheds. Doris needs backup at the main building while I go for help." She gives me a stern nod. "My husband's home. Be right there." "Thank you," I say hurriedly as I turn and begin my trek toward the militia headquarters. While I can't remember the lady's name, both her and her husband are part of the militia, having been approved by Dr. Sam and Kelly Hudson, as required for anyone over the age of 70. He was one of the Alpha Team sharpshooters on the summer crew, and she was often stationed in one of the guard shacks. The community of Bakerville consisted of many retired individuals, a surprising number of them being former law enforcement, military, or some sort of government worker. Even with so many people of advanced ages, we have no shortage of people ready and willing to defend their neighbors. I slow my pace as I cross the slick bridge going over the creek, wishing I would have taken the time to grab my snowshoes. I'm barely a third of the way to the headquarters and already breathing hard. Once I'm off the ice-covered bridge, I speed up, focusing on breathing in and out. As the parking lot to the ski lodge comes into view, I slow again. Having to stop before I reach my destination won't help anyone. Milena and Shelby could be bleeding to death. I'm kicking myself for not going fully inside to see if they need help. Moving from the driveway into the parking lot, I see one of our snowmobiles towing a trailer. I start flailing my arms, trying to attract attention. Miraculously, the rider sees me and heads in my direction. Pulling up next to me, Toby James says, "Mrs. Caldwell, do you need something?" Gasping for air, I put my hand on his shoulder to try and steady myself. "Trouble, militia, headquarters, need ride?" "Climb on." Minutes later, we're zipping over the extra-wide footbridge and up the steep hill to the shed used as militia headquarters. As Toby pulls to a stop, he says, "Wait here. I'll bring whoever is inside out to you." "Please, thank you, Toby." I finish with a shrug. He nods as he jumps off the sled and runs inside. Less than a minute later, he's running back outside with Bill Shane on his heels. "Mollie?" Bill asks. No longer gasping for breath, I say, "Something's happened at one of the supply sheds. Milena and Shelby were working there. It's a mess. There's blood. I didn't go in. Doris is covering the shed, and one of the men living at Zeb's place is backing her up." My abbreviated version of events is enough to get Bill on his radio, calling in his team. He's moving quickly while he talks, then throws a thanks over his shoulder as he takes off running toward our police station, a lean-to off the ski lodge where our small police force has their command post. "Can you take me to the supply house?" I asked Toby. "You're sure? It might not be safe for you." "I'm sure." While we zip down the hill and across the parking lot, he slows the sled considerably as we make our way down the driveway. I realize he's doing it to keep the noise of our approach to a minimum. When we're close to the house, I lean in and ask him to turn the machine off and let me walk the rest of the way. When I step off, he does too. "I'll walk with you, Mrs. Caldwell." "Are you armed?" I ask. "Absolutely." Together, we slowly make our way past Zeb and Ellen's home. From here, The freestanding garage-turned-supply house is in full view. But from this approach, we can't see the shed Milena and Shelby were working in. The septuagenarian couple, positioned one on either end of the garage, can view the supply shed while using the garage as cover. I don't see Doris, but she may be at the supply house window that faces the direction of the shed. Toby makes a small noise with his mouth, one of the signals our militia uses as an alert. Both the man and woman turn, with the man motioning us to move toward him. Once we reach him, he asks, "Where's the cavalry?" "On their way," I say. "Have you seen anything?" "Nope." "Doris is positioned inside. Janie and I have been here since right after you knocked on the door." "Should we go inside?" Toby asks. "With Doris?" I ask. "The shed?" "Best not, son," the man says. "We're smart to wait and let the team do the breach." It's only a few minutes until a noise like the one Toby made sounds. Evan, Leo, and a few others from the security team are approaching from the driveway. "What do we know?" Evan asks when he reaches our location. "Not much," I answer, then tell him what I told Bill. They could be inside, hurt. I don't know. "All right, Bill's getting his team around the edge. We'll go in shortly." Entering the shed happens a few minutes later. My fear of Milena and Shelby lying on the floor bleeding out is unfounded. The shed is empty. Lindsay found evidence of a trail leading away from the shed. The trail included 2 separate drag marks. The assumption is Milena and Shelby have been taken, kidnapped. The security teams immediately follow the trail. The rest of us form search parties in the same manner we used when 2 of our residents went missing at separate times earlier in the winter. Those 2 ladies were both found dead. After a freak accident killed Jackson Nicholson, those deaths were attributed to him when his wife was cleaning out his things and found jewelry belonging to the women. Could we have been wrong? Tamara left our community with the Montana-bound group because of the stigma of her husband being a killer. Was Jackson set up after his death, and the killer is still on the loose? I'm part of the team assigned to search the supply house, various outbuildings, and Ellen and Zeb's house. Once we finish our first look through, we go through each space a second time. At full dark, the search is called to a halt, and we make our way to the ski lodge for dinner. Bill Shane holds a makeshift meeting, updating us on the situation. The security team followed the trail and found many things of interest. The first, about halfway between the supply house and Rudy Wallace's place, well within the boundaries of what we consider our space, was evidence of a camp. From what we found, it seems there were 6 tents set up in a small clearing surrounded by trees, Bill says. There was no fire ring or any indication they had a fire. These people were being stealthy, making sure they weren't discovered. Their camp was between the ski lodge watchtowers and the eastern tower near the Young's house. A gasp goes through the room. "And there's more," Bill says. "They beaten several trails back and forth to our compound. If I had to guess, I'd say they've been spying on us." The room erupts. Bill lets it go for several moments before saying, "Yep, I know. It freaks me out, too. A small contingent of our security team is gearing up right now. They'll track the invaders, the kidnappers, as best they can." "Why'd they take Milena and Shelby?" someone calls out. Bill shakes his head. "We have no idea." "Is anyone else missing?" someone else asks. "That's a good question, and one we can't answer. Check on your friends and neighbors. If you think someone's missing, report it to me or Clark Thomas immediately. And I probably don't need to tell you this, but we're on high alert. Stay in groups or at least pairs." Milena and Shelby were together. It didn't help them, a voice calls out. "Stay alert and help keep each other safe." My eyes search the room, looking for Shelby's family. The Camerons are at their usual dining table. Pamela is holding 4-month-old Hannah in her arms. Grant, Shelby's husband, is next to his mom and child. Harry and Annette English and Kirsten Lewis, good friends of the family and the missing women, are sitting with them. All of them are in obvious distress. As part of the group that arrived from Prospect back in September, Milena often sits with the Camerons. But lately, I've noticed she's been eating with Jerry McCullough. Doris told me a few days ago that after Donnie left with the Montana-bound people, Milena and Jerry started dating, or whatever the equivalent of dating is during the apocalypse. I look around the room trying to find Jerry but not seeing him anywhere. Is Jerry's absence related to Milena's and Shelby's kidnapping? Is he also missing, or could he be involved in their disappearance? Chapter 14. Lucy. After staying the night at the gym in Wesley, Meeks had a couple of his old work trucks drive us home. Maddie and I rode in the back of a delivery truck that must have been from the 50s. It was old, and it was a bumpy ride, and cold. We practically froze to death on the drive. Even so, it was wonderful to be riding instead of walking. What would have taken us 3 or 4 days on foot only took us a little over an hour. In the old days, before the attacks, it would have only taken 30 minutes, but out of caution while driving the ancient vehicles, things are much slower. We were fortunate the Wesley guys had been making somewhat regular trips between Prospect and Wesley, so the road wasn't terrible, although the drive wasn't bad. There was one time we had to pull over and use shovels to dig out a drift. Our driver told us they usually go back and forth on a 4-wheeler with a snowblade attached after a new snow. They follow in a pickup with plenty of guys to dig out the drifts, just as we did today. Sounds like it'd be easier just to stay home, but I guess the connection with Richard Majors and the rest of Prospect is important to them. I don't see Richard having anyone clear the road from our side. The day after my return, I had an appointment with Doc Boehm. I relished the warmth of his office. He no longer starts the appointments by slapping me around. Now we have a nice conversation before going into the bouncing light therapy. The more time I spend with him, the more I realize I was wrong about him. He's not completely creepy. He's reserved and proactive. He pays attention to what is happening around him, and instead of speaking, he absorbs the events and then does what is necessary. He wasn't part of my group that went to Wesley. Instead, he stayed in Prospect awaiting the return of the special team Janet is on. Turns out he could have gone with us. They didn't get back from wherever they went on their scouting mission until 2 days after we did. Normally, we'd have a group meeting to discuss the scouting mission, but when I asked Janet about it, she snapped at me and said, "Mind your own business." Maddie said she heard something awful concerning Major Lassiter. Seems he had a meeting with Mayor Majors that didn't go very well. He huffed out of the building and was having a conniption fit in the middle of the City Hall park. An older guy, who's part of the work crew shoveling snow in the park, asked him if he was okay. He shot the guy in the forehead. Knowing about Lassiter's temper tantrum and his general disdain and poor treatment of women, I was less than excited last night when Janet told me my presence was requested at a special meeting being led by Major Lassiter. She made it clear he invited me. If it were up to her, I wouldn't be a part of it. What exactly it is, I have no idea. Taking a deep breath and a final look in the mirror by the front door, I head out to the dreaded gathering. Normally, our team meetings are in the Creek View Estates clubhouse. This one, however, is at the mayor's old newspaper office, a good 15-minute walk. I've allowed myself half an hour to ensure I'm not only on time, but early. I'm about halfway there when I have to stop, as one of the snow shovelers pitches a pile directly in front of me. I'd moved off the sidewalk and into the street when I noticed them ahead of me. He, however, chooses not to pay attention. All I can say is, he better be happy I was watching what he was doing. I would have totally lost it if he chucked snow on top of me. "Hey, Lucy, how you doing?" my former neighbor Toad asks from his scooping spot on the sidewalk. "I was doing fine," I snap, until this imbecile decided to start flinging snow around. I point at the tall man with the wild snow shovel. "Oops, sorry," the wild snow shoveler says sheepishly. I put my hands on my hips and give him a full glare. As I begin to verbally assault him, he pulls down the balaclava mask and gives me a brilliant smile. My eyes go wide as I take him in. He's lovely. His perfectly shaped eyebrows and long lashes frame beautiful hazel eyes. His straight teeth and radiant smile are complemented by his high cheekbones, likely more prominent due to the food rations of the last 9+ months. His body doesn't look overly skinny, but instead lean and well-shaped. He's tall, at least 6 inches taller than Toad, who's somewhere close to 6 foot, with wide shoulders that make his waist look tiny. Even his nose is adorable. I shake my head and straighten my shoulders. You ought to be more careful. You're right. I wasn't paying attention like I should have been. Hey. He pauses and looks over to Toad. Did he call you Lucy? Are you Lucy Fleming? I narrow my eyes at him. Do I know you? Nope. He flashes his gorgeous smile again. But we have a friend in common, Maddie Rivers. Okay, so, nothing, I guess. Just thought I'd say hello is all. I wrinkle my nose slightly. Could this be Maddie's boyfriend? I must admit, I'm surprised Mousy Maddie could get anyone as good-looking as this guy interested in her. Fine. Hello. Watch where you're throwing snow next time. I take a few steps closer to him. And do me a favor. Stay away from Maddie. She doesn't need a drifter for a boyfriend. As a member of the acquisition team, she's someone important in this town. I don't care how attractive you are. You need to stay away from her. I spin on my heel, lose my footing on slick snow, and flail my arms out as I try and recover. He's by my side in a flash, holding me upright. You'll want to be careful there, Lucy, he says in a husky voice. I shrug my shoulder to pull away from him, almost losing my balance again in the process. I shoot him a dirty look as I regain my footing and stride away with as much dignity as I can muster. I'm halfway down the block before I take a deep breath and relax my stance. I should have asked his name. I'm sure it's some wonderfully glorious name to go along with his fine physique and gorgeous face. Except some of the most handsome guys have perfectly ordinary names. I let out a sigh. I'll think of him as Ryan. There are some terribly cute Ryans in the world. My slight delay with Ryan puts me a little later than intended. As I walk toward the former newspaper office Richard used to run, I see Janet stepping in while Major Lassiter holds the door for her. I slow my steps to allow them to fully enter. I'd rather open my own door than have him leering at me during his outdated sexist act. He might think he's being chivalrous. I think it's just another indicator of his chauvinism. The lobby of the office is dimly lit with a single gas lantern and little natural daylight. A murmur of noise is coming from a room farther back. The high windows of the large room bring in a wash of sunshine. It's also well lit with several lanterns, both flamed and battery-operated, plus assorted candles. Personally, I think they could forgo the artificial lighting and it'd still be plenty bright. As I step into the room, I glance around to determine where I should go. Mayor Richard Majors is across the room talking with one of the officers. He's dressed in his usual semi-formal outfit of slacks, a button-up shirt, a tie, and a vest, with the chain of his pocket watch hanging loosely. His sparse hair is combed strategically to look like there's more. The way he dresses, I'm convinced he fancies himself as some dapper English gentleman. He sees me and lifts a hand. I give a nod and smile in response. The chairs in the room are set up auditorium style. I move to the last row and take a seat on the end. After a few minutes, Richard is standing at my side. Hello, Lucy, he says pleasantly. Mayor, I say, getting to my feet. I suspect you're surprised to be here. Do I have you to thank for the honor? I ask, wondering if it really is an honor. Only partly. Doc Bohm suggested you as an addition to this mission. He seems impressed with the progress you've made during your treatments. Pride courses through me as I nod. Thank you. They've been very beneficial. Yes. He lightly rests his hand on my shoulder. I've always known you had a passion for our town. That's why I've paid special attention to you. It's easy to see who can be trusted and given extra responsibilities. Thank you, sir. I beam. His fingers flutter lightly across my shoulder before he takes a step away, but he stops and moves back toward me. Why don't we meet at the hotel after this is over? We'll privately celebrate your new successes. I'd like that, sir. While it's not exactly true that I wish for a private celebration, I do know our hotel rendezvous will involve several luxuries. Almost always included is a bath in the giant tub. When we had running water and electricity, the tub was a jacuzzi-jetted spa. Now one of his lackeys heats and hauls water to fill it. Bubble bath formula is added to allow for a luxurious soak. Richard gives me plenty of alone time while he works at his desk in the other room. He even has several fancy body scrubs, soaps, and shampoos, and lotion for afterwards. Visiting his suite is the only time I ever get any pampering. My normal bathing routine is a washcloth dipped in warm water, quickly applied before I freeze during the process. After the bath, he'll have food brought up. While the rations my team gets are far superior to the sentries or workers, it pales in comparison to Richard's meals. He not only has a personal chef, but also has people assigned to specialty positions as hunters, gatherers, or gardeners. With a greenhouse at the hotel and another at the nearby Bunn Mansion, which Richard has also procured as his own, he even has fresh greens and tomatoes. As he once said, it's good to be king. Give me about an hour after this wraps up, he says with a nod. He talks with several others before making his way to a chair at the front of the room. Scott Majors makes a show of calling the meeting to order. In addition to Richard and Scott, all the officers and Doc Bohm are in attendance, plus at least 24 people from the acquisition team. I'm the only regular soldier. The rest are what Maddie and I have jokingly referred to as super soldiers, seemingly more machine than human. They're the fittest and most ruthless. The only female in the group of super soldiers is Loretta Ceballos. She is, of course, part of Yellow Squad and Janet's favorite. How could she not be? Loretta's completely dynamic in every way. She can run faster, train harder, shoot better, you name it. She's the best of our group and is one of the best people on the entire acquisition team, and she's certainly much more competent than many of the men. Even several of the male super soldiers struggle to keep up with her during drills. It's almost laughable that I'm even here. Whatever Doc Bohm's reasoning is for suggesting me for this mission, I know it's not based on my skills. All right, everyone, Scott says. I suppose you all know why you're here. Doc Bohm loudly clears his throat. Then Richard says, Remember, son, we have a new addition to the group. Scott's eyes find me in the room. The look he gives me raises the hair on the back of my neck as every head in the room turns in my direction. I clench my fists and keep my eyes forward, trying to remain calm. I catch a glimpse of Loretta as she lifts her head slightly in my direction, sending me what may be a smile, or maybe a smirk. Oh, yes, the illustrious Miss Fleming. I forgot you were added at Doc Bohm's request. It seems he thinks you may have some contribution to make. Janet lets out a snort of laughter. My cheeks burn from being singled out. General Majors, if I may, Doc Bohm says. By all means. Scott flutters his hands. Doc Bohm stands and turns to face the gathered crowd. His dead eyes bore into Janet as he says, Miss Fleming may have a different skill set than others in the room. He pauses a moment. I expect another snort of divisiveness from Janet, but she surprises me by keeping quiet. In the time I've gotten to know her, I've seen a dedication to our town, to our cause, unmatched by anyone else I've met with. She is a true patriot, and we're lucky to have her on this mission. I feel my back lengthen as I lift my head a little higher. I struggle to keep a smile from my face as the compliment washes over me. Well then, Scott says as Doc Bohm returns to his seat, I guess we should be grateful for Miss Fleming's willingness to join our mission. Without Doc staring her down, Janet once again feels free to have a laugh at my expense. Even though I expect the meeting to include some discussion on what the mission might be, it's all rather vague. We'll be training as a unit for a week, then we'll be driven to a drop-off location and hike in the rest of the way. Where we're going is a mystery to me, but the others seem to know. Instead of a raid for supplies, we're performing guerrilla warfare, much like the rebels are using on us. To instill fear and take out key players, I assume we're hitting Cody, a town south of us. This must be where they went to do their reconnaissance during the last few weeks, and why they couldn't join us on the raid with Club Dauntless. I must admit, Cody seems a rather bold move. I know Richard's goal is to rule over not only Prospector County, but also Park County, where Cody is located, Big Horn County to the southeast, and then Hot Springs County to the south. His desire to be not only mayor of Prospect, but de facto king of the entire region, maybe even the whole state someday, isn't a secret. After the meeting ends, I stay seated for several minutes and wait for the small crowd to clear out. Janet walks by, making eye contact while shaking her head and sneering. She stops and walks back to me. You may have crazy Doc Bohm fooled, but you don't have me fooled. I know how you got on the team. I suppose it's the same way the doc recommended you for this special group. There's a name for women like you. I watch as she walks away. Arguing will do no good. And she's not wrong about how I was originally allowed to test for the acquisition team. But Doc Bohm? No, not happening. I walk around the park surrounding the old city hall. Richard uses the hotel for his mayoral duties, preferring the opulence of the historic building as opposed to the starkness of City Hall. Besides, the building only had central heat, which doesn't work with the power grid destroyed. And it was determined putting in wood stoves didn't make sense. So the building stands empty now. Last summer, it functioned as one of the daycare centers and housed a few other offices of those in charge of the working crews. They've been moved to easy-to-heat houses. Thinking of the work crews reminds me of Maddie's snow-shoveling boyfriend. He is gorgeous. Too bad he isn't a more suitable catch. When my hour wait is almost up, I head in the direction of the hotel. In the early days of the attacks, the hotel was used to house people who had no place else to go, visitors to the town, people who were staying at the hospital when it caught fire, and residents of the apartment complex next to the hospital, which was also damaged during the fire. In August or September, I can't remember which, Richard decided to clear it out so he could use it as his headquarters and home. The large fireplace in the lobby and fireplaces in many of the higher-end rooms helps keep the building warm. The kitchen has been reworked to be usable in our electricity-free world. I let myself in the main door. Standing by the fireplace, elegantly dressed in skinny jeans, tucked into her knee-high boots, with a fluffy sweater and puffy vest, is Mrs. Majors. She turns and gives me a fake smile. "Hello, Lucy, dear." Hello, ma'am," I say quietly. She knows about Richard and me. Before the world fell apart, she seemed to care about the other women he had or wanted to have. Everyone in Prospect knows about the fight she had in the supermart with Milena Maynard, one of the former newspaper employees. There were also rumors of her driving women out of town, paying them off to stay away from her husband. Now I guess she's decided that if Richard is king, she's the queen, and is willing to accept me as, what? A concubine? Is that what kings have? Did you have an appointment with Richard? Yes. She narrows her eyes and lets out a slow breath. I suspect he won't be keeping your appointment. But please go on up. I'm sure Bernard has more information than I do about such things. Yes, ma'am, I say as I move toward the staircase. At the top of the 3rd floor, Bernard is sitting in his usual spot. He's a combination butler and personal guard for when Richard is at the hotel, while the rooms on the 2nd floor are used for various meetings and official business. The 3rd floor is for unofficial business. These are the more extravagant rooms and suites, perfect for private entertaining. The 4th floor of the hotel is Richard and Mrs. Majors's private residence. The hotel was built in the early days of Prospect and is where Emerson Bunn, the first mayor of Prospect, lived after the death of his first wife. The original lavishness was thanks to him, but there have been many other updates over the years. Bernard sees me and raises a hand. He asked me to reschedule your meeting, he says. I give a nod. Did he give a time, or will he send for me? He'll send for you. Thank you, Bernard. Chapter 15. Friday, day 288. Mollie. After a careful census of the community, only Shelby and Milena were missing. The local search went on for days, with a small contingent from the security team doing a far-off search. Leo was part of that group, only returning this afternoon. A meeting has been called for before dinner. As we wait for it to begin, the talk around the room is focused on what we might learn. Because we expect details inappropriate for the children, the downstairs nursery is full, with even the older children going there. Only the babies are in the dining hall. Sarah's holding Tate. Hannah, Shelby's baby, is being held by her grandma. As I look around the room, besides for the babies, it's militia-age teens and adults only. Evan, who led the search team Leo was on, calls for our attention. The chatter immediately ceases. I know there are rumors going around about what we found and what we didn't find, Let me start by saying, as I'm sure you've heard, we weren't able to bring Milena and Shelby home. Evan pauses and looks around the room. Several people nod their understanding. We all know if they had been brought home, we'd have heard about it, and this would be a celebration as opposed to an informational meeting. We also found no indication they're no longer alive, Evan continues. We believe they were taken against their will, but aren't seriously harmed. You mean you didn't find their bodies? Jerry McCullough says loudly. You don't know whether or not they've been harmed. You just didn't find them dead. Evan nods several times. Correct. Who took them? Where are they? Asks Janie, the woman who backed up Doris with her husband on the day the women went missing. Evan takes his time as he looks around the room. Just when I think he's not going to respond, he says, "We believe it was a group from Prospect." There's a huge eruption of noise as he delivers this news. I can't say I'm surprised. Jake and I have spent many hours talking about who could have been watching us. Prospect people are the most likely candidates. How they got inside our defenses, bypassing our easternmost guard station, is concerning. In the days since the kidnapping and the discovery of the camp, we've added additional roving sentries and 2 hastily built twig shacks, which are now being used as observation posts. What was an easy guard schedule before has been ramped up. With the increase in guards, I'm even back in rotation, being placed in one of the close guard towers. Since a portion of the security team has been out searching, we've been stretched thin this last week. I don't imagine it's going to improve anytime soon. Okay, folks, Evan says after several minutes. Let's get it together so we can finish. After you let so many people leave for Montana, your security team doesn't have the strength it once did, one of the men in the audience calls out. How do you think we can protect ourselves? He's not wrong. Losing Kimba and Ray was a huge blow to our security. We're working on training more people, and Bill set up a new watch schedule and rotations. We'll continue with those and see what else we can improve. We can only assume if they were watching us once, they'll return and do it again. What about Shelby and Milena? Someone asks. We don't know where they are, Evan says bluntly. We followed as best we could, but we lost the trail once we reached the heavily traveled areas. Let's go to Prospect and get them, Paul Cameron, Shelby's grandpa by marriage, says. That's a plan we're discussing, Evan replies. The problem, Paul, is we're severely outmanned, and we don't know where they are. We assume they're in Prospect, but we have no idea of their exact location. They probably took them to the place Deputy Fred bought Rochelle and her girls from, another man says. Possibly, Evan says. We believe the place is somewhere around Prospect, but we don't know where. Folks, I hate to say this, but it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. We just don't know where to start. So that's it then, Jerry says venomously. You're just giving up on them? No, that's not it, Evan says forcefully. We're going to look at this strategically and figure something out. Why were they watching us? Sarah asks. Good question. It could have been strictly for the kidnapping. Many of you have heard Milena used to work for Richard Majors at the newspaper. Apparently there was some bad blood between them after she quit. And we know she was among the people Majors planned to publicly execute before she and a few others managed to escape. It's possible her kidnapping was out of revenge. Majors does hold grudges, someone says loudly. Right. Evan nods. And if that's the case, Shelby was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is why she was taken too. Or perhaps it was a scouting crew to determine our weaknesses, which we know they easily discovered. Milena may have been an afterthought. Someone snatched her knowing she could be of value if brought back to Richard Majors. We simply don't know. Could have value? Jerry asks. He tried to hang her. Me too. We were to be publicly executed. Don't you think if he is behind this, that's his plan now? Evan shakes his head. I don't know, Jerry. We're going to do what we can. You know, 2 people from our team stayed back. They're keeping eyes on Prospect. Tomorrow, we're sending 2 more to relieve them. We'll keep that up, rotating people back and forth so we can monitor what's happening in the town. And you think that's enough? Jerry sputters. It's all we can do for now. The meeting lasts almost half an hour longer with no new details given, simply rehashing what we know and don't know. What we don't know far outweighs what we do know. Finally, Evan calls an end to the conversation, and the room is transformed into our dining area while the children are brought up. With the children now in the room, the conversation over dinner is much more guarded, but still mainly focused on the same subjects. The missing women, the fact we were being watched, and how both could happen again. Back at our home, our children have been put to bed. Yesterday, we celebrated Lily turning 5. We tried to make the party as wonderful as possible for her, and she seemed to love it. We were able to get a cake mix from the supply house. Katie put aside a piece in hopes Leo would return in the next few days to enjoy it. As he eats his treat, the rest of us who aren't on duty have peppermint tea as we sit by the fire in the great room. Sarah is rocking Tate when she says, "Belinda cleared me to go on militia duty." I close my eyes. While I know my children need to be a part of the security of our community, I still don't like it. Sarah has been excused from our fighting force since her pregnancy started to show. Before that, she had only minimal training. Angela, Katie, and Callie all served on militia teams over the summer. Now, at 6.5 months pregnant, Callie is part of the radio crew, listening for transmissions on the ham and helping coordinate any needed militia efforts via the handheld radios. Katie, while officially a militia member, is part of the medical team, which keeps her somewhat out of battle. Angela is on the regular militia and trained to be in the thick of it. Tony and Malcolm will become a part of the junior militia when they turn 14, taking jobs as runners or helpers until they're 16. Of course, our prayer is things will be closer to normal well before then, and we won't have a need for the militia like we do now. Well, I suppose it can't be helped, Alvin says, with a slight quiver in his voice. What will you do with the baby? If Mom or someone else can't keep him, he'll go to the nursery. I start training tomorrow. I have range time in the morning, then supply from 10 to 4, I say, shifting in my chair to relieve the ache in my back and hips. I've started seeing Dr. June for minor adjustments and massages. As both a chiropractor and a massage therapist, she has a variety of treatment ideas to help with the aches I can't seem to get rid of. Belinda and Kelly have increased the amount of turmeric, ginger, and garlic I'm taking, plus added a tincture of willow bark, which is essentially aspirin. Kelly's alternative medical knowledge, a hobby of hers before the havoc of our world, has given us many alternatives for over-the-counter and prescription meds. Even though Kelly does have wildcrafting knowledge, the willow bark she uses in the tinctures is from white willow bark she ordered from an online source before our world fell apart. There was a concern about the alcohol needed for making tinctures being in short supply. But Gabe Griffin's hidden moonshine still, not found by the raiders that killed him and the rest of the Bakerville River people, helps with solving that need. We're exceedingly grateful his son Chandler knew where the still and many other useful things were hidden. Now we just need more willow bark. While willow trees do grow in Wyoming, none are the preferred species for making aspirin tincture. We'll use what's available, but expect it to have less medicinal qualities than the white willow native to Europe and Western Asia do. As soon as the trees begin to bud, the harvest will start. The bark will be dried for use in either a tincture or tea. Teas require more product over time, but Kelly thinks maybe they'll work well with these varieties of willow. Dodie and I are both off shift tomorrow, Alvin says, looking to his wife, who gives a nod. I'll need to take a turn on the shooting range, though I think it's a little ridiculous we go to the range so much but aren't actually shooting. We're conserving ammo, Dad, and developing muscle memory and practicing maneuvers, Jake says. Psh, I know all that. Just seems we spend a little too much time there for the little shooting we can do. Anyway, Sarah, Dodie, and I could keep the little squirt for you. Thanks, Grandpa Alvin, Sarah says with a small smile. It's hard for me to think about being away from him for any length of time. I've had it pretty good with the sewing. I'll still be managing that team. The training and militia shifts will be in addition to those duties. Alvin lets out a loud sigh. We had it easy for several months. Too easy, maybe. We've become complacent, allowing them to sneak up on us, watch us going about our business, and then taking two of our own. I sure as shootin' hope Bill and Evan have a plan, because I'm not okay with leaving those girls out there to those monsters. Amen to that, Dad, Jake says. Amen. Chapter 16. Lucy. I've been training with the super soldiers for 3 days. Even though Janet was at the meeting, she's apparently not part of the team going. Major Lassiter and Lieutenant Knight are the only officers involved in the training and planning. It doesn't take a genius to quickly realize I'm way out of my league. Surprisingly, the team is incredibly considerate. Lorita Ceballos even offered to work with me outside of the group on things I'm struggling with. Hand-to-hand combat is my biggest weakness, so we start there. You are too timid, she says, in her mildly accented voice. She's originally from somewhere in South America, but has lived in the U.S. since she was a child. Like most of the super soldiers, she served in the military at some point. She's probably a few years older than I am, but she looks younger. You wait for the attack and then you do too little to defend. I give a nod of understanding. Unless there's a reason for being stealthy, you should use your voice. This time, when you respond, I want you to make noise. Scare me into submission. She comes at me with a quick kick. When I put my arm down to block it, she quickly follows with a vertical punch. I'm too slow to move or block the punch, and it lands on my shoulder. I lift my elbow in response as she shouts, "Make noise." I make a quiet sound, not even close to resembling any real threat. Lorita lets out a whoop and does some kind of spinning back kick thing, which lands not very gently on my hip. I cry out in pain and bend over. "Keep going," she orders. We spar for several more minutes before she finally calls a halt to it. You need to work on your speed. You think too much about what you should do instead of just doing. Show me your roundhouse. I step into fighting position and give a half-hearted kick. She shakes her head. You broadcast your intentions as you move in slow motion. You do want to lift your kicking leg first, but then, as you swivel on the ball of your stable foot and open your hips, it should all be fluid. Your kicking leg should fully extend and barrel through using all your power. Don't stop midway. And your foot. Which part of your foot should make contact with your target? The top, I say quietly. Yes. Even though it's not easy in these shoes, you still must practice. And remember, if you're using the top, you make your foot strong like a knife. You can connect the ball of your foot, but it's more awkward, even in shoes. More awkward than I already am, I ask? Not much, she says with a smile. Let's do it again. We practice the roundhouse with my right leg, kicking until the top of my foot stings. Just imagine if we were barefoot, Lorita says. Now your left. When we're done with roundhouse kicks, she switches to side kicks and then to punches. After a while, she asks, "Do you know how to roll?" Somewhat, from the time Lieutenant Alvarez showed us. But you haven't practiced? I shake my head. Okay, watch. I keep both my hands near my head when I roll. I want to protect my head. See? I tuck my chin and look at my belt. I want to become a tire, something round and rolly. Like a donut? Sure, donut is fine. Hands up, tuck your head. Exhale and become a donut. Make the roll fast and get back on your feet. Easy for you to say, I mutter. Rolling across the ground is a painful experience. Finally, Lorita says, "Good enough for today. You are much better, but need to keep practicing. You can do these at home on your own. Practice without shoes and with shoes, with boots too. Kicks and punches don't have to be pretty, but they need to have power behind them. If you're in a fight for your life, pretty won't matter. Tomorrow, we'll meet again. We'll work with the knives." I close my eyes and nod. The knives are awful. In group training, we often practice against each other with fake knives. Today, we had to use a real one on a dummy bag made just for this purpose. We're supposed to learn how to sneak up behind someone and slit their throat without any sound. Will you be going back to the dorms now? Loretta asks. No, I have an appointment in town. I pull the watch out of my pocket. Another advantage of being on the acquisition team. We have personal timepieces. The rest of the town relies on bells sounding on the hour. We can't hear them from our housing complex, and instead of having an additional bell ringer set up nearby, they've outfitted us with watches or something similar. Mine is only a wind-up watch face. The band was broken and useless, so I removed it to create something like a pocket watch. Loretta gives me a wave and walks toward our housing complex, the opposite direction I'm going. Richard sent a note earlier today requesting I join him for dinner at 6:30. I round a corner and smack right into a body, losing my footing and thrashing about. Strong arms grab me, keeping me upright. You okay? I'm fine, I say, shaking my shoulders to remove the hands. Oh, hey, Maddie's boyfriend, Ryan says. Fancy bumping into you again? He gives me a small smile, not the brilliant one that shows his teeth. Where you headed? Really? You plow into me and think you can ask where I'm going? Just because you're dating Maddie doesn't mean we're friends. I'm not. Let's start again. He gently touches my arm and tries to guide me back around the corner of the building. I allow him a few steps before I say, let go of me. Sure. I just wanted to, talk a bit. Again, he reaches for me. I slough him off and start walking. Lucy, he says loudly, I'd really like to know you better. I stop walking and turn around. That sounds like a come on. What would Maddie think? Maddie would be happy. She's suggested several times a double date might be fun. I raise my eyebrows at him as he rushes on with, she and my brother Chance, you and me. I'm Chase, by the way. Maddie is dating your brother? I ask. Yes, right. If you'd like, we could go to the cantina on Vining. We could get a cup of tea. I watch his perfect face. I'll admit, I'd like to get to know him better. He's more than pleasant to look at and seems nice enough, even if he is a clumsy oaf, but sorry, I have an appointment. And Chase was it? He gives me a nod. Being seen with you isn't in my best interest. Maddie might be okay dating beneath her class, but I'm not. I turn quickly and start toward the hotel. I can feel my cheeks are hot and flushed. I hated the words I just said, the snotty way I delivered it. But it's true. There's no way for me to survive in Prospect by chasing after some cute guy. Chase. That really is a perfect name for him. Stop it, Lucy. Do what you must do. I nod to myself. I'm going to survive this. I'm going to make sure I not only survive, but flourish. The things I've already done would be for naught if I let a pretty face sway me. Maddie can do what she wants. She may have got where she is the same way I did, via Richard's attentions. But if she thinks she can keep her privileges by sharing her affections, Richard is clear, belong only to him, she's mistaken. While Richard can have numerous relationships in his position, he has zero desire for those of us chosen by him to see anyone else. I check my watch. I still have 20 minutes before my appointment. I walk the long way around City Hall, taking one of the sidewalks through the park. Every time I walk through here, I think back to summer, shortly after Captain Murphy convinced me to join Richard in his quest. I was walking home one night, right before curfew, when I noticed one of my friends quickly walking down the sidewalk. Well, not really a friend, but someone who'd been nice to me when we were sheltering in the basement during the missile attack. By her side was a little boy who lived in my apartment complex. Not her little boy. Annette was single with no children, but he was practically running to keep up with their fast pace. I watched as she disappeared around the edge of the building. For whatever reason, I decided to step behind a tree and waited to see if she returned. Why did she have the boy? He was young, around 2 or 3, and always with his mom and baby brother. The 3 of them lived in my building and also sheltered with us in the basement. I hadn't talked with the mom much before then, but we'd been friendly since. I'd seen Annette earlier in the evening at the community meeting, or rather the community execution. At least that's what it was supposed to be. I glance at the gallows still in place after being constructed during the summer. The first time they were to be used was the night when the former Sheriff Jason Spieth and several others were to be publicly executed, but things hadn't gone as planned. Right after Richard declared them all guilty, Milena Maynard started singing. Other prisoners joined in, and even many people in the crowd. It all went crazy from there. There was shooting and screaming. I threw myself on the ground, waiting for it to end. Afterward, I found Captain Murphy, who at the time I still called Mr. Murphy, or, when he insisted Dirk, he quietly told me they'd shot 2 in the uprising, but the rest had escaped. Richard had an idea where they'd gone, and teams were being formed to go after them. He said since I was new to the team and hadn't trained with anyone, I should go home. I was terribly restless, so I went for a walk before curfew. Seeing Annette caused a delay, and I was at risk of being late for curfew. Just as I stepped out from the treed area, I saw another person walking on the path. This time, it was Kirsten, the boy's mom, carrying her baby close to her chest. She was looking around furtively and seemed very nervous. On a whim, I started moving quickly to catch up with her. I was a few feet away when I called out. She answered, and we chatted a few minutes. With her demeanor, I knew she was up to something. I also knew she was friends with escaped convict Milena Maynard. Annette, who I'd seen only minutes earlier with Kirsten's son, was also friends with Milena. At that moment, I realized I might be able to help myself. After we said our goodbyes, I found a new place to hide in the shadows, where I could watch Kirsten. I moved with her as she made her way to the basement entrance of City Hall. After she disappeared from view, I weighed my options. There was no reason for her to be going there, especially when we only had 15 minutes or so until curfew. I could have walked away, left Kirsten and Annette to do whatever it was they were doing, but I didn't. I went looking for Dirk Murphy. He'd been staying on this side of town with a friend in one of the neighborhoods near City Hall, but I didn't know the exact location. I did know Richard Majors was operating out of his former newspaper office. I wasted no time getting to the office. Dirk wasn't there, but Richard was, and so was Janet Cruz. When I went inside the door, both heads turned toward me. "What are you doing here?" Janet asked. I think I'm looking for Dirk Murphy." "Of course you are," Janet said. "He told me he convinced you to join our endeavor, like you really have a choice in the matter." Janet was a friend of my mom's. Even though she's around a decade younger than my mom, they'd known each other for ages. My mom even used to babysit her when she was a child. When I had the falling out with my parents, Janet went out of her way to search me out and make my life miserable. Even after my parents moved away, she'd been unnecessarily cruel when she'd seen me in the grocery store, on the street, or wherever. "Why are you looking for Captain Murphy?" Richard asked. Unlike Janet's voice, which was dripping with hate, he was kind, almost fatherly sounding. I think I saw something, and I think it may be related to the missing prisoners, at least one of them, Milena Maynard. I saw a couple of her friends sneaking around." He quickly jumped to his feet. "Tell me more." After I quickly told him what I knew, he placed a hand on my shoulder. Looking deep in my eyes, he said, "I won't forget this. We need more people like you as we strive to create our new country." He turned and ordered Janet to follow him. Even though my information didn't result in finding the prisoners, Richard didn't forget my help. 2 days later, he sent Bernard to find me. And that was how our rendezvous started. A few weeks later, Sheriff Spieth was killed while perpetrating an assault on the town, killing several of our people. As far as I know, Milena and the rest of the prisoners were never found. And I haven't seen Annette, Kirsten, or her children again. Another couple from my building also disappeared around the same time. I've wondered if they might be part of the rebels who started causing trouble then. There was a rumor early last fall that the instigators were eliminated. Our people had attacked a group of ranches west of Prospect. We lost a lot of people after an ambush and several explosions. But we were told the ranches had been wiped out. Dirk shared with me in confidence the announced story wasn't exactly true. While the homes were destroyed, he believed the bulk of the people fled unharmed. His belief was confirmed when he identified several people killed in our Bakerville raid as having lived at one of the ranches. I glance again at the gallows. Though they weren't used to hang Melina Maynard, Sheriff Spieth, and the others, they've been used many times since. Public executions are quite popular. I let out a sigh as I start walking toward the hotel. I round a corner, admiring the beautiful building, when I'm suddenly thrown back. A loud percussion causes my ears to ring. I scramble to my knees as I look back toward the hotel. The lovely facade is now a gaping hole with smoke and fire billowing out. I'm again thrown backwards as everything goes dark. Chapter 17. Lucy. Someone's shaking my shoulder. I open my eyes to see his lips moving, but there's no sound. I shake my head, causing a wave of pain through my body. "Are you hurt?" he seems to mouth. "I don't know," I answer. He straightens and lifts a hand, calling someone toward us. Within a few minutes, I'm on a slab of wood and being carried to the infirmary. One of the town medics looks me over. After several minutes, she taps me on the arm, so I look at her. "Can you hear?" she mouths. This time, there's a slight rumble to her words. She says something else I don't catch. "What?" I ask. She puts her hand to her lips. "You don't need to shout." I still don't really hear the words, just read her lips and hear a rumble of noise. "Oh, I didn't realize I was," I say, in what I believe is a whisper. She gives me a smile and nods. "The explosion may have damaged your hearing." At least that's what I interpret when reading her lips. "For how long?" I ask. She shrugs. "You seem fine otherwise." "Probably sore." "I am sore," I answer. "Can I have something for the pounding in my head?" "Sorry," she says, shaking her head. "I'm on the acquisition team." "Oh, I didn't realize. Yes, of course." She returns several minutes later with 2 white tablets and a burnt orange one. She helps me sit up, offering me water while I take the meds. Making sure I'm watching her, she says, "We've sent for someone. They'll take you home and someone will check on you tomorrow. You'll be more comfortable in your own bed." 30 minutes later, I'm being helped into my house. One of the sentry guys transported me and several others to our homes via an old rusted sedan. My hearing has started to return, allowing me to pick up snippets of the conversation. Several people are dead from the explosion. Among the dead are believed to be Mrs. Majors and Richard's bodyguard, Bernard. Richard was injured but is expected to be fine in a few days. It's not lost on me how close to death I came. Inside the house, Maddie lifts her eyes from where she's reading by the fireplace. She jumps to her feet. "Oh no. Lucy, are you okay?" "Like I'm in a tunnel," I hear the sentry say. "She was injured in the explosion." He hands me off to Maddie before taking his leave. "I'll help you to our room," she says, tears streaming down her face. "I'm okay, just sore and can't hear right." Maddie not only helps me to my room, but into pajamas and then tucks me into my bed. "Do you want a cup of tea?" she asks. When I agree tea sounds good, she disappears for many minutes. While she's gone, I cry. Bernard was always nice to me. Even Mrs. Majors, who knew what I was to her husband, treated me kindly. I'm pretty sure one of the other names of the dead mentioned was the lady from the kitchen who brought meals up to the suite when I was with Richard. She was also nice. At least Richard is alive. Was he in the suite waiting for me when the explosion happened? It had to be the rebels. There's no way. Without electricity and other amenities, it could have been accidental. At least I can't figure a way it could have been. My ears feel like they need to pop. I move my jaw several times, trying to help the process. When Maddie returns, she has the mug of tea in one hand and a wedge pillow in the other. "I thought this might help make you more comfortable," she says. After getting me settled with the pillow and tea, during which time I managed to pop one ear, relieving not only the pressure but also helping with my hearing, she sits cross-legged on her bed. "Why were you there?" I give her a long look before asking, "Could you hear the explosion all the way out here?" Yes, at least that's what May and Susie said. They heard it. They headed to City Hall Park to hear the gossip firsthand, I guess. I was at the cantina when it happened. We heard it there. "The one on Vining? Were you with Chance?" She visibly pales before letting out a long breath. How do you know his name? I met his brother. He asked me to go to the cantina for a cup of tea. Oh, we sit in silence for several minutes before she says, I guess I do know why you were there. He sent for you, right? I meet her eyes before giving a single nod. She returns my nod. Rumor is he's fine, but his wife was killed. That's what I heard too, I say quietly. Even though she knew, she was still nice to me. Yeah, to me too. Do you think, will things change for us? For women like us? You mean with his wife dead? Yes. Will he still call for us? Oh, Bernard, he's dead too. I liked him. Me too, he even walked me home when it was past curfew. While I sip my tea, Maddie examines her fingernails. After many minutes, she says, I don't want to see him anymore. It's not right. You think you can break up with him? Probably not, she sighs. Too bad the blast. She stops speaking abruptly, then meets my eyes. Then Scott would be in charge, I say quietly. And I know for a fact he hates me. He probably hates you, too. You think that would be better? No, she whispers. I suspect. He'd probably take us to the gallows. It must have been the rebels, right? Maddie answers in a shrug. Maybe they'll be able to catch them this time and put a stop to the attacks. She gives a small nod and then pulls a book out from underneath her pillow. I notice what it is right away. Maddie, I hiss, you really should get rid of that thing. If they outlaw them, I will. But until then, I'm going to keep reading it and keep going to church with Chance. You should come too. I think you'd see... Not interested, I say quickly. Chase goes. And I think you guys would make a nice couple. You're kidding. Have we not just been discussing the fact we're both mistresses? Is your boyfriend okay with that? Well, no. I wouldn't imagine, especially if he's a churchgoer. Isn't that a big sin? She tilts her head to the side in something like a nod. I can guarantee I wouldn't want a boyfriend okay with sharing me. I'm surprised at how my voice has raised in volume. Even with my wonky hearing, I can tell I'm practically yelling. Maddie puts a hand to her lips and makes a shushing noise. You want the others to hear us? I roll my eyes. She's right. May and Susie could return any time. And our other two dormmates, Althea and Char. I don't even know where they are. I didn't ask Maddie. They might even be in their room right now. In a quiet voice, I say, I just think it's weird your boyfriend's okay with it. He's not. But what choice do I have? You know as well as I do, until Richard breaks it off, I'm stuck. And Chance and I, we're waiting. Well, that's good at least. I scoff. She looks down at her Bible. After several moments, without looking up, she says, I know I'm a sinner, and I want to ask God to forgive my sins, to ask Jesus to be a part of my life. Did you know there are prostitutes and adulteresses in the Bible? No, I don't read the Bible. It's true. It's full of people who do questionable things. Their sins were forgiven. Mine can be too. Well, there you go then, I say with considerable snark. Yeah, but I can't. Not until Richard lets me go. I can't just ask Jesus into my life and keep sinning. Why not? Because Jesus says to turn away from our sin, and I want to turn away from it. I'm scared. Maddie begins to cry. I snuggle down in my covers and stare at the ceiling, listening to her sob. After a while, she says, At first, Chance didn't understand. He thought I didn't want to give up the privileges we have. He didn't know how I got these privileges. It was a huge thing when I finally told him, when I explained, it's not about the stuff, it's about thinking Richard will likely kill me if I try to break it off. He was pretty upset. We even stopped seeing each other for several days. Probably not seeing him would be for the best. Undoubtedly, I agree. If Richard finds out, the end result is likely the same. Yeah. And he'll probably kill Chance, too. You don't think he would, do you? Not really. Seriously. I let out a harsh laugh. In a heartbeat. You and me, we're property. and Richard likes his property. You need to grow up, and grow up fast. I attempt to flip myself over, but the pain in my body squelches my quick movements, resulting in a slow, agonizing turn. I can't believe Maddie can be so naive. Does she not understand Richard owns us? Chapter 18. Sunday, day 299. Mollie. This was a good idea, Angela says as she watches her 3-year-old Gavin rolling down a hillside with Sarah's same-aged son, Andy. The children, along with Art, brought sleds and are having a great time. It was, I agree, as I lift my face to the warm sun. Even though we're only a mile from the lodges, it feels like a whole different world. The ride getting here was a little rough, Doris says, rubbing her back in mock agony, especially zipping down the hill. Man, that was steep. I thought Mike was going to topple us right over. I let out a laugh. Getting down into this basin was heart-pounding. Like Doris, I thought Mike took it a little fast. Doris, Callie, and I were driven via the snowmobile and trailer. Callie and I both insisted we could snowshoe like the others, but since Doris was riding, we gave in and joined her. Even though the last bit was harrowing, I'm glad I did. While the walk here was mostly downhill, the walk home won't be, and going uphill continues to be a challenge for me. Last week, after our Easter service and lunch, Doris suggested we have a picnic this week to celebrate spring. Spring! Though the thermometer is slowly creeping upwards, we still have many feet of snow on the ground. We've all been working so hard and under too much stress, she said. When David was preaching today, he said we need to remember to enjoy the life we have. It may not be the circumstances we want, but Jesus' death on the cross gives us hope. That's what I want to do, enjoy life. So let's have a picnic next week. I nodded my agreement, and she took over from there, making sure we had everything in place. While our food will be our normal rations of pre-cooked elk roast warmed near the fire and corn and barley flatbread, eating it outside makes it seem almost exciting. And it's a beautiful spring day, with temps somewhere in the high 30s or 40s. We're hopeful the spring melt is finally beginning. We're on the east side of the Dude Ranch at an old cabin in a small valley surrounded by hills. The cabin and outbuildings were used as a hideout for John Dawson's band of mutineers. They'd stolen many supplies out from under us and had the sheds filled with goods, even taking a few of our chickens and rabbits. One of Mick Michelson's children was kidnapped and held here to ensure Mick, part of our community council, voted the way Dawson wanted. Now, with their murderous mutiny squelched, the buildings have all been emptied and our supplies returned. The wide-open meadow-like space makes a wonderful spot to have a bonfire and gathering. A gentle slope to the west, with a clear path where the trees have been carved out, is being used as the sledding hill. We could do all these things back at the ski lodge. There's even a magic carpet powered by solar to give sledders a ride up the hill. They make a point of firing it up every Sunday, so I'm sure they're having a blast right now, just like we are. But being away with just family and close friends is a special treat. We invited Ben's family to join us, but they decided to skip it this time. Alvin and Dodie also chose not to come, citing they'd prefer to stay at home and enjoy the quiet. I'm surprised so many of us have time off to get together, Angela says. Tim and I have barely seen each other these last couple of weeks. I know what you mean, Doris says. Evan and Lindsay are always on duty, training or conditioning. I can't believe they're both here today. Yeah, but they look like they're ready to go if needed, Angela says. Leo, too. All three are in their full tactical gear, including weaponry. One of the rules for being on the security team is being ready to roll at a moment's notice. My sons-in-law Mike and Tim are also dressed for duty since both have a guard shift later today, and they didn't want to be rushed to leave so they could get ready. Lindsay's going to Prospect tomorrow? I ask. Yeah, Doris says, her word coming out as a sigh. She and Carol Mathers are taking their turn watching Prospect. They're cold camping? Angela asks. Right, no fires or hot food. So what do they eat? Just the militia rations? Militia rations are what we've taken to calling the snacks militia members are given to carry in their packs. Things like jerky, pemmican, hardtack biscuits, and sugar beet crackers. Those are nobody's favorite. We shred the sugar beets, use the smallest amount of flour and water possible to get them to hold together, cook them like pancakes, and then set them on a hot rock by the fire pit so they can continue to dry out until they're hard crackers. It's much needed calories, but blech. Also, not on the top of anyone's list, pucks of rendered fat. The fat is either tallow from an elk or culled goat or cow, or lard from one of the pigs. At over 100 calories per tablespoon, the fat can provide some much-needed energy on a long shift. In the fall, when we had more milk, we made yogurt and dehydrated it into curds for a snack. Those were a tasty treat. When the cow-calves in the next few weeks, we'll do those again. Dehydrated bone broth was also part of the rations until the weather made dehydrating outside nearly impossible. If we're smart, we'll stockpile the bouillon like cubes over the summer, so we have them for next winter. Same with the yogurt treats. They take those, yes, but we also have the small stash of MREs we put aside for things like this. Plus, we can send them with already cooked and frozen meat they can thaw with their body heat. Sounds terrific, Angela says, making a face. Did I hear you're taking militia shifts too? Katie asked Doris. How you going to do that? Callie asks, motioning to Doris's leg propped on a log acting as a footstool. Doris brought her peg with the crampon attached and crutches. All are leaning against the cabin since she's not walking around. Instead, her husband lifted her from the trailer and carried her to her chair, making sure she was comfortable. I'm doing what your mom does, getting a snowmobile ride to one of the easy-to-reach lookouts. I'll act as a sharpshooter. At least you don't have to go to the new guard shack up on the hill, Angela says, gesturing to the makeshift structure visible from our picnic area. Getting up that hillside is a challenge, and the new one on the south side isn't much better. Isn't that why they extended the shifts to 12 hours? Callie asks, so people don't have to go up and down so often? One reason, Doris says. The longer shifts also help with our limited numbers and the extra duties. More people on roving patrol and 2 extra lookouts with 2 guards each is stretching us thin. She lifts her hands in a what else can we do motion. I guess it's all hands on deck, Sarah says as she cuddles Tate. And I agree with Angela. It's nice so many of us were free at the same time. It's also nice that firewood gathering is now only 2 times per week, Callie says. Though I thought I might see Mike a little more often. But less firewood shifts mean more militia shifts. As Callie and the others continue to discuss duty shifts, I look around our group. While the children are enjoying the sledding slope, the adults are relaxing near the fire. My girls, Doris and me, are sitting in camp chairs we brought along. Evan, Jake, my sons-in-law, and Lindsay are standing by the fire, laughing and having a great time. Even some of our extended family members have joined us. Getting Art Carpenter here wasn't easy. He'd much prefer the company of the goats and chickens in the livestock shed than us humans. But our shared grandson, Gavin, convinced him sledding could be fun. He's the only adult on the sledding hill, but seems to be enjoying it. Mike's dad, Roy, and sister Sheila are even here enjoying the bonfire. Sheila joining us is a surprise. While she's doing much better, she has become such a recluse she rarely leaves the medical clinic where she now lives. Somehow, Kelly Hudson convinced her she'd have fun, and she walked over with the group. Kelly, Phil, Sabrina, Sylvia, and Rochelle's daughters, currently under Sylvia's care, should be here any time. Phil and Sabrina were both on a shift this morning, so they're running a little late. I visited with Sheila a few days ago and was completely surprised by her progress. She excitedly told me about a new treatment she's been doing with Kelly, EMDR, which stands for eye movement, and something I can't remember for the DR part. She said it's known to help with traumatic memories. Then she got really quiet as she said, Kelly told me I'm doing great and I should be able to move home soon. I think she's right. I feel better. I'm so surprised she's able to treat me like this. No need for drugs or anything. She just has me watch a light and it helps to reprogram my brain. I can't believe it's actually working. Kelly, she's great. Sheila's had a terrible time since Deanne's death, and Kelly has become a lifeline of sorts. To hear she's feeling ready to move out of the clinic and back to her cabin is great. I watch as Sheila, standing next to Lindsay, glances to the top of the hill and the path down to our picnic spot. My guess is she's watching for Kelly. Her dad taps her on the shoulder to get her attention, causing her to jump. She gives him a broad smile, then gets a look of surprise as she grabs at her thigh, collapsing to the ground. The percussion of a large caliber round shatters the festivities. "Get down!" Doris yells as she dives to the ground. A series of additional shots echo through the snowy meadow. All of us in the chairs are suddenly on the ground, scrambling to crawl toward the protection of the cabin. I grab Callie's arm, pulling her behind me. As I move, I'm yelling at the top of my lungs, "Malcolm, Tony, get down, all of you, get to cover!" A blur of a body runs by me, zigzagging as they go, in the direction of our children. "Get down, Mollie," Jake yells over his shoulder. I scream out as I watch him fall when another shot sounds off. He grabs at his right arm and stumbles to his feet, heading again in the direction of the children. "Stay behind the porch," I shriek at Callie. "I'm going after the children." I'm several yards behind Jake, following his wavy tracks and blood trail. Almost as quickly as it started, the shooting stops. The laughter of the children on the sledding hill and the adults around the bonfire is replaced with cries of fear and pain. Gasping for breath, I scurry to Jake's side as he grabs for Andy with his uninjured arm. Andy's screaming while sitting next to a scrub brush at the bottom of the hill. Jake pulls him behind a larger tree and motions me to join them. "Where is everyone?" I cry out, looking for my children and grandchildren. "Here, Mama," Lily says somewhere up the mountain. From the other side of the sledding slope, Art says, "I have Gavin and Sissy. Malcolm, Tony. We're here," both boys say in unison as they come down the hill, staying in the trees about 10 feet above Jake and me. We were trying to get to Andy. "Mark!" I yell, my voice in a near panic. "Mark! Mark!" "Grandmo," Mark calls out, popping his head out from behind a tree at the very top of the hill. "I'm here. Is Andy okay?" "Stay where you are," Jake says. "He's fine, just scared." I watch as Jake seems to sway slightly. Moving quickly toward him, I grab Andy and say, "Sit down." Turning back toward our group, "Katie, we need a medic." "Katie." Searching her out, I find her behind the cabin, already working on someone. She lifts a hand in acknowledgement before returning to her task. It's Sheila on the ground, and she's not moving. Angela and Callie are at the edge of the porch. Callie has her sidearm aimed toward the guard shack where the shooting originated. Angela has a rifle. I'm not sure where she got it from, but since her husband Tim was carrying one earlier, it might be his. She's looking toward me. I respond with a lift of my hand. She nods and turns her head to also look at the guard tower. I don't see Sarah with baby Tate or anyone else from our group. "Do you have a bandage in your pocket?" I ask Jake, kicking myself for taking off my day pack and propping it next to the cabin along with all the snowshoes and Doris's peg leg. Why didn't I grab it? "Where's your emergency pack?" "Just a bandana," Jake answers. He's pale, and sweat is beading up on the swath of his forehead, peeking out from under his stocking cap. He fishes the fabric out of his pocket. My backpack is leaning against the cabin. "It's a handkerchief barely big enough for anything," I say. "Did you blow your nose with it?" "No, it's clean." With a nod, I form it into a triangle to make the fabric stretch as much as possible before tying it around his arm. "Is Dad hurt?" Malcolm asks. "Dad, are you hurt?" "I'm okay, buddy." Jake meets my eyes and gives a solid nod before saying, "I don't think it's too bad." "We need to get you to Katie and Leo." "Not yet. Let's make sure this is over." Jake raises his voice. "Kids, stay where you are. We'll wait until Evan gives us the all clear." Quietly, I say, "Sheila was hit." "Yeah, I don't think she was the only one." "Do you have a crinkle blanket in your pocket?" I ask. "Yeah, inside pocket. Oh, hey, I bet there's one of those homemade bandage strips in there, too." Jake gives a visible shiver. "Sorry, Mollie, I'm..." He moves the hand on his good arm to his forehead and gives a slight shake of his head. Lean against the tree, I say. Malcolm, can you grab Andy? Take him up there with you. Can I go after Lily? Tony asks. I won't go out in the open. Yes, get her and bring her to where you and Malcolm are now. I'm okay, Jake says again. It's okay. I unzip his jacket. Which pocket? He reaches in and fiddles for a minute before taking his hand back and patting his chest. Here, maybe you can get it out. I retrieve the strip of cloth, folded neatly and placed in a zipper bag, along with a silver emergency blanket. I place the blanket over him and then take the bandage and put it over the already soaked-through handkerchief. A few minutes later, I'm getting concerned. We've yet to be given the go-ahead to move. I haven't seen Sarah, and Jake's new bandage is already starting to show blood. Under the blanket, he's shaking. I unzip my jacket and start to remove it when he says, "You need it." I'm not shot, I say. I take a deep breath and feel the crushing on my chest. Not now. I revert from trying to breathe deeply to just trying to breathe. The imaginary elephant on my chest moves off slightly. I give Jake a tight smile. Just for a few minutes, he says as I slip the coat over his shoulders. His lips are bluish and his eyes are dilated. "Grandmo," Mark calls from his spot on the top of the hill. "Someone's moving through the trees." "Art?" "Not me," Art yells back. "And it's me, it's Kelly Hudson. Mark, it's Kelly. Mollie, where are you?" "It is Mrs. Hudson. I can see her," Mark says. "Kelly, we're at the bottom of the hill opposite Mark. Jake's been shot, others too." "I'll be right there. I'll bring Mark down with me." It's many minutes before the rustling of the brush indicates Kelly is almost to us. "Hi, Mark," Lily's young voice says when she sees him. "Mrs. Hudson, my dad's been shot. You need to help him." "I'm going to do that," Kelly says. "Are you okay?" I scratch my face, but it's not bleeding now. "I'll clean it for you after I take care of your dad, okay?" "Jake?" Kelly says as she slides down next to us. "I'm okay," he says. "The children? They okay?" "I brought Mark with me. He's not hurt at all. Lily has a scratch, but the others look okay. I didn't go to Art, but heard him over there." "Does he have Gavin and Sissy?" "He does," I say. "I don't think they're hurt. He would have said something." "Caught one in the arm," Jake says. "It's not bad, though. You might go see if anyone else is hurt first. There was a lot of shooting and—" "I'll take a look at you first," Kelly says while she opens her pack. "Where's Phil?" I ask. "And the girls?" Sylvia took Carrie Ann and Shari back to the house. Phil and Sabrina went to the militia headquarters. No doubt they'll be sending out a team. We were just at the crest of the hill when the shooting started. We could see them right next to the new guard shack. "Not our people?" I ask, appalled it could be. "Doubtful," she says. "Our guess is they took out our guards. There were other shots in the distance." "Could you hear them?" "What?" "Phil thinks it was a coordinated attack." "You've got to go back, Kelly," Jake says as she takes out a second cloth bandage from her bag. "They'll need you." "You need me. I saw you go down on your way to get your kids, Jake. I'll take care of you and then see if anyone else here is in need. Then I'll go back. Belinda, Lori, Madison, and Dr. June can handle it until then." I close my eyes. Katie is the other member of the medical team, and Sheila, while not officially a member, has been doing some training, but both are here. Sheila herself is being tended to by Katie. I look over to where they are, still against the cabin, hidden from view of the guard shack where the shooting originated. Roy is now there with Sheila. He's holding baby Tate. Sarah is at the far side of the cabin, pistol at the ready. Angela and Callie are still in their positions by the porch. Still no Doris or anyone else. Kelly fiddles with Jake's arm for several minutes before asking, "Too tight?" "It's fine," Jake says through gritted teeth. "Sure it is," Kelly answers. "All I've done is add another bandage to what you already had in place. That'll keep the bleeding down until we can give you proper care back at the clinic. I don't want you walking that far, so—" "We have a snowmobile," I say, pointing toward it. "Don't know if we can use it," Jake says. "Pretty sure it was hit." "Really? I say as my heart sinks. Losing the snowmobile will make things more difficult for us, especially as far as getting our injured home. We're clear, Mike calls out as he comes around the side of the cabin. Callie jumps up and runs to him, almost bowling him over as she launches herself into his arms. Angela sits the rifle on the porch and then turns and runs toward us, no doubt after her son. Sarah holsters her weapon, says something to Roy, then is also running toward us. "Dad," Tony says, "can I help you?" "Good idea," Kelly says. "Malcolm, you help your dad too. Keep him steady as we make our way to the others." "My legs work fine," Jake says as he stands. He's shaky and needs to use the tree for support. "See," Kelly says. "Put your coat back on, Mollie," he says, handing it to me while he gives Kelly a nod. It's too small to do me any good while I'm moving anyway. Art's making his way down the hillside, carrying Gavin and leading Sissy by the hand. "Mom," Angela hollers, "you okay?" "Jake's hit," I say, while Jake simultaneously says, "We're fine." "You got this?" Kelly asks. "You can get Jake and the children to the cabin?" "Go," I say. Kelly practically sprints in her snowshoes, following the packed trails toward the cabin. As we get ourselves together to follow, I watch as she first runs to Sheila. She spends only a few moments there before patting Roy on the shoulder and darting around the end of the cabin. The brief interaction tells me little of Sheila's condition. Angela reaches Art as he and the children make it to the bottom of the hill. Sarah's still several yards away when Andy sees her and goes running to his mom. Sissy and Mark also quickly make their way to Sarah. "You were all so brave," Sarah tells her children. "I'm so sorry I couldn't get to you." "Grandpa got shot," Sissy says, tears choking her voice. Sarah's eyes meet mine. I give a slight nod. "He'll be okay." "I'll be okay," Jake adds through chattering teeth. As we slowly make our way back to the group, a sense of foreboding comes over me. We've been attacked. Not just here, but at other locations on the mountain. How bad will this be? Chapter 19. Mollie. My question of how bad this will be is partially answered as soon as we reach the cabin. "Mom," Katie says, "have Jake sit next to the wall, put something under him. Everyone should stay on this side of the cabin just in case. Kelly went to check on Doris. Then we need to get Jake and Sheila out of here." "How is she?" I ask, as Callie puts her day pack on the ground and then motions for Jake to sit on it. He's shivering again. I put the blanket back over him and tell the younger children to sit close to him and help warm him up. "Drink this," Callie says, thrusting a water bottle at him. "Can I sit on your lap, Grandpa?" Andy asks. I start to say no, but Jake says, "Sure you can. Just watch my arm, okay?" "'Kay," Andy says as he climbs on Jake. "Sheila needs fluids. I don't have an IV kit with me," Katie says. "At least we got the bleeding stopped quickly, so—" She gives a shrug. "We're the same blood type," Roy says. "Kelly's going to do a field transfusion if we can't get back shortly." "Ugh, Dad," Sheila says in a quiet voice. "I already have enough of your crazy blood in me." Roy smiles at her attempt of humor. "A little more won't hurt." "I could give you mine," Mike says. "No thanks. I'll stick with Dad's. Besides, you're not a donor for me." "You're no fun," Mike says. I'm surprised to hear Sheila so calm and joking. After the way she's been the last several months, since the attack started, really, I would have expected her to be hysterical. Once Jake is situated, I move to Angela. She's hugging Gavin close to her while Art stands nearby. "Tim?" I ask quietly. "They went after the shooters. He's with Evan and Leo." "He left you his rifle?" "No, it's not Tim's. They left Mike here to help us." I turn to Mike and ask, "How'd you know we were clear?" "Leo left me his radio." Mike taps his pocket. "Evan called when they got to the lookout, and we're not the only ones who were attacked." "How bad is it?" Jake asks. Mike says, "I don't know exactly. I'm only catching bits and pieces on the radio. The reception down here isn't great with the line of sight thing. I do know our snowmobile is toast, so getting you two out of here. He lifts his arms in a shrug motion. Evan asked for them to send help and... Mike tilts his head. Mollie, you should maybe go see if Doris needs you. She's by the smaller shed. Needs me? Was she hit? I ask, starting to move. Not her. Lindsay. My mouth forms an O as I look at Mike's face. The slight shake of his head speaks volumes. I swallow hard. I'll be right back. At the shed, Doris is holding Lindsay's body as she rocks back and forth. Kelly is sitting next to them, her hand on Doris's shoulder. When Kelly sees me, she motions me to them. Doris, Kelly says, using what I think of as her shrink voice. It's calm and welcoming. Mollie's here. I'm going to have her stay with you. As Kelly stands, she wipes at her eyes and gives me a shake of her head. I'm going to get Sheila and Jake ready to leave. Hopefully, someone will be here soon. I give a nod before sinking down next to Doris. She's pushing Lindsay's hair out of her vacant eyes. She didn't even get a chance to fight back, Doris says between her tears. Evan went after them. He'll find them and make them pay for taking our girl. I sit with Doris as she cries, my tears joining hers. It's many minutes before Mike comes over and says, I thought you should know they're on their way. They're sending a machine for Jake and Sheila. They'll bring horses, too, so we can take... He lets out a sigh. We can take Lindsay back. Thank you, Mike, I say. I'll come over as soon as I hear the snowmobile. At least she gets to be with Logan, Doris says. A part of her died the day he did. She's tried to get past it, but you never really do. You know that, and I know that. We both lost our first husbands. Yes, I say quietly. Doris's husband, father to Lindsay and Doris's older daughter Jessica, was killed in an auto accident when her girls were very young. My first husband, Jamie, died of a heart attack. Even though we both knew loss, we also found love again. Perhaps Lindsay would have someday, too. This new world we live in is plagued with death. We've lost so many since the attack started. I remember when Jake and I were in heavy prepper mode. We studied all kinds of charts and theories about the suspected death tolls related to various end-of-the-world disasters. We tried to look at it without emotion to better make ourselves ready for whatever may happen. We failed. The snowmobile to take Jake and Sheila arrives quicker than I expect. The trailer we rode down on is attached to the new ride. It was hit also, but has only a single entry hole in the wooden side. The slug mushroomed and buried itself in the opposite side. Sheila is positioned in the trailer with Katie riding next to her. Jake sits behind the driver. Roy left on foot while Sheila was being loaded so he can be there as needed for giving blood. Kelly went with him. Mom, Sarah says as the sled pulls away, they'll either send the machine back for you or you can ride one of the horses. I guess the rest of us should start heading back. Everyone already has their snowshoes on and day packs gathered. Callie will wait for a ride, Mike says quickly. I'll stay with her until she can go back. With Mollie and Doris, too. Thanks, Mike, I say. The bonfire has mostly burned down, but I want to finish putting it out before we go, he says. About half an hour later, 2 riders are making their way down the trail, each ponying a horse behind them. They take the downhill trail slowly, finally reaching the meadow. Grant Cameron slides off his horse. We heard about Lindsay. Mom sent a shroud. We'll wrap her first. Where? Behind the shed, I say. I'd been sitting with Doris until Mike notified us of the riders. She told me to go ahead, saying she wanted a few more minutes with Lindsay in private. Doris, I call, raising my voice. I'm ready, she replies weakly. Grant gives a nod. With his wife missing for almost a month, he too is no stranger to heartache. The other rider, his younger brother Bryce, helps prepare Lindsay. Even though Doris was an absolute wreck before the riders arrived, she manages to pull herself together and help wrap Lindsay. Once the cloth is in place, they wrap twine around it to hold everything tight. A low whimper escapes from Doris as the last knot is tied. Mike helps them get her in position before helping Doris stand and hobble to her horse. By the time we're ready to go, the sun is low on the horizon. Callie rides behind Bryce while Doris rides behind Grant. Lindsay is on one of the ponied horses, and I'm on the other. Mike walks back to us, telling Callie he'll meet her at the lodge where I live. We take the necessities back with us, deciding the chairs, snow sleds, and other extra items we brought for our day of fun can stay behind. There are 3 pairs of snowshoes still propped against the cabin, the ones Evan, Leo, and Tim were wearing. Although Doris is obviously devastated over the loss of her daughter, she holds her head high on the ride back to the Dude Ranch. When we reach the lodge, Sarah comes running out. "Any news on Jake?" she asks. "He's not here? I thought he'd be here since we're used for overflow when the medical clinic is too full." Sarah shakes her head as Bryce says, "There weren't many injuries, ma'am. The shooters were precise." "What do you mean?" I ask. "Our 3 watchtowers on the east side were all overrun," Grant says slowly. "The one near where you were, the new shack to the south, and the lean-to shack near the farthest house in our compound. All 6 guards were killed." Doris and I both gasp at the news. And like in your case, the infiltrators became snipers. As far as I know, only Miss Stapleton, Sheila, and Jake survived their wounds. "How many?" Doris asks quietly. 3 at the Young house." "The Young house," Sarah cries. "Why would they be targeted? They're some of our most elderly." I shake my head. "Which 3? "Mrs. Young and also the gentleman who uses a wheelchair and his wife." Sarah begins to cry as I give a nod. I know who he means. The gentleman had been on our militia last summer, more of a figurehead than anything. He'd made a point of saying for us to set him up where he could shoot, and he'd help defend his neighbors. Last summer, he was mostly using a walker. He went downhill over the winter and worked on Sarah's sewing team. "Who else?" Doris asks. Bryce lets out a slow breath. "They shot at the Sledders." "What?" I cry. 3 dead. Toby James and Chaplain Rick plus one of the children, Willie, Angelo Masters' grandson. "Not one of the children," Doris says quietly. "And Toby? He's such a sweet young man." I shake my head as my tears again flow freely. Angelo lost his daughter Tricia during the attempted takeover. He'd been caring for her children since then. Toby James, who's often my snowmobile chauffeur, has become a friend, always polite and an asset to our community. And Chaplain Rick is a cornerstone of our group. Today's losses are huge. "How?" Doris asks. "How'd they get close enough?" "That's just it," Grant says. "They were shooting from the new shack we built to the south." "What?" I ask again, shaking my head. "The new lookout is over a half-mile away." "A trained sniper," Doris answers. "Do you know where Evan is?" "No, sorry," Bryce says. "We didn't see him. After securing the area, we were told to come after you." He lowers his voice to almost a whisper. I strain to hear him, but can barely make him out. "Will you want to take Lindsay's remains to your cabin?" "Yes," Doris says quietly. "I'm going with Doris," I say to Sarah. "Then I'll go see Jake. Are the children okay?" "Shaken up, but physically fine." "Okay," I say, as Bryce holds Callie's arm so she can slide off the horse. Once she's on the ground, she says, "As soon as Mike gets back, I'll send him to the clinic to see if you need anything. He'll want to check on Sheila anyway." I respond with a nod. Callie and Sarah remain on the porch as we ride away. "Tell Jake we're praying," Sarah calls out. When we stop at Doris and Evan's studio cabin, they help her off and inside first. I follow them, sitting next to Doris on the couch, while the men move Lindsay in. I'm anxious to go to the clinic and check on Jake, but want to make sure Doris doesn't need anything first. When they enter with Lindsay, Danny, their black lab, lets out a low moan. "I know, boy," Doris says. "You're going to miss her, aren't you?" She rubs his ears as he lays his head in her lap. As they gently place Lindsay on the bed, I ask Doris, "Can I help you?" "No." Bryce said he'd send his mom over to help me get Lindsay ready. "She should be here shortly," Bryce says. "We'll leave you be for now, okay?" Doris nods. Both men mutter their condolences again before stepping out. I was hoping, will it be okay if we bury her at your place next to Logan? I mean, when we go back down in the spring? Doris asks softly. Absolutely. Thank you. She nods as her eyes fill again. Go be with Jake. Please give him my best. I can stay until Pamela arrives. No, I need to be alone. Can you move my wheelchair over so I can get in it? After helping Doris from the couch to her chair, I tell her again to let me know if she needs anything. I'm almost to the door when she says, I think our shooters weren't as well trained. What do you mean? I ask, turning back toward her. They took out the guards at each lookout. Oh, we didn't even ask the names of the guards killed. No, I wanted to, but after hearing about Toby and Trisha's boy, I shake my head. I just needed to wait a bit. Understood. Anyway, they took out our guards. Then each sniper team took out 3 people. We know the ones shooting at us fired more than 3 shots since they made sure to hit the snowmobile too. But they only shot 3 people. I suspect we'll hear there was other equipment shot up as well. 3 people? What is the significance? I don't know. But why only 3 is my question. Were they limiting their shots? There were a lot more than 3 shots where we were, I say. And at our location, Doris says, then visibly swallows. Lindsay was, thankfully, the only fatality. That's why I say our shooters weren't as well trained. It's a short walk from Doris and Evan's cabin to the clinic. When I step inside, Bill Shane and 2 others from the militia are in the reception area. Mollie, Jake's in the hospital room, Bill says. Sheila's in surgery. How are they? I ask, moving toward the closed door of Jake's room. Katie came out a few minutes ago, checking to see if you'd arrived. She said Jake's asking for you. I give a nod. I just left Doris at her cabin. Is Evan back? She needs him. They went after the shooters, the ones that hit your group. Leo and Tim are still with him? I ask, concerned for my 2 sons-in-law. On last contact, yes. The radios don't work well at that distance. And the other shooters? Did anyone go after them? Tried, but by the time we got to the guard shacks, they were gone and they cleared their tracks so they couldn't be followed. They covered their tracks? In the snow? With his lips pulled tight, he gives a nod. Sort of. The ones who killed Mrs. Young and the couple at her house used the ridgeline. We had a small group tracking them, but the snow gets thin from the way the wind blows and then turns into hard-packed bare ground and rocks. They're still out looking. Doris said she thought there were 2 snipers in each group. Is that true? They were in groups of 3. 2 shooters and a spotter, we think. How'd the Southside shooters escape? They were brilliant, Bill says, slight awe in his voice. I never would have thought of this, but they set off a small avalanche behind them. An avalanche? Why? I ask, remembering how an accidental avalanche killed one of our community members a few months ago. To cover their tracks. That and slow us down. Our people were already a good ways behind them because of the distance to the lookout. They planned this well. Okay, maybe the attacks on the other 2 lookouts were planned, but how'd they know where we'd be? How'd they know we'd go to the old cabin? I doubt they did. They must have just taken advantage of the situation. You're sure? I drop my voice to a whisper. Are you sure there isn't someone inside our community feeding information to them? Bill pats my shoulder. Go see Jake. I'll want to get a statement from you later. You're not sure. We just lost over a dozen people, including a little boy, and it could be another inside job? I hear my voice starting to squeak with a combination of anger and fear. In his calm cop voice, Bill says, Right now, I'm not sure of much, except for your husband is asking for you. I shake my head and walk a couple of steps. I stop and turn back to Bill. Why are you here? Because, like I said, I'm not sure of much. Seemed it might be smart to spend some time here considering only 2 people survived their wounds. Do you think they're still in danger? Doubtful, but... He shrugs. Doris said she thinks our snipers weren't as well trained as the others. Makes sense. Maybe they were watching us and saw your group leave. They put together another hit squad, those not as skilled as the others. After you visit with Jake, we'll talk. Maybe you saw something helpful. I shake my head. I didn't. I was watching Sheila when she was shot, but I didn't see the shooters. With that, I continue the short trip into Jake's room. I crack the door slightly and ask, "Can I come in?" "Come in, Mom," Katie says. She's standing next to the bed where a pale Jake is propped on several pillows. "Hey," he says, "how's Doris?" I shake my head. About how you'd expect. She's a wreck, but is trying not to be. "Yeah, did you talk to Bill?" "A little. You?" "He asked me what I saw, but I didn't see anything. He asked Katie the same thing." "I wasn't looking at the guard shack," Katie says. "We were just talking." "I know. How's the wound?" Katie gives a slight shrug. "They're working on Sheila first. Jake's stable." "How's Sheila doing?" "I don't know. Roy's in there so they can give her blood. I expected them to be finished with him before now. I have a cot set up over there for him to rest. Let me grab you a chair." Once I'm sitting, I realize how exhausted I am. It's a good hour before the door to the surgery room opens. Chapter 20. Mollie. June Michelini escorts Roy out, supporting him as he moves carefully. Katie runs over to offer an arm. "I'm okay," Roy says. "Just a little woozy." "Sheila?" Jake asks. "Holding her own," June replies. "She lost a lot of blood," Roy adds. "Katie did great getting the bleeding stopped in the field," June says quickly as she helps Roy sit on the cot. "She's getting intravenous fluids now in addition to the transfusion." Belinda and Kelly's well-stocked medical supplies have saved many lives. Both of them purchased reusable IV fluid bags a few years earlier when hospitals across the country had a shortage due to a hurricane interrupting the manufacturing of them, making them realize reusable bags were a good idea. Kelly, a longtime prepper, purchased hers after reading an article about the shortages. Belinda, who didn't consider herself a prepper, already had filled bags as part of the supplies she kept on hand as one of the few medical people in our rural community. Living so far from a hospital and without local ambulance service, she's had to administer emergency care many times over the years. She added the empty bags after realizing the supply chain could so easily be interrupted. I have no idea how many people have had her homemade IV solution since the Havoc began. I know my own daughter's life was saved thanks to their foresight. "Will it be enough?" Roy asks as he moves to a reclining position. "Keep praying and stay positive," June answers. "You heard Belinda." "Yeah, it's a lot with losing Deanne such a short time ago, and now my little girl's hurt." June and Katie help Roy lower to the bed. Once he's down, he asks, "Where's Mike?" "He should be here any time," I say, surprised we haven't seen him yet. Roy gives a nod. "I'm going to take a short nap. Wake me if anything happens with Sheila or when Mike gets here." June fiddles with a few things on a shelf before walking toward the door to the reception area. She motions for Katie to follow her. Jake and I share a look and a shrug. We sit quietly, me still holding on to his hand while tears stream down my face. The deaths are heartbreaking. At some point, I realize I've fallen asleep when a noise causes me to jump. As I look around the room, I'm surprised to see Mike sitting next to his dad's cot. Katie is on the other side of Jake in a chair. The door from the surgery room opens, and Belinda exits the room behind Madison. "Okay, Roy. Mike," Belinda says, removing her fabric surgical mask. "Sheila's doing fine. Blood loss is still a concern, but not as much as it was. The bullet was embedded. I'm fairly confident we got it all, and, well, after an open wound, our biggest worry is always infection." "You have antibiotics for her, right?" Roy asks, moving to a sitting position. "Not a lot. Mollie's friends brought fish antibiotics with them. We're using those." Even though Belinda isn't talking to me, I give a nod. Clarice had a container of single-dose powdered erythromycin used for fish tanks. She and Liam found them at a house they were staying in when Bart was injured. They tried them for a few days, but when it didn't make a difference and he kept getting worse, Bart insisted he stop taking them so they'd have them if needed. They didn't need them, but now we do. Those, along with other medicines and a small amount of food and supplies they found in their salvaging along the way, are now added to the community coffers. One of the biggest surprises they had with them was coffee. 2 containers had yet to even be opened. We're saving those for something special. I'm not sure what that might be, but something. And you think they'll work? Roy asks. Fish antibiotics? We'll know more in a few days, but I'm cautiously optimistic, and as a precaution, we'll keep her in the surgery room for now. At least one of us will stay with her. Kelly and Lori are with her now. Once we have Jake taken care of, we'll clean this room before moving her to the more comfortable bed. We'll treat this as an ICU with visitors limited. She turns and looks in our direction. So Jake, let us wash up and we'll get you sorted out. Katie, you'll take the lead on this. Katie jumps to her feet. I'll scrub in the reception area bathroom. With a nod, Belinda motions to Madison and they move into the small bathroom off the hospital room. Although this cabin, like all the cabins, is without running water, they've set up water coolers in each of the 2 bathrooms of this former vacation duplex. The insulated coolers keep the water warm for washing up. The wood stove in the other section of the duplex has large pots on it with more water heating. After a few minutes, the 3 return and begin their examination of Jake. Belinda, does Lori know about Toby? I ask as she puts on exam gloves. She does, Belinda answers with a frown. Lori knew Toby when they both lived in Wesley. He was severely injured and taken to Prospect early in the attacks. He was there when the hospital caught fire. Lori assumed he'd died in the fire. She was surprised when he showed up last fall with the others from Prospect. She and I went there as soon as we could after the shooting. There wasn't anything we could do for Toby, Chaplain Rick, or Willie. Same with the people at the Young's house. Belinda gives a nod as Katie indicates she's ready to examine Jake. Okay, Belinda says. Tell me what you see. As Katie begins her report, I can't help but smile at my now grown-up little girl professionally detailing her clinical observations. Before the attacks, Katie was an art major. At then boyfriend Leo's urging, she took first aid courses as part of their personal preparedness efforts. Early in the attacks, due to his EMT training, he was added to the medical team. He suggested Katie also join, but she originally declined. She finally gave in when she realized there was a need, and she has an aptitude for medicine. When she was shot last summer and fighting for her own life, she got an up-close and personal view of the dedication of our doctors. After her recovery and marriage to Leo, she began her training again. Now, it's completely clear Katie is doing what she was meant to do. While she's an amazing artist, she certainly has a knack for medicine. Once Katie is finished, Belinda says, "Good. And what do you think we should do?" Clean the wound. There doesn't appear to be an obvious break in the humerus, but there may have been a nick. And even though there's an exit wound showing the bullet passed through, we don't know if fragments may have been left behind. And if there were fragments left behind, we run the risk of infection. But like Sheila, the more we mess with the wound, the higher the risk of infection. After discussing their options for a few more minutes, Belinda says, "So, Jake, we'd better take a look. The problem, as you've heard, is infection. Not only that, but we also have a space shortage with Sheila in the operating room. What I think we'll do is scrub down the reception area and examination space and then move you in there for the procedure. Then, once we get you put back together, we'll send you home. Mollie, you'll need to get your bedroom ready for him. Because of the type of wound and the fact we won't have to do as much digging around as we did with Sheila, I'm comfortable with him healing there. Just give the room a good cleaning and put fresh sheets on like if you were having company. And let's have you sleep on the couch or a cot for the first couple of days as an added precaution." "What?" Jake asks. "Are you afraid my wife will give me cooties?" I squeeze his hand and say, "All right, no cooties for Jake." As I start to stand, the room begins to sway. Madison, who's closest to me, is immediately by my side and gently guiding me back to the chair. "Put your head between your knees," she says, moving me into position. "I'm okay," I mutter as things continue to spin. I squeeze my eyes shut tightly to try and get my bearings. Not now. As the room rotates, the voices become far away. I can hear Jake saying my name and Katie telling him to stay in his bed. The fogginess seems to go on forever before I'm finally able to raise my head without feeling like I'm going to keel over. Sorry, I say, once I'm no longer in danger of landing on the ground. Sometimes I give a slight shrug. You're okay? Jake asks. I attempt a smile. It's weak, just like I feel. I'm okay. Madison is still at my side. Belinda's at the foot of Jake's bed, giving me the hairy eyeball. I'm okay, I say again, directing it toward her. Really? Doesn't seem like it. Lots of emotions today, I answer. It all just... I don't know. Madison, walk her home. Put her on the couch and get whoever is at her house to set up the bedroom for Jake. I'll examine her when we bring Jake home. I'm right here. You don't need to talk to Madison as if I'm elsewhere. Belinda raises both eyebrows at me. Fine then, Mollie. Let Madison escort you home, and I'll be there shortly. I give Jake a kiss goodbye and tell him I'll see him soon. Madison walks next to me, but doesn't try to hold me up or do anything weird. As quickly as the wooziness started, it's gone. While I feel completely exhausted and the ache in my back is terrible, I don't feel like I'm in any danger of passing out. As soon as I walk into my house, everyone wants to know how Jake is. I let them all know he'll be fine and home soon. Then I hug each of the young children, starting with Lily, who's thrown herself at my legs. And Sheila, Callie asks, are Mike and Roy still with her? Roy gave her blood, Madison answers. He's resting and Mike is there. Sheila did well in surgery. Before Jake comes here, can you give his room a good cleaning and disinfecting, plus fresh sheets? Yes, sure, Angela says, giving me a questioning look. I answer with a slight shrug and an eye roll, while Madison says, your mom had another event, and Belinda wants her resting until she can be checked out. Of course, everyone starts fawning over me, especially Malcolm and Tony, who both help me to the couch. Malcolm offers to get me a glass of water. You'd rather have tea, right, Mom? Tony asks. I'm okay for now, I say, while Madison says she needs a big glass of water, then she can have a cup of tea. There's a good chance she's dehydrated. Once Madison makes sure I plan to stay put on the couch and let the others wait on me and get things ready for Jake, she returns to the clinic. Tim and Leo aren't back yet? I ask. Angela shakes her head. I'm pretty worried. I give a slight nod. It's been hours since the massacre. Anything more about the others? Sarah asks. Nothing more than what we already knew. Mark gives me a sad nod. My mom told me about Willie. He was my friend. As I sit on the couch with my feet up on the coffee table, Angela and Sarah, along with help from the younger children, get the bedroom ready for Jake, while Malcolm and Tony wait on me. Mark sits with me and talks about Willie and how much he'll miss him. It's about 20 minutes later when there's a knock at the door and a voice calls out, "It's Leo and Tim, we're back." Malcolm runs to let them in. Stepping inside, they both look like they've been through the ringer. Their clothes are dirty, and Tim has twigs in his hair and is holding his right arm across his chest. Are Angela and Gavin here? Tim asks. Tim? Angela says, stepping out of the dining room. You're back! She runs over and hugs him. I watch as he winces in her embrace. What's wrong? I'm okay. I slipped and hurt my arm. I wanted to tell you I'm back. I'm on my way to the clinic to have it checked out. Is Katie at the clinic? Leo asks. She is, I say. What happened? Did you find them? We found them, Leo says with a nod. I wait a couple of beats for him to say more, but when he doesn't, I prompt, and? Not good, Mom, Tim says. He shakes his head. Leo claps Tim on the shoulder, which results in a grimace. Sorry, I'm going to walk Tim to the clinic. I'm sure his wrist is broken. I did what I could in the field, but Belinda needs to take care of it properly. And Evan? Did he come back with you? He did. He went home to check on Doris. Do you know about Lindsay and the others? Angela asks. They were assassins, Tim says in a harsh voice. Is Sheila okay? I saw her go down. She's been operated on and was fine when I left the clinic, I say. Jake should be okay too. Jake? Tim and Leo respond simultaneously. He was shot, Angela says. You didn't know? No, sorry. Leo shakes his head. Sorry, Mollie. We should have checked to make sure no one else was hit before we took off. Was anyone else hit? Tim asks. Not from our group, Angela says. Leo gives a grim nod. We got a little on the radio. My friend Willie was killed, Mark says. I'm sorry about that, Leo answers, walking over so he's standing close to Mark. I'm sorry you lost your friend. If you feel sad, I'll be around to talk, okay? Mark leans his head against my arm. Too many people have died since we lost the electricity. Chapter 21. Lucy. The day after the explosion, a time of mourning was declared. 8 people, including Mrs. Majors and Bernard, were killed immediately. 3 more died within hours. Of those killed, 1 was a sentry, and the rest were workers assigned to the hotel. 2 days after the deaths, a special memorial service was held at City Hall Park, right next to the gallows. Although I was still sore, I was well enough to attend. My hearing had returned to normal, and the headache was well controlled with mild pain relievers. I'm very thankful to be part of the acquisition team. The medical team has taken great care of me, making sure I have pain relievers and even special healing foods. There were several workers injured, and I know they received extremely limited treatment, only enough to stabilize them and send them home to recover. The service was nice. People, even workers, were able to talk about their lost loved ones. I was surprised to see time devoted to those in our lowest class. It was almost like before the attacks, the EMP, and Richard taking over the town by force and changing everything, including how we look at each other. Although many workers have died in the months since Richard became mayor, we've never done anything to commemorate them. Even when sentries were murdered by the rebels, there were no public funerals. Out of fear of another attack, extra security measures were put in place before the service. Not only was the area thoroughly checked for explosives, but there were also sentries and acquisition team members on hand and ready if needed. A new podium was added, which had a small piece of plexiglass at the top. Maddie said she even heard sandbags were put inside the lectern. While the sandbags would probably do the job of stopping a bullet with the plexiglass. Scott seemed completely distraught over the death of his mom, but Richard was without emotion. Scott gave a true eulogy, talking about his wonderful memories of his mom. Richard, with his arm in a sling but otherwise looking perfectly healthy, delivered more of a war cry. While I expected him to blame the rebels for this, just like the shootings of the sentries and other attacks, he surprised me by saying it was another community responsible. He blamed Bakerville, the same town we raided several months back, killing everyone in sight. Doc Bohm said only part of the town was there and the rest was hiding out. It does make sense, considering we killed around 70 people, and there were close to 400 living there prior to the attacks. At the time, I assumed they'd had a large die-off like Prospect did. Richard ranted for almost half an hour, promising to find the murderers from Bakerville and bring them to justice. Understandable, but it's odd. As I listened to his accusations, I found myself wondering how people from Bakerville managed to sneak into town and plant the bomb. Are our sentries not doing their job? People coming in and out of town is a big deal. Although Richard had plenty to say about the killers and the revenge he has planned, he gave no tribute to his wife. He shared no memories, no personal tidbits, and didn't even acknowledge the length of time they'd been married. The special team I was supposed to be on left as scheduled. Even though my injuries were mild, it was decided I'd be more of a hindrance than an asset. Not that I truly think anyone considered me an asset when I was well. Larita stopped by after one of the medics told me I wasn't going. She was exceedingly kind and assured me she'd be happy to continue working with me on improving my skills when she returns. Why? I asked. Because the better trained you are, the better for all of us. Do you work with anyone else? She shrugged. If they need it, or one of the officers asks me. So, someone asked you to work with me? No, not exactly. Have you heard about that Meeks guy from Wesley wanting us to go on a mission with him? Are they having trouble again? Meeks said someone from around Billings reached out to him, said there's some kind of warlord or something up there. He thinks we should all team up, his town and our town, to eliminate the warlord. Why? Because Meeks wants to be a warlord, she said with a laugh. He doesn't want competition. I smiled, but didn't think it was as funny as she did. We're fortunate we have Richard looking out for us. I waited, expecting her to say more. Instead, she asked, "Did you ever imagine this would be our life?" Well, no. Who would think we'd be attacked like we were? I mean, really. For me, the attacks are no surprise. Coming from Colombia, I understand how bad things can be. I was young when we escaped, but my mom and dad told me much about what it was like. And then we watched as Venezuela fell. It was concerning. I'm glad my parents died before they could see their beloved America turn into whatever we are now, and I'm glad they don't know the things I'm doing in this new world. What do you mean? I asked. She stared at the floor and said, I'm sure they'd be embarrassed how I willingly have gone along with the things we've done. I doubt it. They'd probably be happy you're a strong leader for us, and you don't have to scramble the way the workers do. Do you think your parents would be happy? I have no doubt, I said with a scoff. My mom was good friends with Janet, Lieutenant Cruz. No, let me rephrase that. I'd probably continually hear what a disappointment I am, since that's what Janet thinks. So I guess my parents would only be happy about the benefits of what I could give them as part of the acquisition team. And I suppose, if they were here, I'd have a house instead of living in the dorms. I guess that'd be a benefit. Do you not like living here? I'm sure you could move to my dorm if you think it's a better fit. Oh no, this is fine. Although, Maddie has been... I slammed my mouth shut. Yeah, I know. She's a sweet girl, but it's going to get her in trouble. Having a boyfriend, especially one who isn't a good fit for our lifestyle, is risky. You know about him? I don't know anything, but I hear talk. I've tried to tell her. She gave a nod and said, the best thing we can do, considering we've already made our choices, is to keep our heads down and not draw attention. We need to obey the rules and do what is needed. You don't keep your head down. You're amazing. Well, thank you. But that's not what I mean. I do what's necessary. I won't shirk my duties and make others have to do something I should be doing. If I don't, she took a deep breath. If I don't do the hard things, as distasteful as they are, others like you or Maddie will need to do them. And I know how difficult this is for you. I do my job, I replied crossly. I'm not saying you don't. You're a part of our team, and you do well at obeying orders. That's not what I'm saying. I'm able to compartmentalize things better. I despise the things we do, and I know I'll eventually pay for these choices. But for today, I can keep my wits about me as I follow orders. I'm not going to worry about tomorrow when our rightful government is reestablished. I know. She shook her head. I'm not sure you, Maddie, and a few of the others can keep your minds right. Of course, your appointments with Doc Bohm have made a difference. I can see a new toughness about you that wasn't there before. Thank you. She gave me a small smile and a nod. Anyway, I hope you're feeling better, and I'll be happy to work with you again after the team gets back. How much longer are you excused from training? Someone from the medical team will be by the day after tomorrow to see if I'm ready to be released. They've hinted I'll be on modified duty for a week or two, but I don't really know what that will entail. Keep practicing the things we've worked on. Larita and the special team have been gone a few days. The same medic stopped by a couple of days ago and released me to modified training, saying he'll see me again in 2 weeks to check how I'm healing. Janet has been less than understanding about my limitations and refuses to let me train with them, since I'm not able to do everything. Instead, I'm on my own. I don't really mind. I'm pacing myself while I get my body back in shape. I'm also able to spend extra time at the range when the rest of them are off doing other things, and I spend time working on the punches and kicks Larita taught me. Some movements still hurt, so I try not to overdo it. I have an appointment with Doc Bohm tomorrow. He searched me out yesterday, saying he thought it'd be a good idea for us to do a check-in, make sure I'm mentally doing okay after the explosion. I almost laugh when I think about how he used to creep me out. He genuinely seems to be a caring man, and I'm sure those times he got physical with me was for my own good, a way to get me focused on what was important. With it being the middle of April, maybe the weather will start warming up. It's still cold enough I have to wear multiple layers and insulated pants when out and about, and there's still drifted snow combined with bare ground. I'm beginning to think it's never going to melt. Maybe there's something to the rumors floating around all winter about the nuclear attacks changing our weather. I don't know. I'm just ready for the snow, wind, and cold to end. Back at my house, all my dorm mates, except Maddie, are in the living room. After saying my hellos, I head to the bedroom. Maddie's sitting on the bed staring at the wall, not even acknowledging me when I walk into the room. Almost time for our dinner to arrive, I say, digging in my closet for my comfy clothes. I told him no. Told who no? He sent for me. I refused. I quickly turned to look at her. Are you nuts? What do you think he'll do? I don't care. I've decided, and I'm sticking with it. It's time I was known by my fruit, not my sinful behavior. What's that? Christian mumbo-jumbo? I guess you would call it mumbo-jumbo. But I mean it. I'm going to change. This time I didn't come right out and say I won't ever see him again, even though I won't. I just had the messenger wait, and I wrote on the note this week was bad for me. With my hands on my hips, I shake my head. So you're just going to put him off? What happens when he sends for you next week? I'll have the flu. Good luck. If your plan is simply to put him off for a few weeks, maybe it'll work, but I can't imagine it will be sustainable. I think he might lose interest in me. Did you hear he moved into the Bunn mansion? Or maybe you've already visited? No, I haven't heard. I give her a pointed look before adding, or visited. Chance's brother helped salvage usable things from the hotel. He thinks Richard is going to make some big changes. He even has a woman living there. Really? Chase said that? Well, he didn't actually see the woman, but one of the other guys did and told him about her. So it's a rumor. Maddie responds with a slight lift of one shoulder. Thought so. I'm pretty sure it's nothing I need to hear then. About Richard, I sure hope you know what you're doing. Chapter 22. Monday, day 300. Mollie. As Leo suspected, Tim's wrist is broken. Without the ability to do x-rays, Belinda could only assume it was a clean break. With Madison's help, she was able to reset and splint it. Not only is his arm in a sling, but it's also taped to his body to limit his movements. In a few days, he'll likely be put in a proper cast. Belinda, Kelly, us, and one other family had a small amount of casting supplies stocked up before our world fell apart. A few years ago, I was focusing on our medicine cabinet supplies and was surprised to discover just how easy it was to get just about anything over the internet, including casting supplies. I ordered a short-arm fiberglass cast kit in black, along with a black long leg cast. When Doris was shot in the leg, breaking both bones in the lower part, I thought Belinda and Dr. Sam would cast her, but they chose to use an air cast so it could be removed to check the wound from the gunshot. When I was buying casting supplies, I was sure one of each would be enough. Now I'd go back and buy a dozen of both kinds, along with several other things. It was so easy then to think Jake and I were just being ridiculous. Sometimes it seemed stocking up on food, gear, and goods was little more than an exercise in futility, even a waste of money. Really, when would I ever need a cast kit? Well, at the end of the world, that's when. And with no substantial updates from the president, even though there was a new, vague announcement with no new information, I can only assume the end of the world is still here. The deaths of our friends certainly confirm my feelings. The memorial service for our dead is planned for late afternoon before our evening meal. I haven't seen Doris since I left her yesterday, but did hear from Leo, who spoke with Evan, who said she's doing as well as can be expected. Although Leo and Tim were slightly cryptic yesterday after they returned, they have now been given permission to share their experience. We're having a family meeting now, followed by a community-wide discussion after lunch. New plans are being made and will be shared then. With Leo on a break and the younger children in school, those in our family unit not on duty are gathering in our dining room. There was talk of canceling school today because of the death of Willie and the others, but it was decided keeping them on a normal schedule and able to grieve as a group might be best. I was part of the group in favor of canceling. Truthfully, I don't want my children and grandchildren to leave the house. I'm not the only one who feels this way. Out of caution, the children are being driven to school using an old diesel car in one of the trucks as school buses. Then the snowmobile and trailer zooms them across the bridge to the lodge. Zeb Frost says if we get a little more snow melt, we'll be able to take four-wheel drives across the bridge and up the steep hill. They normally do that in the spring and summer to ferry supplies back and forth during zipline season. Their summer business at the ski lodge during normal times. This morning, Cole Gunderson assured worried parents they are acting to prevent a similar attack, and these measures are only temporary until more precautions are put into place. Jake's propped up on pillows in our bedroom with the door open. He argued that he's well enough to join us at the table, but I put the kibosh on that. He's been grumbling at me ever since. I'm still replaying yesterday over and over in my head, Tim says. This was really the first time I'd been... He shakes his head. I'd never done anything like that before. I wasn't even up close and personal, but it was still... He lifts his hands in a surrender motion. With a nod, his dad Art says, "You'll work through it." Tim told me a little about it, Angela says, but since we're here... I'd rather Leo give the details, Tim says. I'll add things when it seems appropriate. I caught a glint of something, movement, or I don't know. Leo says. The sun wasn't in the right spot to be reflecting off the scopes, but in my mind, that's what I think I saw. It happened right in the instant before the shooting started. Lindsay was talking, and then she was down. I heard Sheila scream at the same time. Tim and I both dove behind the bonfire. Not a great place to take cover, but it's what we had. I pulled Lindsay with us, but she was already gone. I squeezed my eyes tight as I remember looking at Lindsay as Doris held her. She'd been shot center mass, likely piercing her heart. There was a pause in the shooting, and Evan started barking orders, Tim says. A couple more shots flew off, but as soon as it was over, we went after them. My nose was a little out of joint when he demanded I stay and help the rest of you secure the area and tend to our wounded, Mike adds. At the time, I didn't realize Lindsay was dead or Jake had been shot. I only knew about Sheila. I guess Evan thought I might be upset about her getting shot, which is why I wasn't allowed to go along. My dad and I took Sheila around the backside of the building, and Katie went right to work. Sheila's doing better this morning, right? Sarah asks. I stopped by on my way to breakfast, Mike says. She had a good night and was talking this morning. Dad's still with her. Belinda asked me to just stick my head in and talk from the door, because of germs and all. I'll go see her again before I head out this afternoon for my woodcutting duty. Mike glances around the room before continuing. After getting Sheila out of the line of fire, Dad and I went back to Lindsay. Doris was already there, having crawled from her camp chair to her daughter's side. That's when we saw she was dead. We helped move Doris to the shed first. She didn't have her peg leg, so she wasn't mobile. Then we took Lindsay over. We still didn't know Jake was injured. Callie yelled she and Angela had the south side of the cabin covered. Tim told me to grab Lindsay's rifle, Angela says. I knew then she wasn't okay. There's several beats of silence before Mike says, so I went to the north side to watch for any additional threats, telling my dad to go be with Sheila. I watched as Evan scurried up the hill, with Leo and Tim hot on his heels. Man, I had no idea Evan could move like that, Tim says. Even the deep snowy spots barely slowed him down. He'd post-hole and almost like magic pull himself out. It was impressive. He's an animal, Leo agrees with a nod, and he was running on pure anger and adrenaline. You saw what he looked like after we were finished? Yeah, true. He was pretty wiped out. Of course, so were we. I still am, Tim says, rubbing his arm through the sling. When did you break your arm? Destiny asks. Not long after we reached the top. Even though Evan had little trouble with the incline and the snow, I was really wishing for the snowshoes we had. Going up was hard, but going down was worse. That's for sure, Leo says. When we reached the tower, we slowed down and checked it out. I guess it shouldn't have been a surprise to find our people dead, Tim says. But it was still hard. The killers were gone, but with the snow, they left us an easy trail. We took off after them. I hadn't gone 10 feet when I lost my footing and tripped over a fallen tree. It's like the snag just reached out and grabbed me. I knew right away my arm was bad, but what could I do? He gives a shrug as he looks around the table. There are many mumbles of nothing you could do or you did what you had to do. Angela gives Tim an adoring look before saying, he's tough. She then narrows her eyes and adds, but not always smart. That's probably true, Tim says, putting his good hand on her arm, and I'm certainly glad we've been training to shoot with both hands. I was able to slide my paddle holster to my left and reposition my rifle so it was slinged on my left shoulder. It was awkward, but I was still functional. As we discuss yesterday's event, in which 13 people from our community were murdered, it strikes me how odd our conversation is. We're all heartbroken, that much is true, but we're also detached. We understand this world we live in is full of danger. Talking about it, processing it all in a semi-normal conversation feels wrong. We should be hysterical, wailing over what has gone on. If this would have happened before the attacks, if 13 people from our small community lost their lives in such a violent way, we'd be in extreme disbelief. But now, as much as I hate it, I can believe it. Like Mark said last night, too many people have died since we lost the electricity. Have we become immune to it? I didn't even realize Tim was hurt, Leo says. Other than a slight gasp when he fell, he didn't say anything. He was back on his feet almost instantly. It was then Evan motioned us to stop. He could see the shooters making their way down the hill. They were moving, but not nearly as fast as they should have been. My guess is they didn't expect us to follow, at least not immediately. Probably thought you'd be confused about what was going on, Clarice says. And with the children there and in danger, they might have thought you'd stay to protect the kids and not follow at all. Maybe, Leo says with a nod. But they've been watching us, right? Sarah asks. They knew about our training, so why would they even think we wouldn't fight back? They should have realized we would, Leo says. But the fact they didn't was definitely in our favor. Evan spotted them, and, well, that was their downfall. I chew on my lip as I think about his statement. Evan is a retired sniper for a metropolitan sheriff department. He's exceedingly well-trained and precise. While the weapon he was carrying wasn't his favorite sniper rifle with an amazing scope, it was still more than adequate with him at the trigger. Evan used one of those awful snags as a rest, Tim says. 3 shots, bang, 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 and all 3 were down. I'd never seen anything like it. Even on the range, he's never been quite so quick and accurate. Wow. Well, Leo says slowly, the way he tells it, he could have done better. One of them did manage to get to his gun and take a wild shot. So Evan shot again, Tim says. That ended that. When we got close enough, we could see he was still alive. Evan had shot the gun out of his hand, taking a few fingers with it. One guy was dead and the other was bleeding out. Leo started first aid on the one with the missing fingers. Tim's suddenly pale. He takes a deep breath and then raises his chin in Leo's direction, indicating he should take over. The fingers were the least of his worries. The first shot was fatal, just not immediately. It wasn't good. When I motioned to Evan there wasn't anything I could do, he squatted down next to the guy. He was younger than us, around Katie's age. Evan asked him what his name was, but the guy was still playing it tough and answered rather bluntly, I'll say, Tim says, I learned a few new phrases in his tirade, ones we didn't even use in the oil field. That's when Evan told him he was going to die and there wasn't anything we could do about it. I thought Evan would ask who they were. Even though we suspect they were from Prospect, it would have been smart to get confirmation, interrogate him a bit, and get us some info. Leo looks around the room, nodding, which results in most of us nodding back. And his group had just killed Lindsay, so you'd think he would have said something about that, right? Instead, he said, in these few minutes you have left, it's time to get right with the Lord. Do you know who Jesus is? I feel my eyes filling with tears as the corner of my mouth lifts slightly. I've known Evan for years. Before the last few months, I would have never thought of him as an evangelist. That resulted in even more interesting words out of the guy, Tim says. Evan waited until he was done with his string of profanities before saying, I'd be happy to introduce you to him. All you have to do is ask. After a little sputtering, the guy got really quiet. Then he said his name was Bo. Yeah, Leo said. He took a deep breath and started coughing. Then he asked how we caught up to them so quickly. Evan said we just did. Then Bo started telling us all kinds of stuff. How they were sent here to watch us, but then their major decided to turn it into a mission and cause some bloodshed. Yep, Tim says. It wasn't even his first time here. He was part of the group who kidnapped Milena on Richard Majors' orders. Seems he knew enough about Milena and the others who escaped Prospect last fall to know she was in Bakerville. They were supposed to bring her back on the raid of the river people, but when she wasn't there, they had to rethink things. Shelby was taken only because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you know where they are? I ask. And what about Milena? Is she okay? To his knowledge, both are fine, Leo says. Milena is being kept by Majors, and Shelby is in what he called the bordello. Evan urged him along with several leading questions about where the bordello is. From the description, we're pretty sure it's the same place Rochelle and her girls were kept. It's not only for, on-site entertainment, but people make trades for the women and take them with them. It's disgusting, to say the least. How'd they know about us living up here? Sarah asks. Sounds like they were watching the river people off and on for months before the slaughter, Leo says. Bo didn't know much, but he said they knew for a fact part of us were living up here. And just like with the river people, Tim jumps in, they'd been watching us for several days before taking Milena and Shelby. They wanted to learn our habits. Same thing this time. He said they'd been in camp a week, finding different locations to watch and plan. We never had any idea. Originally, they were just supposed to watch and gather intel. Shooting at us was spontaneous. Yesterday, they decided to take out the eastern and southern watchtowers, but when they saw our group leave, they shook things up, sending the trio to take care of us since it was a good opportunity, especially since we had children. Tim's voice chokes on the final words. He swallows, then shakes his head. Leo takes over. That was their plan. Not just to kill our guards, but to take out soft targets. He used that phrase, soft targets. Said they knew it'd cause fear. We didn't know at the time about Willie being killed, but when he said it, we were worried other children in the community might have also been. Leo sucks in a breath. And we left in such a hurry, we didn't know if our own children were safe. My hands go to my mouth. I hoped Willie's death might have been an accident, bad aim, but to know they were purposely targeting our children. With the Sunday sledding, we easily could have lost many more. It could have been a complete massacre. I was kicking myself, Tim says. My heart was in my stomach. I was so worried about Gavin. I knew Angela was okay. She yelled at me to go and told me she'd take care of our son, but she couldn't know he was okay. I'd seen Jake and Mom as they started running toward the sledding hill, but I didn't stick around to make sure everything was okay. Gavin was fine, Tim, Angela says. You can't beat yourself up over something that didn't happen. He scrunches up his face before nodding. Hearing him say they were targeting our children was almost too much for me. I completely lost it. I barely remember it happening, but the next thing I knew, Leo was holding me back. I'm not proud of it, especially since Bo was already dying, but I would have killed him with my bare hands if Leo hadn't stopped me. That's when I realized Tim was injured, the way his wrist just sort of flopped when he let out a roar and launched himself toward Bo. Leo took me to the ground, and once he had me settled, he fixed me up. Did he tell you anything else about Milena or Shelby? I asked. No, Evan tried to get more details, but we don't think Bo really knew. He didn't seem to know where the bordello is or who's there. So we don't even really know if Shelby is still there? I asked, dread filling me to my core. Chapter 23. Mollie. We don't know, Leo says, whether Shelby is still there or has been sold to someone as a... He clears his throat. That was the topic of conversation this morning, plus what was discovered yesterday, which was a whole lot of nothing. Other than Bo and the two with him, the rest made a clean getaway. We do know from Bo their orders were to hightail it to a meeting spot, and then they'd go back to Prospect. Evan gave Bill Shane the information last night, and he took a group out at first light, but we suspect they're long gone. But now we know where our people are. Let's go after them, Mike says. Did he give you the location of the place he thinks Shelby is, or where they're keeping Milena? He doesn't know where the bordello is, Leo says, and it isn't where Milena is now. Seems there was an explosion at the hotel. Majors was staying. What hotel? Jake calls from the bedroom, while everyone else shakes their heads and gives other expressions of disbelief. Prospect Hotel, Tim says. They're having trouble with rebels, and they blew the place up. Mrs. Majors and several others were killed. Milena was staying there. She's fine. Bo was one of the ones who helped dig her and Richard Majors out of the rubble. He was in a room when the bomb went off. Paul Cameron told us there was a group of rebels, besides his own, operating to bring down Richard Majors, but he had no details. They'd decided the safest thing for their family and the other families living in his area was to leave, join forces with others, and then go after Majors and his henchmen. When they arrived in Bakerville, we were in the process of moving up the mountain. All plans of retribution were put on hold for the winter, but the murderers from Prospect have changed that. They evacuated both of them to the newspaper building Majors owns, Leo says. A medic was treating them. That's the last Bo saw of Milena. Their guerrilla team left a few days after the explosion. Seems their team is smaller than it was supposed to be, too. One of the team members was injured, and a few of their officers stayed behind. He didn't know why. Officers? I ask. They went with a military system, too? Guess so. It's an easy way to recognize the leaders. Anything else you should tell us? Alina asks. I must prepare to do kitchen work. Yeah, Angela agrees. We better wrap this up. The lunch crew will arrive shortly. Probably nothing that won't be covered at the meeting, Leo says. Do you expect Bill and his team to be back by then? Sarah asks. Doubtful. This will be announced at lunch, but they'll go on from the rendezvous spot Bo told us about toward Prospect. We're going to rework the observation post overlooking Prospect. But two did leave today, I ask. Bobby Newton volunteered to go with Carol. They'll keep watch for now while we form our new plans. And Bo? Clarice asks. Did he accept Jesus? Leo and Tim both shake their heads. Evan asked him again when it was evident his time was ending, Tim says. He let out a big sigh and said it wouldn't make sense for him to go begging for forgiveness now. Not after the way he'd lived, and especially not after the things he's done since he became part of Majors' acquisition team. That's what he called their group, acquisition team. But anyway, he died right after. Clarice gives a nod. The Lord doesn't want anyone to perish, but wants everyone to come to repentance. That's from a verse Chaplain Rick was talking about the other day at Bible study. I can't remember where to find it, though. Does anyone know? I shake my head, feeling like I should know, but I can't remember. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. Jake says in a powerful voice. 2 Peter 3:9. I smile at my Bible-spouting husband. Before, when our lives were terribly busy, he'd often talk about wanting to learn verses, but never took the time. This winter, living on the mountain has given him not only time, but a desire to learn more about our Lord through His Word. He'll have verses written all over the place and carry them around with him when on guard duty or doing other jobs. This wasn't one I knew he was working on, having not seen it on any of his paper scraps. That's it, Clarice says. Chaplain Rick said the first part is important because it's God's mercy that delays His judgment. He's waiting to allow people the opportunity to repent. At least Evan was there and gave Bo the opportunity. I'm not sure I'd be so... Clarice scrunches up her face as she shrugs her shoulder. I nod my agreement. I'm not sure I would have offered him salvation either. I'm really going to miss Chaplain Rick, Sarah says with a sigh. He had such a wonderful way about him. And Toby James, too. He was always so kind and such a help to everyone. We haven't talked much about the sentries they murdered, Angela says. Gina was in the watchtower by us. She was only accepted to the militia after Shelby and Milena were kidnapped. You all knew her? She was one of the women rescued by Lindsay and Logan on their way to Bakerville. That's why Bobby went out with Carol, Leo says. Bobby and Gina were together when Lindsay found them. She felt she'd be honoring both Gina and Lindsay by taking watch. Gina had a hard time, Sarah says. Lots of terrible things happened to her before Lindsay found her, rescued her. Annie Bond was also killed. Her husband was massacred along with the other river people, having sent Annie and their 3 children up here while he stayed behind. 3 more orphans. Who cares for the children now? Alina asks with a frown. I don't know. She didn't have any family. They were in the nursery when she was murdered, Leo says. I don't think any other arrangements have been made yet. We're running out of potential parents. I give a nod as I think about how Pamela and Dusty took in the 5 children brought home from Bakerville. They're around the same age as Jake and me, too old for young children. But Pamela grew terribly attached in those first days. She was helping care for them. After relocating the couple to Tamara Nicholson's now empty studio cabin, their small dorm apartment in the ski lodge had a minor remodel, connecting the 2 apartments. The second apartment was divided into 2 small rooms, with a set of 3 high bunk beds in one room for the girls and a regular set of bunks in the other room for the boys. Dusty and his sons custom-made both sets of bunks, and they're quite the works of art. Little things like that have helped the children feel special and know they're loved. Where will Annie's children go? With so many in our community being retirement age, it's hard to find adoptive parents, and the ones who aren't older are often single or widowed. When Sarah took in Mark, Sissy, and Andy, her husband was still alive and she was pregnant with their baby. Now she, too, is widowed with 4 youngsters. It's really not uncommon. And if my fears are correct, we can expect many more losses as we defend ourselves against those from Prospect who wish to harm us. I'm sure we'll hear more soon, I say. Like Alina and Angela said, we better wrap it up for the kitchen crew, and Belinda should be here shortly to examine Jake. And you too, he says. Yeah, I sigh. Me too. As everyone begins to break up, there's a knock at the door. Not a moment too soon for adjournment, Mike says. I'll go answer it. Several kitchen crew people solemnly enter, their usual laughter and ribbing absent on this sad day. One asks how Jake and Sheila are doing. Another points at Tim's arm, asking what happened. Tim simply says, I slipped, and gives a small shrug. The rest of the story will come out at lunch. As they move into the kitchen to begin their duties, another knock sounds. This time, it's Belinda. You're looking a little better today, she says when she sees me. That's good, I answer, not realizing I didn't look okay yesterday. I'll check Jake over first, and then it'll be your turn. Can't wait. After she gets her boots and coat off, I join her in the bedroom where Jake's still propped on his pillows. The first thing he says is, I know you didn't want Mollie sleeping in here because of my stupid arm, but I don't think she should be on the couch. It isn't comfortable for her. It's fine, I say, though he's right. It isn't comfortable. Of course, with the way my back and hips have been hurting, the bed isn't great either. June worked on me yesterday morning before we went on our picnic, and I'll see her again tomorrow for a massage. Maybe she can alleviate the intense ache that seems to have been exacerbated by the night on the couch. We'll discuss that after the examinations, Belinda says. After washing her hands and gloving up, she checks out Jake's arm, unwrapping the bandages put in place yesterday, cleaning it and looking it over. A few minutes later, she declares him healing much better than she'd hoped. After Belinda re-wraps his wound, she turns to me. Now we'll see what's up with you, Mollie. Why don't you have someone bring one of those cots in here? She can use the other side of the bed, Jake offers. I want to be able to get to both sides of her. A large storage closet between the two main floor bathrooms holds several camping cots, along with various other medical items. The lodge was set up to be used as a backup medical clinic in case of overflow. Up until now, it's only been needed during Dawson's assault. Okay, let me grab one, I say. That's not something you should be doing, Belinda says. I give her a look. With her own look, she says, bending over and picking things up can lead to you falling over and passing out. They're propped against the wall, I say, the exasperation evident in my voice. I'm pretty sure a slight bend isn't going to make all the blood rush to my head. Belinda sighs and shakes her head. I'll help you. After getting the cot set up in the room, she asks me to undress to my underwear and put on my robe, then excuses herself to go wash again. With a wry smile, Jake says, I guess she told you. Sometimes there's a thing or two I'd like to tell her. Like what? She does have a point. Passing out could result in you hurting yourself. You might need stitches or even get concussed. Then where would you be? Reclining in the bed next to you. I tie my robe and then plant a kiss on his lips. I wouldn't complain, and I'm serious about you sleeping in here. You'd sleep better than on the couch, and I'd sleep better with you next to me. Last night was weird. With no one yanking the blankets off me, I kept waking up too hot. I'm not the one who yanks blankets, I say, putting my hands on my hips. Since our honeymoon, he's accused me of stealing the covers. Really? I give him a pointed look and then crack a smile. I can't help it if I get cold. See? That's my point. Besides, when I need a drink of water in the middle of the night, I can wake you up to get it for me. I left a glass by your bed last night. Yeah, but I had to contort my body to reach it. My right arm is closest to the nightstand, so I have to reach over with my left, the uninjured one. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even think it might. I'm just harassing you, Mollie. It was fine, but I really do want you to stay in here tonight. We'll talk about that in a bit, Belinda says, entering the room. Socks off, Mollie. I want to see your feet. Unlike with Jake, Belinda is barehanded for my exam. Disposable gloves, like everything else, are in limited supply and used only when necessary. The examination starts with her looking at my toes and then my fingers. She has me sit on the edge of the regular bed as she checks my jaw, where a few months ago I had small bilateral tumors, which have since subsided. Then she examines my throat, arms, and shins. Okay, untie your robe so I can check your back. She pokes at my lower back in a few spots, eliciting a jump from me when she reaches a tender area. Still hurting, huh? Do the massages help? Some. I shrug. The shortness of breath is better. I'm not winded nearly as easily as I was a few months ago. That's good. Maybe the warmer weather is making it easier to breathe. You're still doing the deep breathing exercises. I am, along with the regular walking. Slight inclines aren't terrible. I made it up the hill to the ski lodge a couple of days ago. How many times did you have to stop? Choosing to ignore the question since the answer is a lot, I say, and I can do more of the martial arts moves before having to stop. Katie and I have been working on... I'm pleased to hear that, she interrupts, but I'm still concerned about the dizziness and, well, everything else. After a few more minutes of checking my back, she has me turn to lie on my back on the cot, where she pokes and prods my stomach. Unlike the lumps along my jawline, the masses found in my abdomen have yet to subside. She takes her time checking the known spots and then other areas. Finally, she helps me sit up and tells me I can get dressed. She's going to go wash up and then we'll be back so we can discuss. Once I'm dressed, Jake pats my side of the bed. I crawl up and sit next to him. When Belinda comes in, she pulls a straight-back chair we have in the room to the foot of the bed where we can both see her easily. As I've already said, I'm very happy with how Jake is healing. The wound looks good. It's healing to the point I'd expect in the time since yesterday, and there's no indication of infection or issues. Excellent, Jake says. Mollie will be sleeping in here tonight. Sure, that's fine. Belinda takes a very loud, long breath and lets it out slowly, and just as loudly. It's not as good for you, Mollie. I blink a few times as the tears threaten. I know, I say in a wobbly voice. I feel Jake's hand reach for mine. We've talked about this, about how I'm getting worse instead of better. After your appointment with June yesterday morning, she brought her concerns to me. She felt a lump on your lower back and another on your hip bone. I feel both, too. You also have a new lump under your left armpit and one behind your ear. The stomach lumps? Jake asks. A little more pronounced, she answers with a nod. And you're losing more weight. I'll have you get on the scales, but I can tell just by looking at you. So I guess there's no doubt then? I don't think there is. Chapter 24. Lucy. What do you think this is about? Maddie asks, leaning too close to me. We'll find out soon enough, I answer, shifting in my seat to put distance between us. With her decision to put an end to seeing Richard Majors, I don't want to appear too friendly with her, especially if Richard should happen to be at this meeting. She might be ready to reform and let her fruit be known, or whatever weird phrase she used, but I know what's best for me. And keeping all the benefits I have now is it. Chance said the super soldiers returned in the middle of the night. How does he know? And when did you even see him? Maddie lifts her shoulder and scrunches up her face. Saw him before breakfast. He hears things. Don't you think we'd know if they were back? We live in the same community. And do you see any of them here? We were all called to meet at the clubhouse. Don't you think they'd be here too? He said they were taken to the newspaper office for debriefing. Maybe they'll show up soon. I lean close to her. I think there's something not right about your secret boyfriend knowing things like this, and it's definitely not right you snuck out to see him this morning. I thought you'd gone for a walk. I don't think our team's movements are as classified as you think. You should spend a little time in the cantina. The acquisition team, and especially the super soldiers, are huge topics of conversation. I tightly grab her leg as I glance around. You want to have it all end right now? I hiss. If Janet finds out you've been seeing him and going to the cantina, she'll not only kick you out, but Richard, or no Richard, she'll make you pay. You're hurting me, she mutters. Besides, I'm done. I meant it when I told you. Shaking my head, I release my grip and lean away. I give her a hard look and then cross my arms. She leans toward me again, but stops when the side door to the clubhouse opens. She flares her eyes at me before turning straight in her chair. General Scott Majors strides in with Major Lassiter hot on his heels. There's a gap, and then Captain Murphy, Janet, and the rest of the lieutenants enter. When the door closes, I realize I'm disappointed Richard wasn't part of the group. I also realize Maddie's boyfriend must be correct. The super soldiers, which were being led by Major Lassiter and Lieutenant Knight, must be back. Scott walks to the podium while Major Lassiter plops himself in a chair at the front. Instead of looking at the gathered crowd, he stares right through us, his face contorted in anger. Uh-oh, Maddie mumbles. Scott waits a few moments for the officers to take their chairs before beginning his address. All right, people, let's get started. He pauses a couple of beats to make sure all eyes are on him. The team who went out to surveil the group we heard rumors about. the ones causing trouble in the area, a group from Bakerville who've been hiding in the mountains, met some difficulties. This group has been stealing from travelers and people who refuse to join their group, or perhaps cult is a better word. We started hearing complaints about them last summer. Our February excursion was supposed to take care of the problem, but it seems the worst of the bunch moved to the mountains and have been hiding out. We know they're hoarding goods and supplies, things our town desperately needs. Until they planted the bomb that killed my mom, we had plans to wait until the weather cleared, before making first contact, encouraging them to stop their heathen ways, to turn over a new leaf and join us, instead of being a threat to the peace-loving people of Prospector County, the ones you've sworn to protect. But after the attack on us, we had to reevaluate our plans. Major Lassiter led a scout party to determine their numbers and assets. He was still under orders to bring a peaceful resolution, if at all possible. We don't believe the entire enclave is corrupt. Many people there are nothing more than slaves. Our plan was to watch and observe, and if the Major was presented with an opportunity to make contact, he'd take it. Scott's sad eyes wander the room, making eye contact with as many as possible. When he reaches me, he blinks but doesn't give me his usual smirk. "This cult," Scott says slowly, "they discovered our team who was only sent to gather information and find a peaceful resolution. But instead of even being willing to talk like men, they attacked." Several gasps go through the room. "Ha," Maddie mumbles. "Without any provocation, our soldiers were fired upon, leaving 3 dead and the rest barely escaping with their lives. This time, my gasp is included among the group. While we've lost a few people on the acquisition team since I joined, none have been during a scouting mission. We're so much better than most of the derelicts we've encountered. It defies belief any of our own could have been killed." "Who?" several people call out. I hold my breath, fearing Larita might be one of the dead. "Jeremy Lambert, Corey Banner, and Bo Nelson," Major Lassiter says from his chair. "There would have been more of us dead had we not been quick on our feet." Lassiter stands. "I know these people. General Major's characterization is accurate. They're more like a cult than anything, except not the peaceful hippy-dippy cult you may have seen on some TV show. These people are murderers, not only murderers, but kidnappers. They stole my wife and children from me." Another gasp passes through the group. Movement near Major Lassiter catches my attention. Lieutenant Janet Cruz puts her hand to her face. At first, I think she's covering her mouth in shock, but from the look of her eyes, I quickly decide she's covering a smile. "That's right, and I'm not the only one," Lassiter says as he walks toward the podium. He puts a hand on Scott Major's shoulder, who gives him a nod as he steps away. "They've kidnapped children, keeping them as their slaves," Lassiter says. "In fact, other than a few of their higher echelon, most of the poor people are slaves, or have been brainwashed into believing the things they're spewing, brainwashed into believing we're the enemy. Part of our mission was to devise a way to rescue them, to bring them into the safety of Prospect." "Can you believe him?" Maddie whispers. I tap her leg to silence her. "This was supposed to be a special mission," Lassiter says. "We rescued 2 of the hostages when we were there on the first scouting operation." A slight spattering of applause starts, which is quickly encouraged by Scott and the officers, except Captain Murphy. He suddenly looks tremendously uncomfortable. He catches me watching him, raising his eyebrows at me before he joins in the applause. "We saved 2, Lassiter says. 2 women who were in very unfortunate circumstances. The things they told us." He shakes his head. "It's even worse than we imagined. Now those women have a chance at a better life, a life here in Prospect surrounded by comforts, instead of being treated as property. But there are still more for us to rescue, including my wife and children, who were taken from me in a violent manner. This will be a special mission. Not only will you, our well-trained soldiers, be involved, but we'll be enlisting members of the Sentry, and even workforce." I feel my eyes go wide. This cult is evil. Their leaders are without mercy. All the good we've done up to now, they're trying to undo. We've done what is necessary to protect those who are too young, too old, or too infirm. All has been in preparation for this. for this mission of ridding Prospector County of a community laced in wickedness. Lassiter returns to his seat as Scott steps back to the podium. What Major Lassiter says is true. We'll begin choosing additional members for the team beginning tomorrow. While these people will be handpicked to serve on this mission, most will return to their current positions after we eliminate this evil cult. He looks back at Lassiter, who gives a nod of agreement. There may be a few people who prove themselves worthy of promotion to join your ranks on a permanent basis, and because of other circumstances that have recently become evident, there will be some rearrangements of the teams. We'll start with those details tonight. Then tomorrow, the recruiting of the new members will happen. They will, as always, be moved to this community for their training time. We know having all of you immersed and living together is the best way to nurture teamwork. Our officers already have some ideas of who will be joining you. But if there's someone who would be a good fit, please speak to your supervisor. Any questions? Susie, one of my dorm mates, raises her hand. When Majors calls on her, she asks, "Will there be a funeral?" "We'll have a memorial after our evening meal tonight," he says. Major Lassiter was unable to recover the bodies since they were in a life-or-death situation. Corey Banner was a family man. His wife and young son have suffered a great loss. As always, we'll be there for them, their family, and as such, they'll be allowed to stay in their current home for a month while they grieve. We'll then make sure they're set up in new, suitable housing, and Mrs. Banner will be given a new work assignment. We take care of our own. Any other questions? As we're released to go, Captain Murphy motions me toward him. Before I can move in his direction, Scott Majors is standing in front of me. "Miss Fleming." "Miss Rivers." Hello, sir," Maddie says as she takes a step away. "I wish to speak with you," he says, "with both of you. Please stay behind. I'll be with you as soon as the room clears." "I have training," Maddie blurts. She crooks her thumb in my direction and says, "She's on light duty, but I'll be expected to arrive with the rest of my squad." "You've been cleared from training." He turns on his heel and strides to the front of the room. With wide eyes, Maddie asks, "What's happening? Are they kicking us off the team?" Being booted from the team is what I think too. Janet's had it out for me, for both of us, forever. But with seeing Doc Bohm and my getting a placement on the team with Loretta, I thought I might be moving up and she'd leave me alone. With the mission going to pieces, maybe she can get her way and kick me off. But kicking us off can't be good. Will they reassign us, or? Shaking my head, I say, "We'll find out." From across the room, Captain Dirk Murphy signals me again. As I take a step toward him, Maddie grabs my arm. "Where are you going?" I shake her loose. "Don't worry about it." When Murphy sees me walking toward him, he makes a follow-me motion, and then turns in the direction of the clubhouse's small kitchen. Inside the room, I lean against the counter while he positions himself so we can talk in low voices, and he can see out the open door. "General Majors is reassigning me," I say. "I've heard. Did he tell you about it?" "Will they execute us?" "No, it's not that. He didn't give you any details?" I let out a slow breath. "Not yet. He asked me and Maddie to stick around until everyone leaves. No one gets demoted. Why us?" "Look, Lucy." He scrubs his hands to his face. "You listened to me months ago when I told you to get behind our new government, right?" "Yes, of course. You were right. It's been the best thing for me. You trust me?" "What's this about?" "Soon enough, more things will make sense, and things will make sense. When it's time, you'll know more. I just need to know you trust me, to always do right by you. You're going to be okay. You need to go. They're all clearing out now." He motions to the almost empty room. "What Scott tells you, it's a good thing. Look at it that way, okay? I just want to survive. That's all I've ever wanted. To live through this disaster, and then build a life." He reaches for my hand. "There's surviving and there's living. And if we're going to live, then maybe we need to think about helping others live too. Isn't that what we're doing? The work we do is helping our entire town. They depend on us." "Is it? Go on." He'll be looking for you soon. I give him a final look. I want to be angry with him, angry he's questioning what we're doing, and angry because he isn't just telling me what's happening. Go, he says, making a shooing motion. In the main room, Maddie's sitting, chewing on her thumbnail. I slide into the seat next to her. She leans over and asks, "Is this it for us?" I open my mouth to answer when Scott bellows from across the room. "Fleming, Rivers, front and center." He motions to a separate space of the clubhouse. "Here we go," Maddie whispers, an obvious tremor to her voice. "We'll be okay," I answer with more conviction than I feel. "I pray you're right." Captain Murphy, Major Lassiter, and all the lieutenants except Alvarez are gathered on sofas and easy chairs in front of the now useless giant television perched above the fireplace. This clubhouse must have been a great perk when the power was still on. I can imagine having a birthday party here, with the huge open space, the cozy sitting area, and a separate large room with a pool table, ping-pong table, and even a foosball table. Outside there's a Wyoming rarity, an in-ground pool. There are also 3 hot tubs. Of course, like the TV, they're now useless. Most of the water in the pool and hot tubs was scooped out before winter. What was left turned green with algae and froze solid. Now, with the weather warming, it's a disgusting slush. "Have a seat," Majors says, motioning to 3 meeting chairs pulled into the space. They're set slightly separate from the comfy furniture, making it apparent we're different, outcasts. "Where's Alvarez?" Majors asks, looking around. "He should have been back by now." "Should be," Janet agrees. "Would you like me to go after him?" "Go." With more flourish than warranted, Janet stomps to the door. As she reaches for the push bar, it opens. "About time. We're waiting." "Sorry," Lieutenant Alvarez answers, not sounding at all like he means it. Reluctantly following him is an older teenager from the community. Alvarez takes his time removing his coat and hanging it on the rack, motioning for the girl to do the same. She gives a slight shake of her head and wraps her arms around her body. I can't remember her name, but I know she's the sister of one of the men on the acquisition team, a recruit who joined us a couple of weeks ago after he was promoted from sentry, along with 3 or 4 others. She and her parents live with her brother in one of the family units. "Miss Perez, thank you for joining us," Scott says. "Please have a seat." While staring at the floor, she gives a partial nod and shuffles to the chair next to me. "Can we get on with it?" Lassiter asks. Scott pierces him with a hard stare before turning toward the 3 of us outcasts. With a smarmy smile, he says, "You may be wondering why we're here." Maddie nods vigorously while the Perez girl seems to shrink within herself, her long black hair covering her face. I hold my head high and give him an even look. "It seems the mayor is a special friend of each of you." My eyes bug out of my head. Maddie and me, okay, we're both adults. But this girl, she can't be more than 16, and she's scrawny and awkward. Her face is cute enough, but she's so shy I don't think I've ever seen her make eye contact with anyone. And as special friends, he wanted to give you each the first opportunity to be part of a new... He purses his lips and looks to the sky. Venture. The mayor's starting a new team, I guess you'd say. This team is, as of yet, without an official name. But for clarity's sake, we'll refer to it as the hospitality team. Janet lets out an ugly laugh. Hospitality. That's rich. The rest of the officers, minus Captain Murphy, join in on her teasing and laughter. Scott even allows himself a broad smile. Tears sting my eyes as I realize they're laughing at me, at each of us outcasts. A whimper escapes the girl, but Maddie seems to sit up straighter and jut out her chin in a challenge. Even though I can feel my eyes are wet and my cheeks are red, I choose to imitate Maddie. Okay, Scott says, waving his hands. We shouldn't laugh at their expense. Why not? Janet asks. We all know exactly how Fleming and Rivers got on my team. It certainly wasn't because of any soldiering skills. Even Bobby Perez didn't make it by his own abilities, but rather what his little sister Alyssa could offer your dad. Moving those 2. She uses 2 of her fingers to point at Maddie and me, reminding me of a striking snake. Off my team and out of my life will be doing me a huge favor. I'm definitely getting the best end of this deal. Enough, Janet, Dirk Murphy says. I don't think it is. Janet spins her head toward him. You have no idea what it's like to have these two incompetent fools. It is enough, Scott interrupts. Now, ladies, this new team includes lodging. You'll be moving from the houses in this complex to the mayor's new house on the creek. You'll have tonight and tomorrow morning to get your things together. Workers will arrive at 3 to take your belongings. Right now, you'll each go straight from here to the mayor's home to begin the transition to your new team. Captain Murphy, please escort them. Chapter 25. Lucy. Wait, Maddie says. I'm not interested in going to a new team. I turn my head quickly and motion for her to be quiet. Humph, Janet says. The choice isn't up to you. Lieutenant Cruz is right, Lassiter says. We go where we're assigned. In addition, this new team will be much more suited to your specific skills, Scott says, and the luxuries you have now will be increased. My specific skills? Maddie asks. I roll my eyes at her and again urge her to shut it. Do we really need to spell it out for you? Janet asks. Are we to be some sort of... Seriously? Alyssa Perez says, whipping her head toward Maddie. Are you that dense? Enough, Scott says. Dirk, please see them to where they need to go and gather Fleming's and Rivers's personal weapons. They won't need those in their new position. Janet snorts out another laugh. Alyssa Perez may have slinked into the room, but she walks out like a warrior. I hustle to my feet, attempting to imitate her determined walk. As an afterthought, I turn and motion to Maddie. She gives a shake of her head as she stands. I yank her by the arm and hustle after the Perez girl, grabbing our coats from the rack as we pass by. Outside, Alyssa is leaning against a portico column, casual and carefree. Lifting her chin in acknowledgement, she asks, "Did you two know about each other before today?" "We did," I answer, as I slide into my coat. Even though it's nearing the end of April, there are still patches of snow on the ground, and it's too cold to be without a jacket for long. "But you didn't know about me?" she asks, looking at both of us. I shake my head. "Figures. How about the one living in the hotel with him?" "I'm not naive," I say. "Neither of us thought we were the only ones. We just didn't know who else." "Seriously? Don't you get out of this walled community and hear people talk?" "I go to the cantina," Maddie says, puffing out her chest. "The Christian place. Why would you go there?" "Ready, ladies?" Captain Murphy asks as he walks out the door. Will be okay?" I ask him, my eyes searching his face. He gives me a tight smile. "You'll be okay. Today is an introduction." "An introduction?" Alyssa asks. "You do know we know Mayor Majors, right?" "Shall we?" he asks as he steps away. Dirk sets a brisk pace, leaving Alyssa gasping for air before we're halfway there. "You're going to have to slow down," I say. "She's not conditioned like we are." "Are you calling me out of shape?" she asks. "Sorry, Alyssa," Captain Murphy says as he noticeably slows. After we've walked at the reduced pace, I ask the question I've had since Alyssa sat next to me. "How old are you?" "Old enough." "She graduated last May before the attacks," Dirk says. "She was one of my students and on her way to UM. University of Montana in Missoula?" Maddie asks. "I would have loved to have gone there." "Yeah," Alyssa says. "I would have too, but nope. The universe had other plans and I'm stuck in Prospect. It was a dump before the attacks. It's worse now." After half a block of silence, Alyssa asks, "Are we going to the Bunn Mansion? I heard the mayor's living there now." "You'll be living there too." A thrill of excitement runs through me. The Bunn Mansion is a historic landmark. The home was built in the early days of Prospect, becoming a town by our original mayor, Emerson Bunn. Bunn's first wife, born in London, was behind the design, making it a replica of a London estate. It seems, though a close likeness to the original, she was known to have said it was not quite as gaudy and more to her liking. The biggest difference, the original home was made of brick, and this one of wood, harvested in the nearby forest and locally milled. The two lived there together only a short time until she died during childbirth, along with the baby. Mr. Bunn then moved to the top floor of his nearby hotel, but kept a full staff on hand so the house was always perfect should he choose to move back. When he married his second wife, she and the children lived in the mansion, but he still lived in the hotel, choosing to only visit. The general belief about Mayor Emerson Bunn is he was a bit eccentric. The house now belongs to the town of Prospect. Up until the time of the attacks and our world changing, it was a museum with guided tours. I've been on the tours many times as a schoolgirl, and when friends or family would visit from out of town. It's really no surprise Richard Majors would move in there after the explosion at the hotel. He talked about it often and mentioned how perfect it'd be for his needs, especially since so much of the original old-fashioned things were still in place. There are even oil lamps attached to the walls, an old wood cookstove in the kitchen, small wood stoves in each of the bedrooms, and several other conveniences of the 1800s. When Mayor Stringer was still in charge before Richard killed him, he had several displaced families living there. Richard cleared them out right quick after taking over, and even had a team of workers in to scour the home from top to bottom. When we're less than a block away, Murphy says, "Look, I think it's important for each of you to remember you've done the things needed, so you can best get by. This is no different. Do what you must, and keep your heads down. Maddie, Lucy, this will be better for you, less dangerous, especially with the new mission coming up. You'll be able to stay here and stay safe. Alyssa, you'll have improvements too. I know you're often in the team kitchen now, so no more of that." "Whatever," Alyssa says. "I've already made it clear I'll do what I must to make things easier for not only me but for my family. But really, Mr. Murphy, excuse me, Captain Murphy, don't you feel a little like a pimp walking us here?" He stops abruptly and causes Maddie, who was following too close, to bump into him. He doesn't turn to look at Alyssa, or any of us, but his shoulders drop as he says, "More than a little. Just remember what I've said. Keep your heads down. Things aren't always what they seem." At the front door of the house, Murphy uses the big brass lion's head knocker to announce us. Feeling nervous, I run a hand through my hair. I haven't seen Richard since before the explosion killed his wife. Well, I've seen him, but not up close and personal, only at the memorial when he was angry and filled with hate. Expecting Richard, I'm surprised when the person opening the door is Candace Murphy. "Hello," she says pleasantly, while delivering a nice smile. "Mrs. Murphy," each of us women say with varying degrees of surprise in our voices. "Hey, Mom," Captain Murphy says. "Are you ready for us?" "Yes, your timing is perfect. Please come in." The hardwood floors of the sumptuous foyer gleam with the look of fresh wax. "Why are you here?" I ask. "Lucy, it's lovely to see you. Maddie, Alyssa, you two also. I'm essentially your den mother." "Den mother?" I repeat. "Is that like a madam?" Alyssa asks. "Alyssa," Captain Murphy warns. With her smile unwavering, Candace Murphy says, "I look forward to you meeting the others." "So there's more than just the three of us?" I ask. "Duh," Alyssa says. "I've tried to tell you that. Please remove your boots and let me take your jackets. Then I'll show you your rooms and we'll have a discussion as to what your new position entails." In stocking feet and without our outdoor clothing, we follow her to the amazing parlor off the entryway, still decorated and furnished in the period pieces from when the massive home was a museum. "You'll each have your own room," Mrs. Murphy says. "As you know, if you've taken the tour, all the family and guest rooms are on the second floor. The family rooms were in the west wing, and the guest rooms the east. You'll each have a room in the east wing. Mayor Majors is in the west wing. There's maids' quarters off the kitchen and more staff rooms on the third floor, though we don't have many of those occupied." "Do you live here?" Maddie asks. "Yes. I'm also in the east wing." "Who else?" I ask. "You'll meet them soon. Let me show you to your rooms. Dirk, will you be leaving now?" "Yes, as long as you don't need me for anything else." "I think we're fine, dear. You've been invited to the welcoming party?" A look passes between mother and son, one I can't quite decipher but seems to speak volumes. "I've been invited but will need to send my regrets," Dirk responds with a nod. "I'll be back tomorrow to help move their things." Goodbye, Captain, Maddie says. You're no longer under my command. There's no need to refer to me by rank. You want us to go back to calling you Mr. Murphy? Alyssa asks with a smirk. If you wish, or Dirk will be fine, considering I'm no longer your teacher, or anyone's. At the top of the massive staircase is a huge sitting area with oversized windows, allowing panoramic views. We turn to the right, toward the east wing. Please use the main staircase and not the smaller set for the domestics. Mayor Majors wants to make sure each of you feel like you're part of the family and not hired help. Humph, Alyssa snorts. This is my room, Mrs. Murphy says, pointing to the first room on the right. The room across from me is occupied by a lovely young lady you'll meet shortly. Lucy, you're in the second room on the left. A smile tugs at my lips. The rooms on the left all have beautiful views of the creek, the back garden, and Prospector Peak, where the rooms on the right overlook the front of the house and the mountains in the distance. Maddie, you're in the room next to Lucy, and Alyssa will have the last room on the creek's side. Go ahead and check your rooms. Where's the staircase for the hired help? Alyssa asks, looking around. There's a door between your room and Maddie's. Please take only 10 minutes to look over your room, then meet me at the second floor sitting area. Mrs. Murphy stops at the door of the room next to hers, knocking softly. Shelby, may I come in? I stand at my bedroom door a minute while I listen for a response. Shelby, it's Mrs. Murphy. I'm coming in. I step into my room trying to think of who Shelby is. It's not a common name, and the only Shelby I can think of is a girl a few years younger than me who lived with her husband in my apartment building. My eyes go wide. She and her husband disappeared last summer, the same night my other neighbor Kirsten and her friend Annette left, the two women I'd seen acting suspicious in City Hall Park. The same day, Milena Maynard and several others, including Sheriff Spieth, escaped custody. When I took the information to Richard Majors, that was the start of our relationship. Could this be the same Shelby? Setting my memories aside, I take a look around the room. During the time this was set up as a museum, the tours only allowed minimal access. You could step into the room, but other than a small alcove area, the rest was sealed off with plexiglass, allowing us to see in, but not touch, in order to preserve the period furniture. Now, with the barrier down and the antique furniture still in place, I walk from piece to piece, touching the wood and caressing the upholstery. I tentatively sit on the bed. I'm surprised when the mattress, which I expect to be either hard as a rock or too soft, is a perfect contemporary one. The room's huge, much larger than the room Maddie and I shared in the women's dorm, bigger than any bedroom I've ever had. The closet's a problem. There isn't one. Instead, there's a large freestanding armoire. Next to the armoire is an old-fashioned dressing screen, and then a door. I slowly open it to find a compact and tidy bathroom with a clawfoot tub, pedestal sink, and toilet. I didn't see this room on the tour, but did see a similar-looking bathroom shared by the two rooms at the end of the hall, one of which Alyssa was assigned. I knock on a second door in the bathroom. Maddie? Seconds later, the door opens. It's pretty strange thinking about living in this house, she says. I used to wonder what it'd be like. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. She shakes her head. Nothing has changed for me. I'm not. Her head sways rapidly from side to side. It's not happening. I put my finger to my lips and motion her to step into the bathroom. In a whisper, I say, living at Creekview Estates. You might have put Richard off for another week, but now there's no choice. Whatever this new team is, you are on it. Whatever this team is. Really, Lucy, the hospitality team? You heard Captain Murphy. We just need to keep our heads down, and with Mrs. Murphy here, she'll help us. Mrs. Murphy acting as a madam is seriously wrong. I read a book my grandma had by a Christian writer. She inherited a place like this, like it sounds Mayor Majors is turning this into, and the women there, they called them doves, soiled doves. I'm not going to do it. I've turned my life around. I've heard all this before. You went into great detail about how you're going to live like Christ. What I don't think you realize is you won't be allowed to live. He'll take you out and shoot you. Then that's what happens. She retreats into her room, saying over her shoulder, "Our 10 minutes are probably up."
This has been the first half of My Refuge and Fortress by Millie Copper. Click the link to be taken to the second half of My Refuge and Fortress, Havoc in Wyoming, Part 7.